Cuts through the winter chill and the static on the dial. A steady hand to hold you while you walk that lonely mile. From the heart of restoring families, internet radio, the light begins to break. For every parent sleeping with a heart that's bound to wake. It's the voice of the voiceless, standing tall and standing strong, proving that silence isn't where your story should belong. The microphones are open as the marathon begins, a sanctuary of truth where the healing finally wins. It's a Christmas marathon, a beacon through the night, restoring families is leading you toward the light. Joined by the warriors of the equal share parenting line, giving hope and wisdom when the stars refuse to shine. Against the core corruption and the CPS's hand, we're broadcasting a message to every corner of the land. You're not alone this Christmas and you won't be left behind. The truth is on the airways for the world to seek and find. The guests arrive with wisdom and they speak of better days, of reforming broken systems and their dark deceptive ways. They talk of parental alienation and the walls that must come down for every mom and dad who's lost their voice inside this town. With names like Mark Ludwig, Carlos Rivera, and the champions of the cause, they're calling for a future built on fair and just laws. No more bargaining for minutes, no more lies upon the stand. Just the love that's owed a child by a parent's steady hand. It's the Christmas marathon, a beacon through the night, restoring families is leading you toward the light. Joined by the warriors of the equal share parenting line, giving hope and wisdom when the stars refuse to shine. Against the core corruption and the CBS's hand, we're broadcasting a message to every corner of the land. You're not alone this Christmas and you won't be left behind. The truth is on the airways for the world to seek and find. They can block the phone calls and they can lock the gate. They can tell a child that love is just a thing to hate, but they can't stop the signal and they can't kill the hope when we're tied together by this broadcast silver rope. Through the uncertainties of family law and the shadows of the past, we're building up a foundation that is finally gonna last. It's a Christmas marathon, a beacon through the night, restoring families is leading you toward the light. Joined by the warriors of the equal share parenting line, giving hope and wisdom when the stars refuse to shine. Against the core corruption and the CPS's hand, we're broadcasting a message to every corner of the land. You're not alone this Christmas and you won't be left behind. The truth is on the airwaves for the world to seek and find. So keep the radio playing, let the wisdom fill your soul. We're taking back the pieces and we're making families whole. Merry Christmas to the fighters, to the ones who won't give in. The marathon is rolling and the truth is gonna win. Restoring families, we're listening. Restoring families, your home.
Destiny led me to a rundown shack, not by choice, but by enforced lack. I gave him my all, tried more than was able, till all my cards were pulled from the table. Who would imagine that when already in pain, parasites would come and eat your grain. They'll take all you worked for, and who would have thought time with your babies would have to be bought? I thought that abduction and ransom were crimes, but not in this world where justice is blind. Family bonds and love are forsaken. You actually pay for your kids to be taken. But shouldn't the truth win out in the end? Well, of course it can if it's not heard, my friend. And even if heard, will anyone care? Vultures take lives, they don't exist to be fair. When all hope feels gone, there's only one choice: to keep surviving or lose your voice. When all has been taken and you can't get it back, stagger off to that rundown shack, desolate and empty till you unpack your tears. You may hibernate for many long years. No one to hear you, to laugh or to care. Echoes of memories, an endless nightmare. When all hope seems gone, there's only one choice: to keep surviving or lose your voice. You can't avoid pain, you have to go through it. But through sheets of rain, warm sun will come through it. Perhaps just a slither or one tiny ray. Hibernate and survive until that day. It may take years or feel like never, but you must live in hope, no matter the weather. For now your cabin may be cold and damp, giving nothing but the freedom to wallow. But there's no one to fight you, to hurt you, to spite you, and a slither of hope for tomorrow. When all hope feels gone, there's only one choice: to live another day or silence your voice. With everything gone, it's so hard to go on, but you're something they'll not have or be. The value of being true to your word, someone with integrity. Kindness, fairness, empathy, and love left you robbed like a vulnerable fool, leaving you to question if there is God above, and in life, exactly what are the rules. Your strength is tested beyond belief, endless torture without relief, churning pain throbs underneath its hell. But maybe that pressure will create a jewel. You will be the winner and not the fool, and help change the world with the tale you live to tell. When all hope feels gone, there's only one choice: don't let him take your life and voice. It's so hard, but please don't give up.
Hi, Annie in Australia. It's very hot here. It's summer for us at Christmas time, and so if I'm sweating, that's why I've turned off the fan so that it wouldn't make noise while I'm recording. I've been involved with this movement for 12 years, more or less. Well, not so much the movement, but I've been going through the alienation of that period of time, which, thank God, I didn't know how long it was going to be, because surviving the first 3 or 4 years was really difficult as it was, and you know, you hardly feel like you can face another day, let alone another month or a year or beyond. But for those struggling in those early days, all I can say is don't let the bastards win. Keep hanging in. Keep yourself going. It's really, really hard. And giving up sometimes feels like the only option. I mean, completely giving up. We've lost a lot of parents through this disgusting psychological abuse, but yeah, don't let it be you. And Christmas can be particularly difficult. There was not much information or assistance here in Australia. In fact, it was hopeless. And so that's why I reached out and made some friends in America. And the other reason was I would often wake from the nightmares at 4 a.m. So it's actually really handy to have a friend, some friends in another country when you're going through this, because, you know, obviously you don't want to keep annoying people that you know, your friends and family, at 4 a.m, for example. So if you can, you know, message back and forth to someone on the other side of the world, it can often really, really bring comfort and sort of save you. So to keep this fairly short, yes, the initial few years are hell. In fact, it's all hell, but the first few years are extra hell, particularly things like birthdays and Christmas, very painful. Just keep yourself busy if you can. I think I've said before in another one of these, if you can't do that, just have a late night the night before and sleep through the day. Might sound a bit radical, but it kind of works. And then when you wake up, Christmas Day is basically over. It's a shame. That's the kind of choices we have to make. But sometimes if that's what's going to get you through, that's, you know, what you've got to do. And I met Brian and many other people in the movement in the US when I came over to do a couple of rallies, the first one being on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. So I got to sing your lovely national anthem there. Fantastic melody. And did like a half-hour set, including some Aussie music. Unfortunately, we didn't have the greatest of weather, but we still gave it our all. And it's wonderful from a distance back in Australia to see all the continued movement that's been going on from a variety of people, and in different ways too. Some, you know, more legally, some helping others emotionally. It's really gotten quite big now, hasn't it? So I really hope that together we can create well-needed change for the sake of children and their parents, you know. It's just utterly disgusting what is allowed to occur. And of course, if you're going through, pardon me, my hand's getting sore. If you drag, you know, like I said, there was no need really in my situation for there to be court. But if one person pushes it to court, you've only got two choices, haven't you? To get sucked into it all, or just say goodbye to your kid then and there. So, of course, we all give all that we can, which often means that we wind up homeless. And I was awarded, I didn't get a trial. When you have the other side and they know how to play the game and they drag it out and they've got more money, well, you know, you can get to the trial date and you can't afford a trial. That's what happened to me. And I was just too stressed on the day to self-represent. But I was awarded 1 day per week, and I thought, well, you know, this not quite great, but it's better than nothing. But of course that wasn't adhered to, and I had no money to keep returning to court. And by then I worked out it was all just a big scam anyway, just to, you know, sorry for anyone who's going through court right now, but there does come a point where you just feel like, you know, there's a child for ransom, and you know, a child abducted and you'll pay the ransom, basically. So anyway, having said all that, the way that I could contribute, I believe, is through music. So yeah, my way of expressing the pain was to write music. I'm a singer, becoming a songwriter in my old age. So I did write a song for the rally in 2018 and Since I've written a couple more, forgive me, with a little help from AI. Not for the lyrics, they're all my lyrics, but just for the music production. It makes it a bit easier when you unfortunately aren't rich enough to own a recording studio. So I'll attach a song here, or sing a Christmas one, whatever Brian's got time for. So wishing you all the best for Christmas. I can't guarantee it'll be easy, but our thoughts are with you all, and so many of us have gone through what you're going through, so just remember that and hang in there. Okay, bye.
How long since you've seen your little boy? They all wanna know. What did you do for him to stop loving you? And where, oh, where did he go? Can he see you now? What's stopping him? Why not just give him a call? It's complicated is all I can say. Too hard to explain, that's all. And even then it still won't make sense, for it makes near no sense to me. For someone to take what you love most in life to cause needless and cruel misery. No one dreams it could happen until it does. It's a fate no good person deserves. But some devils will throw curveballs at you, and life is full of curves. Yes, some will even throw fire at you just to see you burn. He's been gone for half his life and a decade or so of mine. He's a man now, not a boy, though he's still young inside my mind. Way back when he was free to love, we cuddled, laughed and spoke. I never dreamed I could lose such things, all dreams gone up in smoke. But one of us started the fire. I often tried putting it out, but in the end, someone no longer a friend lit a match to burn my heart out. Yes, some will even throw fire at you just to see you burn. And when you're reduced to ashes and coal again, they will return. Not with water, not with sand to ensure your flame has died, but with great big boots to stomp on you, then stride off with such sickening pride.
Why should kids suffer so lawyers can make a few bucks? Shared parenting works for kids, not lawyers.
They call it visitation, like you're a guest in your own child's life. For many unmarried fathers, the battle for 50-50 shared parenting isn't just about time. It's about fighting a system and a spiteful past that tries to erase the most important title you'll ever hold. The unmarried father is more than a movement. We are a brotherhood of men who refuse to be sidelined. We believe every child deserves the active, meaningful presence of their father, regardless of whether they were born in or out of wedlock. Your story matters. Your role is essential. It's time to stop fighting for permission and start standing for equality. Join us at TUF and help us change the narrative for the next generation. Because a father's love is not a luxury, it's a right.
I just wasn't going to allow my kids to grow up without their father.
And having absolutely no relationship with him, it hurts. It really does.
I'm a business owner. I'm an elected official. but the courts didn't think I was good enough to raise my kids.
There could be no system that would be designed to hurt the family more than the family court system in its present form.
They're not protecting the kids because they are cutting one parent out of the life of a child just because two adults can't get along.
What do people do when their children are taken away? And she said they pay their child support and shut up, and walked away. And I thought that was the most accurate encapsulation of my experience in family court.
I've been through 43 false allegations, not one conviction, not one arrest.
Lawyers, judges have financial gain. Social workers and people that are in the community, our jobs really is to clean up after the mess that happens from courtrooms.
Did you know that nearly 50% of all marriages end in divorce? That's nearly one divorce every 36 seconds in the United States. That breaks down to nearly 1 million children a year who are affected by divorce. 75% of children of divorced parents live with their mother. Teenage children are 3 times more likely to need psychological help within any given year, 50% more likely to develop health problems. 85% of incarcerated individuals were raised in a single-parent home, twice as likely to attempt suicide. About 70% of all high school dropouts come from a single-parent home. 75% of teenage substance abuse comes from single-parent homes. But did you know that children of divorce who are involved with both parents equally have far better academic results and are less likely to drop out of school than those living in a single-parent home? They're better off on measures of mental and emotional well-being, they suffer less depression, and exhibit less anger, and are less likely to participate in underage drinking, premarital sex, or drug use. So support 50-50 shared parenting. Our youth are counting on your support. This message is brought to you by the Illinois Fathers for Equality.
Oh, those boys are much too much. Those boys are much too much. We got the spirit. We're hot. We can't be stopped. We got the spirit. We're hot. We can't be stopped. We're going to beat them and bust them.
The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life.
Let's get a little bit rowdy. R-O-W-D-Y.
Take time to be a dad today.
Oh, those boys are much too much. Those boys.
Suicide is not inevitable for anyone. There's no shame in seeking help. And there are resources available if you or a loved one is contemplating suicide. Here are 5 key steps that you can take to help someone who's struggling.
Ask, are you thinking about committing suicide? Listen to their reasons for emotional pain, and then help them refocus on the reasons for living.
Keep them safe. Put time and distance between the person and potential suicide methods.
Be there for them. In person, over the phone, or however else you can.
Connect them to helpful resources, like the National Suicide Prevention Hotline.
And follow up. Text, call, or see them in person to help reinforce their connectedness to the world.
Please click the link below for further information on suicide prevention resources.
How does a parent answer their child when the truth feels sharp and wild? You build the walls around them to protect and keep them safe, but deep inside your heart you will break. A child's voice cuts through the air, soft but heavy with a loaded stare. How do you tell them the truth in the haze when hope feels lost in this endless maze? But I hold my breath, my words decay. A parent's love trapped with no way to say. They ask why can't I stay to play more games? As the laughter fades, but the question still remains. The door closes as they step away. With empty chairs comes the longest days. I try to hold it in, but I scream out loud. The tears fall quick like a thunderous cloud. The weight I carry, I cannot unfold. For the peace in childhood, they shall not be told. Empty halls in a hollow room. The walls don't speak, but they hum your tune. The clock ticks loud like it knows my fight. Every second screams when you're out of sight. I hear the voices soft and true. Where are you? Why can't we see you? The door closes as they step away. With empty chairs comes the longest days. The tears fall quick like a thunderous cloud. I hold it in, but I scream out loud. The weight I carry, I cannot unfold. For the peace in childhood, they shall not be told. Does a parent answer their child when the truth feels sharp and wild? You build the walls around them to protect them, keep them safe, but deep inside your heart, you break. The door closes as they step away. With empty chairs comes the longest days. The tears fall quick like a thunderous cloud. I hold it in, but I scream out loud. The weight I carry, I cannot unfold. For the peace in childhood, they shall not be told. To my child, I'll miss you always. Every day, every night, the echoes of silence. Seeing empty chairs and empty rooms, they won't go away. I promise you this, with every step I make and every breath I take, I will fight for you. We will be together again soon. We will be together again soon. I promise to you, nothing is going to stop me from getting to you. Oh no, I will fight for you. I will fight for you.
Former State Senator Nancy Schaefer and her husband Bruce were found dead today.
I'm convinced without a shadow of a doubt that the parents across this country need to be warned of the dangers of the Child Protective Services nationwide.
Tonight, GBI crime scene investigators are at her Northeast Georgia home.
Department of Child Protective Services has become a protected empire.
They're searching for clues that might tell them
it's built on taking children and separating families.
What led to the sudden and violent deaths of Miss Schaefer and her husband?
A family is going to have to be destroyed in order for the one world government to completely develop.
Preliminarily looks to be a murder-suicide.
Children are being taken away from their parents in a ruthless kind of behavior.
How do you tame Child Protective Services? It may be only by closing it completely and starting over at the beginning with pro-family values.
One woman, Nancy Schaefer, died. She was killed, trying to find out why these kids are missing and what is going on in the CPS network.
But all of it is based on money, and that's where it's going to have to be cut off. The federal incentives have got to be cut off and be removed on a federal level in order to get this stopped. We have so many families calling that are absolutely delirious. They are so desperate. They do not know where to turn, and actually, they have no place to turn for help. And of course, parents, the poorer the families are, those are the ones who are targeted because they don't have the wherewithal to fight the system or hire an attorney. And they are just caught up in it, and many of them are because their children are blue-eyed or blonde or exactly what someone wants, and those families are targeted. So it is just heartbreaking as to what is going on and what we've got to do in order to bring this to an end. There are some states now that put the children on the internet, and you can just go through their pictures and choose the one you want. And then there are some children that even if you might like to, if a really good person who is really trying to help a child will choose that child, oftentimes then they refuse to let these parents have the child. So if your motives are pure as the driven snow, and you're trying to really help get a child out of that system and give them a new life, oftentimes they won't let the child go. It is one of the most corrupt situations that we could ever have in this country.
I'm going to take a look at an update on the situation of Nancy Schaefer's mysterious death from News from Underground, MarkCrispinMiller.com. And he goes on to talk about the funeral, and this occurred around April 10th, 2010. There were quite a few people, a gathering, 1,000 people that attended the funeral. And it turns out that the Schaefers were receiving death threats that had accelerated. And there was no indication from the husband, Bruce Schaefer, of him being under any kind of stress to commit such an uncharacteristic act. Nancy Schaefer was completing a video exposing the lack of oversight in Georgia's Department of Family and Child Services, as well as CPS nationally. And that video was never made. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. The video was created by William Fain of WilliamFain.com, but he never completed the video. And he took various pieces and was going to edit it, never did. Now, he believed that he knew them very well, and he was convinced their financial problems eventually resulted in the tragedy. Both he and other friends of the family corroborate that Bruce had complained of investment losses, and they received a foreclosure notice on a magnificent home they owned. But there are a lot of unanswered questions that are presented here, and I'm going to read them. Still, many of the couple's friends question whether their financial condition was really severe enough to warrant such an uncharacteristic, drastic action. Burning psychological questions remain, such as why would Bruce decide to kill himself and his wife because he received a foreclosure notice on a home that they already decided to sell 2 months earlier? Why would Bruce consider the couple's financial situation so severe when their assets still appeared to exceed their secured property debt by several $100,000? And if Bruce was under financial stress, why did he not show any signs of it up to and including the evening of the couple's death? Now, if Bruce was under financial stress, why wouldn't he seek help from any or all of his 5 children who loved him and would have helped? Why would Bruce decide to deprive both he and Nancy of seeing the grandchildren who they love so dearly grow up? And why would Bruce knowingly take a drastic action that would devastate the children and grandchildren who loved him so much? Why would Bruce, who was so highly supportive of Nancy's efforts for decades, including her CPS and DFCS work, decide to kill her just at the peak of one of her most important works? And why would Bruce commit such an act that was so against his faith and completely out of character for him to, according to those who knew him best, do such a terrible act? Why would Bruce jeopardize any chance of the family collecting life insurance benefits by committing suicide and killing his wife? Her death ended her search for answers about the CPS network. In no way am I implying that CPS was responsible for her death or for the missing kids in America. I do believe that there may be more to it, though. Nancy published The Corrupt Business of Child Protective Services, a very interesting document with telling information.
Well, my name is Nancy Schaefer, and I'm from the state of Georgia in the United States. And thank you for your gracious invitation to join you tonight. And thanks to all of you who have made this incredible World Congress of Families #5 in Amsterdam possible. It's a privilege for me to join you tonight and to be with you in some pro-family policy here. I will share with you on the unlimited power of Child Protective Services. I served in the Georgia State Senate, and after 4 years of viewing the ruthless and unsparing actions of Child Protective Services, also called CPS, which I will use tonight, I wrote a scathing report entitled The Corrupt Business of Child Protective Services. Thank you. The report cost me my Senate seat. Here's some copies of the report if you'd like to get one. However, there are causes worth losing over, and this is one. I'm going to talk about some of the problems and then some realistic, maybe, solutions for families and children, and maybe look to some steps that we can take. This is not to say that there are not those children in wretched situations who need to be removed. There are, and we all agree. But tonight, I'm talking about those children removed from their homes intentionally for profit. Children are seized unnecessarily from their families due to the federal aid created in 1974 entitled the Adoption and Safe Families Act. It offers financial incentives to the states that increase adoption numbers. To receive the adoption incentives or bonuses, local CPS must have more children. They must have more merchandise to sell. Funding is available when a child is placed in a foster home with strangers or placed in a mental health facility and medicated, usually against the parents' wishes. Parents are victimized by the system that makes a profit for holding children longer and bonuses for not returning children to their parents. This is abuse of power. It is lack of accountability. And it is a growing criminal political phenomenon spreading around the globe. Oftentimes, but not always, poor parents are targeted to lose their children because they do not have the wherewithal to hire an attorney or fight the system. Being poor and lacking proper housing does not mean your children should be removed. CPS has redefined poor to mean psychologically inferior. Therefore, it is in the best interest of the child to be removed. Best interest, of course, has also been redefined at the child's expense. It has been reported over and over that 6 times as many children die in foster care than in the general public. Once a child is legally kidnapped and placed in official safety, the child is far more likely to suffer abuse, including sexual molestation and/or rape. Case workers and social workers are often guilty of fraud. They withhold and destroy evidence, and they seek wrongly to terminate parental rights while being protected by state immunity. There is a huge bureaucracy made up of judges, court-appointed attorneys, guardian ad litems, social workers, state employees, court investigators, therapists, psychologists, psychiatrists, foster parents, adoptive parents, and on, who are looking to the children in state care for their job security. Judges have control over private living arrangements and income of 48.3 million Americans. The United States Census Bureau reported in 2002 that $40 billion in transfer payments were made between households of custody parents and other parents. That money, $40 billion, is under the direction and control of family court judges in environments covered with confidentiality laws that protect the wrong people. Fathers are victims of this unjust system. Child support payments, even without having visits with their children, are choking the very life out of fathers. 3 fathers, of whom I am aware and have been in touch with, committed suicide in the last 12 months because they lost the opportunity to even visit with their children. These are crimes against humanity for financial gain. Rights are removed from parents, human rights, civil rights, and even religious rights. One illustration of what took place in my district is that after so many calls, I decided to call a meeting in one of the counties of my own district. I personally called 37 families that had been in touch with me who had all lost their children, grandchildren. I had them meet me in the library one Saturday morning. We started at 9 o'clock and we ended at 9 o'clock. We had 50 families standing outside the door that could not get in. We didn't have time to talk with them. There was incredible anguish and profound suffering from these families. Some children had been taken off the school bus, taken out of the hospitals, or taken out of their homes in the middle of the night, and even worse. It was just an incredible ordeal. These parents, trapped in the system, become like refugees. They're dazed and glazed and have no one of whom to turn. They do not know what to do, and the loss of their children is devastating. After having worked in this arena for several years, I do not believe that a single child comes out whole after having been in this system. Many foster children make up the homeless population of today. I introduced legislation, Senate Bill 415, in my last session. A substitute bill was written at the last minute by the chairman of the Judicial Committee. All the strong points of my bill had been compromised. I was told, accept it, Senator. At least you will get some legislation passed. And I answered with, obviously, you do not know me. I did not come to the Capitol to get legislation passed. I came to make a difference. What can be done? An independent audit should be called on every state of all Child Protective Services departments. I'm in touch with congressmen and state officials, and the door may be possibly opening very slowly. A federal congressional hearing is needed. But let me add, due to the hundreds upon hundreds of cases that I've been called to consider, I placed calls to state senators, representatives in their respective states across the country, asking them to help me with certain families. And I was told, if I help that family, or if I help you, I will lose my job. Remove, abolish the federal and state financial incentives, and those are taxpayer dollars. Those dollars have turned CPS into a business that takes children and separates families for money. Open family court. Remove the confidentiality laws. Give parents their rights verbally and in writing. I even feel that to terminate the rights of parents, the case should be heard before a jury. Family rights and parents' rights must be protected. We do not need more influence like the UN's Convention on the Rights of the Child. It's anti-parent, anti-child, and anti-common sense for the family. There has to be perseverance for any great reform, and great reform is needed in this area. As Charles Spurgeon put it, how do you tame a lion that is well fed? First, he must be brought down. Second, his stomach must be lowered. How do you tame Child Protective Services? It may be only by closing it completely and starting over at the beginning with pro-family values. In closing, let me remind you that there is case law from state appellate and federal district courts and up to the United States Supreme Court, all of which affirm the constitutionality of the rights of parents to actually be parents to their children. There's biblical law too. It goes like this: speak up for those who can't speak for themselves, and for the rights of all who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly. Defend the rights of the poor and the needy. Thank you.
Now, I saw a YouTube video of her giving a speech, and in 5 minutes, she boiled everything down I try to explain about the CPS and the bounties on taking kids and how there's no due process. She's State Senator 50th District. Senator Schaefer serves a constituency in 8 counties that make up 50th District in Georgia. She's got a long, illustrious career out there fighting corruption. She's also the head in her state of the Eagle Forum. And so she now joins us, and we appreciate her standing up eloquently and fighting this. And so we appreciate Senator Schaefer for coming on. Nancy, it's good to have you here with us.
Thank you. It's good to be on with you. Appreciate all you're doing.
Ma'am, I'm going to try to just sit back and shut up, because I'd like you to break down, but with a little bit more time, what you gave in that speech. I know you've given a lot, but I saw this particular speech of you, I believe, before the Eagle Forum, really laying out the facts of just how unconstitutional and Kafkaesque the CPS is.
Right. Well, it is unconstitutional, and I'm sure you have many listeners that know that children are being taken away from their parents in a ruthless kind of behavior by caseworkers and social workers and investigators, and the bureaucracy is very huge. That also includes lawyers and judges and therapists and others who take these children from their parents without a cause. And of course, we know that money is being made because of this, and I'm convinced, without a shadow of a doubt, that the parents across this country need to be warned of the dangers of the Child Protective Services nationwide. You want me to just continue on, don't you?
Sure, Senator, lay it out.
Well, the Department of Child Protective Services has become a protected empire that we see going on around us, and it's built on taking children and separating families. As a matter of fact, I could throw in here now that it appears to me that the family is going to have to be destroyed in order for the one world government to completely develop. But this is the taking of children by a protected empire, and it's this is not to say today that there are not those children who are really being abused, who need to be removed from the wretched situations that they may be in.
But it needs to be done through due process.
Yes, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the families that are having children removed from them with no cause, and then there is no due process available to them after this has happened. And in one county in my district, I had 37 families brought together one Saturday morning in the library to allow them to, without any press and without any Child Protective Services pressure there, to tell their stories. And it was absolutely unbelievable to hear these parents, single dads, single mothers, telling and other parents telling their stories of how their children had been picked up in the middle of the night, off of the school buses, out of schools, out of hospitals, even while they are nursing, and these families had never seen those children again. You have never seen such agony, such suffering, and such crying. And we had 50 families standing outside the door that were not allowed to come in because we already had 37 families inside. It was truly just seeing the work of the Gestapo coming against these families and taking their children from them, never to be seen again. It was very, very enlightening, that day was, when we saw what was happening in this one Child Protective Services department in one county in my district in Georgia. And not only that, but they had a separate business going on where they required all of these parents to come in multiple times and have drug tests. And they charged the parents every time, so they had a separate business going on. They had already made over $100,000 in this business.
Well, Senator, stay there. Let's come back and break down the abuses of the Bill of Rights Constitution. For those that don't know, they set up, at the turn of the last century, these family courts that don't follow the Bill of Rights Constitution. They were actually set up to carry out racial hygiene, or they were first called eugenics courts. And that's why they're separate, new, and outside of the Bill of Rights Constitution. It's all completely illegal. And it's come out in the news, all these family court judges are getting illegal kickbacks from the private CPS facilities because they're getting federal funds, and they pay the judges, in some cases, millions of dollars apiece. So that's all this is a bounty on your children. We tend to focus on the CPS workers. The real evil's the judges. They're the ones making the big money, and the private groups. Stay with us, Senator. All right, Nancy Schaefer, you can run on for state head of the Eagle Forum, for a long time. State Senator, 50th District. Well, this is a apropos song to have coming on right now. You can throw your rock, hide your hand, working against the people, and it's just amazing what the establishment are doing as they work against their fellow man. Always advertising how it's for the children. It's a giant industry, and really people with some nasty folks. There's some that just want the money of kidnapping the kids, but the others like to do horrible things with the children. That's been proven and all over the news. Senator, so when did you begin to discover these horrors, and what has your fight been like? I mean, because I know discovering this back 12, 14 years ago and fighting it myself and getting calls at hospitals when a newborn baby's literally jerked off the mother's breast with no judge's order even. I mean, it shook me to the core. It's made me actually cry when you're around the families and see the pain, because it's worse than a death. When grandma dies, she's old, you love her, but you expect it to happen, and it's sad. But when you see families with the joy turned into a nightmare, with their young being snatched, it hits you at a core level. And frankly, it tears your guts out. And then I'm going to be honest, then you want to kill people. Senator, I mean, tell us about your journey, and then more of the horrors.
Well, it has been horrible. It really has. And let me just say up front here now that my writing the corrupt business of Child Protective Services, which you probably have read at some point or another, that prompted me, of course, to give the speech at Eagle Forum for the conference last year, at the end of the year. I lost my Senate seat over this. And in working, and let me say that there are causes worth losing over, so it hasn't distressed me that much. It's just given me more time to work on this issue and other issues. But in calling around the country to other state representatives and senators, asking them would they help this family or that family that have been contacting me, they have told me that if they help, if they do anything, they will lose their job. Isn't that interesting?
Oh, it's a mafia.
And, of course, it cost me my Senate seat. But that's okay. That's okay. We're moving forward. We're exposing what is being done. And you mentioned a few minutes ago about the judges and the money. I wanted to share with you that the Census Bureau has reported that in 2002, $40 billion in transfer payments were made between households. That money is under the direction and the control of family court judges.
And that's only the tip of the iceberg, of course.
That's right.
You break this down so well, but there's bounties on children's heads.
Yes, there are. As a matter of fact, we just learned a few days ago that an order had even been placed to one of our Child Protective Services departments for a particular kind of child that they wanted. So there is a bounty on these children. As a matter of fact, when you break it down as to exactly what is happening, to promote these financial incentives, you have to go back to the Adoption and the Safe Families Act that was set in motion in 1974 by Walter Mondale, and then later was expanded upon by President Bill Clinton in 1997. And what this act did is it offered cash bonuses to the states for every child they adopted out of foster care. So in order to receive the adoption incentive bonuses, local Child Protective Services need more children. They must have merchandise, which is the children, that sells. And you must have plenty so that the buyer can choose. Some counties are known to give $4,000 to $6,000 bonus for each child adopted out to strangers, and an additional $2,000 for special needs children. And, of course, this money just continues to follow the child for years and years and years. And the employees work to keep those federal dollars flowing.
And that's why 67% of children nationally, and that happens to be the average in Texas as well, we have the state hearings on this, are on multiple psychotropic drugs because once they give them a designation, then the cash amount goes way up.
That's right. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. There's a baseline number. There's a baseline number that of expected adoptions based on population for each state. For every child that DHR or Child Protective Services or whatever it's called in your particular state can get adopted, there's this bonus of $4,000 to $6,000.
All right, Senator Schaefer, stay there. I'm sorry, we've got to break. That was a short segment. Long segment coming up. I want to get into what you just talked about, the ordering certain children. We know the blonde-haired, blue-eyed gets the top cash, and that's been confirmed. So they're trafficked. Anyways, ma'am, please continue with the bounties, because we've confirmed these, but you separately brought them up. For folks that don't know, the adoption agencies put out little bounties. And this is all even done on the up and up, but there's also a little under the table. Tell us about the bounties on people's children.
Certainly, these children come with bounties because we know that the incentives are available there. The federal incentives are available, and they can be $4,000 or $6,000. But actually, there is a beginning formula in which each bonus is multiplied. And this sounds complicated. It really isn't, but this is what the states go by. Each bonus is multiplied by the percentage that the state has managed to exceed its baseline adoption number. Therefore, the states and local communities work hard to reach their goals for increased numbers of adoptions for children in foster care. So, therefore, you get to the end of the year and a Child Protective Services department in some state or in a county there in the state may not have taken as many children as they need to, and they have their formula or their bonus increases on the wall, and it tells exactly how many more children they need by the end of the year.
So it's just like a sales shop at a car dealership. They got the sales manager. You're not going to reach your goal, Bob.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
In the cases I saw, in this one case, there was this auto mechanic and his young wife, and she had tested positive 3 years before. They don't tell you when you're at the hospital. They're testing your blood, and they go, she's got marijuana in her. No judge, no jury, no second test, no process. They come and take the blonde-haired, blue-eyed baby. Well, this is 3 years later, and so they contacted my show, and they said, we're pregnant, we're going back in the hospital. We just want to make sure they don't try to take them. They call. I leave the radio that day. I drive down there. I go in with a camera. The cop said, turn your camera off. I say no. We open the door up, and the cop, and Mike Hansen was a witness to this. The camera doesn't pick it up very well. Mike Hansen was there. He got there even before me. And the cop actually had his hand on her neck, making her sign it. You can't make this stuff up. This country's so gone, folks. because they have special CPS cops just assigned to them who are particularly devilish. And they took the baby off her breast, the newborn baby, disappeared. And then we go to the court. They didn't even fill out the right name. They said the baby was 3 years old and that this lady had done all this abuse. The forms aren't just lies. They're so lazy and so criminal, they don't even care. They just use old forms and on. Have you ever seen that, Senator?
Well, I haven't exactly seen that. I do know that they take children right out of the hospitals, and sometimes they're 1 or 2 days old. But the caseworkers and social workers oftentimes, very often, are guilty of fraud, and they do withhold the evidence, and they fabricate the evidence. And their whole goal is to terminate the parental right of the parents. And parents are just left at the mercy. And all of this in the best interest of the child, those words, in the best interest of the child, have been redefined. It's not in the best interest of the child. The bottom line is taking the children for money.
And the law was written, for those that don't know, I'd like you to speak to this because I know you're an expert on it, so you can speak to it. It was written to where, we're supposed to keep the family together and give it to grandparents or the other spouse. Grandparents are now, don't like how the parents are operating. They advertise on TV to tattle. The grandparents go and tattle, and then they don't get the children 9 times out of 10. Yes.
There are lots of grandparents that cannot get their grandchildren, even when it would be best if say the parents are on drugs. Someone does need to have access to those children, but oftentimes the grandparents are turned down. Now, there is a policy that you're supposed to secure a relative immediately for those parents, but oftentimes that relative is never sought out. The grandparents are never given the children, and a stranger then comes in and takes over the lives of those children. And there is absolutely no financial resource or no real drive to unite the family back together or to keep them together or to provide any effective care for the family. That is completely gone. Now it's destroying the family.
Well, right out of high school, I learned about this because for the summer I worked for a large carpet cleaning place. And we would go to these houses because, we might go to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 houses a day sometimes. And I'd say, what is this? And it'd be usually a middle-class house, 5-bedroom. Parts of it be nice. There'd be rooms locked. There'd be kids walking around, in shorts with their shirts off, ages 3 to 10. There'd be marijuana smoke. There'd be some fat. It always looked the same. Some pervert-looking adult. And then because you'd be in a 2-man team, and I was with the older guy who knew about it. He goes, this is some foster parent house. And I'm not attacking all foster parents, folks, but I saw what it is. It's lazy potheads or alcoholics that get 4 or 5 kids, and that's their business, is they warehouse them, and they're always getting caught killing them or locking them up or giving them 1 hot dog a day, bread and water, because they want all that money for their drug habit. And that's why I've seen statistics of foster parents being 5 times more likely to abuse children than any other group.
You're exactly right. The children are much more likely to be abused in foster care than at home with their own parents. The beginning of this journey for me began with a grandmother who was trying to get her 2 granddaughters in one of the counties in my district. The Child Protective Services had removed the 2 little girls from their mother, who was very young, and they based it on the fact that there was an unopened can of beer in the front of her car. They took these 2 little girls over to an adjoining county, put them in foster home over there where they had 18 children, all kinds of little rooms downstairs in the lower level of this home. And one of the caseworkers in that county was a pedophile.
Of course.
Who lived in that home and regularly sexually molested the children who were in the foster care.
Ugh.
When this came up in court, I went to court with this grandmother and sat in the back of the courtroom. And we had a good attorney that day who pulled the walls down, who cross-examined one of the older children in this foster home, and she admitted that there was an inappropriate relationship between the foster mother and the caseworker. And then it got a little worse, and then the juvenile court judge got all nervous and said, counsel, meet me in my chambers, and they went out and stayed 5 minutes and came back, and our attorney just looked at us and out loud said it's nothing but legal kidnapping. That's all it is, legal kidnapping. But let me tell you what happened.
Did they get the child back? We
pressed, it's called DFACS in Georgia, and we pressed and pressed and pressed. The judge said those children will be removed within a week. Well, a week was gone, 10 days was gone, the children were still there. We kept leaning on them to get those children out of there. And out of the blue, someone called this grandmother in Florida to tell her that they were bringing the children from Georgia to the state line. Would she drive up to pick them up? She, of course, said she would be there. She got the children. They didn't have any clothes. One was not wearing shoes. Mm-hmm. She took them home, and within 3 days, that juvenile court judge drew up a new order, and she gave the two little girls to their father, who lived on the West Coast, who had never been involved in their lives, and who was involved in adult entertainment. I pulled his business up on the Internet. Pornographic. Awful.
That's why they gave it to him. And in fact, you come to the next point, Senator.
Within 3 days, that father was knocking on the door of that grandmother and took those two little girls screaming and crying to the West Coast.
Well, it's better than that in that death pit down there in that house with all those little kids. Now,
right.
Now, for those that don't know, I found out about this because I walked into these pits, and I probably only saw that summer 7 or 8 of them, but I mean they were all the same.
That's horrible.
And literally they're hell pits. And I'm, Senator, you notice everything I've told you, you've seen the same thing, because we've had the same similar experience, fighting this. And I just do it a little bit of the time. Frankly, I psychologically shy away from it because it's so, well, it just makes me feel.
It does take its toll on you.
It makes me feel very aggressive. It makes me want to. But the point is that when it comes right down to it, how many Homeland Security deputy directors of states have been caught with little kids? How many senators and congressmen, with the pages, and how many DHS officials, that want to stop child abuse, it turns out, are pedophiles? When you get down to it, you got a couple groups. You got parents that were, you've got children who were abused, who think that all parents are abusive, and they're gonna punish the family. Because I went to college with some people that were going to be social workers, and you'd be out drinking beer, and the girl would say, I just can't wait to take kids from these bad parents because I was abused. So there's those mentally ill people. Then there's pedophiles who want access to kids, and then there's scumbags that just want money. And I got to say, that's basically what makes up CPS in my experience. And I think, from what I've seen, I'd probably say 30% of them are pedophiles. And and the problem is this crime rate, this crime spree is growing.
Yes, it is.
So can you comment on that? And where is this going? How do we stop them?
Well, I would say that there are definitely pedophiles in the system. There's no question about that, because we know where there's children, there are pedophiles. They're in schools, and they're in churches, and they're everywhere where they can get their hands on children. So we know that that's true. And it's got to be brought to an end. It's got to be completely exposed for what it is. And in my opinion, it needs to completely be dissolved. I don't see any good left in Child Protective Services. As far as picking up a child that's being totally abused, the police could do that just as well as Child Protective Services.
And then you have due process. And exactly. Well, take Texas. Did you hear about the Texas Youth Commission?
I don't know.
There's so many crimes. I'm not knocking you if you haven't.
You're not talking about all those children in Texas that were picked up at one time.
No, that was with that Mormon sect.
Right.
Did you hear about how the child jails and the child facilities had organized pornographic rings and big rape parties for the children, and the state police found out about it and then weren't allowed to stop it, and now they forced the director out because he did the right thing?
I have heard about that in other states, but I have not heard about what happened in Texas, no.
Okay, well, here in Texas, it came out that every major facility was doing stuff that people wouldn't even believe. You can read it in the mainstream news. Now, they used that to pass a law for more money for the agencies. I'm sure you heard about Florida, where it turned out the directors were pedophiles and 3,000 kids were missing and all that. what did they get? More money, more power. The incredible thing is, the worse they get, the more money and power they get.
It appears that way. It appears that way. But all of it is based on money, and that's where it's going to have to be cut off. The federal incentives have got to be cut off and be removed on a federal level in order to get this stopped.
And that's where we go now in the closing minutes we have left in this interview, Senator. And again, we can only commend you and pray for you in this fight and then politically going after you. Solutions. But before we hit that, I wanted to finish up. Specific orders for specific children that look a specific way. I mean, you've now saying you've discovered that.
Right. We have discovered that. We haven't discovered it in every state, but we've discovered it in many states, and we have so many families calling that are absolutely delirious. They are so desperate. They do not know where to turn, and actually, they have no place to turn for help. And, of course, parents, the poorer the families are, those are the ones who are targeted because they don't have the wherewithal to fight the system or hire an attorney. And they are just caught up in it, and many of them are because their children are blue-eyed or blonde or exactly what someone wants, and those families are targeted. So it is just heartbreaking as to what is going on and what we've got to do in order to bring this to an end.
Have you ever heard about what the former head FBI agent in Southern California discovered about the CPS, even in the 80s? They have public auctions, closed auctions in Las Vegas with the kids on the block. These people.
Well, you know, we have some states now that put the children on the internet, and you can just go through their pictures and choose the one you want.
See how pure evil's just right out in the open now, like it's no big deal.
And then there are some children that even if you might like to, if a really good person who is really trying to help a child will choose that child, oftentimes then they refuse to let these parents have the child. So if your motives are pure as the driven snow, and you're trying to really help get a child out of that system and give them a new life, oftentimes they won't let the child go.
No, they want client houses where they warehouse the kids, a lot of times locked up, and they've ruled, they can legally lock them up and stuff in these little cages. They only want client foster parents that want to run the money in and put them on drugs because that's shared with the local CPS.
Right. It's just... It is one of the most corrupt situations that we could ever have in this country. And
well, what we need is to take the country back, have mass trials, and hang about 10,000 of these people high, because this rivals the Nazis. By the way, the Nazis had CPS. That's how they started grabbing people's kids. The year Hitler was elected in 1933, he was a eugenicist. We'll be right back with the senator. Stay with us. What are solutions to fight these demons? I mean, we just get the public educated, what we're doing now, about their rights. Get bigger organizations together to fight them, Congress, state laws, because we always push to get state laws to stop them, and they always take it over and get more power out of us trying to lobby to reform. How do we beat pure evil?
Very, very strong bill that I introduced to correct it here in the state of Georgia, and, of course, that bill was defeated. I also had several parents lined up to come down and do a video, and the video was defeated. And then, of course, I lost my Senate seat. So there's a huge battle over this, and many states don't want to let that money go that they've gotten used to. And one thing we haven't mentioned that I'd like to bring out is how huge the bureaucracy is. It is made up of caseworkers and social workers and attorneys and guardian ad litem and judges and psychiatrists and psychologists, and it goes on and on. The bureaucracy is huge, made up of people who look to the children in child protective services for their job security. And none of these people want to let this be brought to an end.
In fact,
this is where they get their paycheck.
And it's not being brought to an end. It's radically expanding.
Absolutely it is, and they're expanding with it. And we can see the children that are already being sent into mental health facilities. I had a mother that 2 children were put in mental health facilities, and, of course, that brings in Medicaid, and these 2 children were on 16 drugs a day.
Good Lord.
So it is corrupt to its absolute core, and we must stand against it. We must keep talking about it. And families that are listening to us today that are caught up in this, they need to continue to fight the system.
Okay, Senator, I got to stop you. We got 45 seconds. What about websites, or how do folks get a copy of your bill to get it passed in their state? I got to have you back for more solutions, but contact info, groups you recommend.
There are just welcome groups that they can recommend, or they can contact me at Eagle Forum of Georgia.
Just Google Eagle Forum of Georgia, or there's also the Senator Nancy Schaefer website as well. Nancy Schaefer, we want to have you back up. God bless you. You're a true angel, and we appreciate your courage. I know it's hard to do what you do because it's so hard. God bless you. Thank you, Senator.
Most people don't think about family courts as being unjust and being destructive, that there's a difference as far as in criminal courts versus family courts. Number one, you get due process, right? You don't have due process in a family court. It just doesn't exist. You have constitutional protections. You don't have constitutional protections in a family court. And you know, you can always appeal something. I guess maybe you can appeal it with a family court, but the reality is that when you appeal something, they're going to say, well, we can't overrule the judge's discretion. It's a shame because I want to believe in the court system. I'm a person who wants to believe in the rule of law. I'm a person who wants to believe that justice is going to be done. But I can't do it because I've seen it with my own eyes repeatedly.
Here is my handle and here is my spout.
When I get all steamed up, then I shout.
Tip me over and pour me out. Oh. The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life. Cheers. Take time to be a dad today.
Single motherhood can be totally exhausting. You do it all. Take care of the kids, run everyone to sports, doctors, play dates, cook, clean laundry. Plus you work full time. I get that when you divorced, this made sense. You were the main parent and maybe even the better parent. Kids can see their dad on the weekend, but they need a primary home, right? Plus your mom, your best friend, your lawyer, everyone told you that's what you should fight for in divorce and pay the lawyer for. But what if I told you the every other weekend schedule isn't actually what's good for kids? That it hurts kids. In fact, there are 60 peer-reviewed studies that prove that it's best for kids when they spend approximately equal time with both parents. That every other weekend schedule was developed in the 1960s, back when June Cleaver was the feminine ideal and women couldn't get a credit card without her husband's permission. Think about it. Your current setup is pretty sexist. You are responsible for the kids while he has time to focus on his career. It turns out, though, when kids spend equal time between both parents' homes, good things happen for everyone. Kids grow up seeing dads juggle family and work, manage households, and be involved caretakers. And kids grow up seeing moms as breadwinners and taking care of themselves, as well as others. After all, now moms have more time to build their careers, build a life, and swipe right more often. Not only do kids benefit from bonding with both parents equally, all that lawyer money can go to the college fund. Everyone wins. So if you believe in gender equality and what's best for kids and what's best for you, start by splitting parenting time 50-50. Simple.
Some folks think shared parenting only works if the parents are best friends. That's not true. Research shows kids do better with shared time.
At Kids Deserve Dads, we believe in a future that starts with a father's presence. We envision a world where every dad is empowered to be the best version of himself. It's about more than just being there. It's about fostering strong, loving, and connected relationships. We envision a world where every child grows up with the love and support of an involved father, a foundation that lasts a lifetime. By empowering men to become their best selves, We are doing more than helping fathers. We are fostering a new generation, children who are confident, compassionate, and resilient. Because when a father stands strong, his children stand taller. Join us in building a world where no child is left wondering, and every father is equipped to lead with love. Your journey to your best self starts here. Visit us at kidsdeservedads.org or find our community on Facebook at Kids Deserve Dads.
If you're struggling with thoughts of suicide, are worried about a friend or loved one, or in need of emotional support, help is available.
Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org.
It's free, confidential, and available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Even if it feels like it, you are not alone.
I remember the day of your birth, the happiest day for me on this earth. You have my heart, you're my child, you're my first, born to me as a gift in this world. My love for you will never end, you should know that. The love is here, kept for you, I'll always show that. You'll forever have a place with me. Don't let anybody try to nurture hate for me. I never thought it would end like this. I never planned just to call it quits. We can plan, but God plans better. Sometimes it's best when people aren't together. I tried to make it work for you. I never wanted it to hurt you too. Sometimes that's just how life goes. But you should always know that I will always show. You're my heart, you're my mind, you're my soul. You have my love, never stops, always grows. Find the truth, avoid the lies, God knows you were born to me as a test in this world. My love for you will never end, you should know that. The love is here, kept for you, I'll always show that. You'll forever have a place with me. Don't let anybody try to nurture hate for me. You were gonna be a daddy's girl. You were always such a happy girl. Frustrated by daddy's constant kisses. I'm glad you're too young to know what you'll be missing. I'll always be there for you. Baba's gonna be here for you. I know your Lord loves you too. Don't let anything get between him and you. Chin up, stay strong, stay firm. Make me proud, success in both worlds. Have faith, dream big, go pray. Be just, never lie, and fear the last day. This world is a test for you. I'll always want the best for you. I only wish to see you grow. But you should always know that I will always show. You're my heart, you're my mind, you're my soul. You have my love, never stops, always grows. Find the truth, avoid the lies, God knows you were born to me as a gift in this world. My love for you will never end, you should know that. The love is here, kept for you, I'll always show that. You'll forever have a place with me. Don't let anybody try to nurture hate for me. You need to know that I tried my best, and through you, God's given me the hardest test. God's tests are for those that he loves, and I know justice will come from above. You were being kept away from me, clinging on, literally pulled away from me. To hurt me, they hurt you too, and now all you can do is look for the truth. There's a lot of bad dads in this world, not me. I'll always be there for my girl. I write to you to show you that I care, and I'll keep the letters safe no matter how many years. Please, never take sides with this. It's a system of Iblis behind all of this. They encourage fighting and lies, aiming to destroy and sever family ties. But those who side with evil never truly win. God is our protector through thick and thin. God knows my intentions are pure. He knows I did my duties as a husband and more. He knows I kept you both safe and secure. Women will forget, but God's keeping score. It's sad, but that's just how this life goes. But you should always know that I will always show. You're my heart, you're my mind, you're my soul. You have my love, never stops, always grows. Find the truth, avoid the lies, God knows you were born to me as a test in this world. My love for you will never end, you should know that. The love is here, kept for you, I'll always show that. You'll forever have a place with me. Don't let anybody try to nurture hate for me. I pray that while we're kept apart, that God will plant me deep in your heart. I'm your father to the end from the start, and I know you'll see the truth. I know he made you smart. You have to come back to me. Your place is with me naturally. I only wish to see you grow, and when we reunite, you see our love flow.
We're supposed to, in this country, treat mothers and fathers the same with regard to custody. No one has a less equal position. However, when I practiced in the family court and then was later a judge in the family court, I found that that law was honored in the breach. Most judges and most psychologists that served the court always thought that the mother was better. And I didn't always find that that was true.
You have a child with him? Yes. That's not your child. That's both of your child. No, look, just a second. That child is both of yours. So either you take the child or he takes the child. He's the father no less than you're the mother. So
you take this up with the family court judge. Your case is dismissed. We understand each other? Take it up with the family court judge. When the family court judge issues an order of support, whoever the order of support is going to be entered against. But I'm going to suggest this to the two of you. You've wisely or unwisely made a child together. You don't have the right to take the child away from the other parent. He would not have that right to take the child away from you. That's what the court said.
And whether you like him or not, whether you like her or not, whether he's a nice guy or not, whether he's a bum or not, he's a bum that you picked to make 2 children with. And if he shows up to see the children on a Wednesday, and he's given you some indication that he wasn't going to be there on Wednesday, and for no other reason than he said he wasn't going to come, you don't let your children see him, that's wrong. But that's wrong. It's not between the two of you. He could be the biggest bum in the world. He lived with his children. His children know who he is. They have a right to see their father unless he is abusive to them, dangerous to them, which I assume that prior to 2007, you never made that allegation. Would that be a fair statement? That would be fair. Well, then unless he had some psychotic breakdown, which I doubt. Well, which I doubt. Nothing changed with regard to his love for his children from 2007 to 2009, except that you were PO'd with him. Now, that's unfair. Whether you like that or not, it's unfair. It's unfair for the children. Unfair to him, I don't care about. Unfair to you, I don't care about. But it's unfair for the children. And if you deny them the right to see their father, they will eventually hate you. I want you to understand that. I want you to be prepared for the fact that if you don't let your children visit meaningfully with their father, there will be a day down the road when they will hate you, justifiably so. Do you get it? Do you get it? Justifiably so, because you will have allowed your anger to get in the way of their relationship with their father. Good, bad, or middle of the road. That's who you picked to make them with. You don't visit your bad judgment onto your children. Do we understand each other?
I understand you. I don't agree with you at all.
I don't give a... Listen, since I'm not adjudicating that or not, I have to tell you this. In 40 years, I've seen tens of thousands of women just like you who will invest all of their beautiful bloom time in hating the person that they made their children with. And I guarantee you this. You know what's going to happen? Eventually, you're going to drive him away. He's got a beautiful new fiance, and he and this beautiful new fiance will go on and make a beautiful new family. And one day he's going to say, I'm tired. I want to see my kids. I would love to see my kids, and I feel badly that I'm not seeing my kids, but she really is an SOB, and she created this problem, and when they get older, they'll see me, but I'm not going to waste my time anymore. Eventually, he's going to say that.
Mr. Baxter said that.
Just a second. If he said it, it's because you made it difficult. I've seen you for a very short period of time, and I know that if he said it up until now, he said it because you've made it difficult. It's not right that he's got a new girlfriend, that he's gone on to a new life, that you don't have a new life, that you don't have a new life. All of those things are very unfair, that you're living with your sister, that you no longer have a home for your children. I read your answer.
We have a beautiful home. We have a beautiful new home, and we are very happy.
Well,
and we have
you want me to read your answer? You want me to read your answer?
Yeah.
Fine. I'm going to read what you said. Then if what you said is a lie, you said, because of Chris, I don't have a place to raise my children. My sister has taken us in on a temporary basis. That's what you swore to in your answer.
Yeah, but it's a beautiful home.
Miss Rizzo, I said all that's necessary to you. Put your hand down. You have to know that this has nothing to do with you. You're extra. You're fodder. This has nothing to do with you. You have nothing to do with his children. You have nothing to do with his former life. This has nothing to do with you. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Perfect. I wouldn't give up so easily on visiting with my children.
I don't plan on.
I wouldn't give up so easily. But I'm telling you, I did my best. He should be seeing him regularly, because the nonsense that you give me is nonsense, because you left him alone with the baby from 4 to 10 at night and 4 to midnight when you weren't home. So you weren't concerned that he wasn't taking care of him. Because if you were concerned that he wasn't taking care of him, you wouldn't have left him home.
Can I say something? I allowed him to watch Oliver while I worked when I was living with them from 4 to 10 twice before. The second time, he withheld him from me for 2 days. Would not let me see him, touch him, or anything. I had to go to the police 4 times.
Just a second. So what you're saying is the last time that you let him watch him, he wouldn't return him.
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this question. And you thought that that was very wrong, right?
Yes.
Because you're the baby's mother, right?
Yes.
You're no more of a parent than he is. When you left his grandmother's house, the place where the baby was born, you didn't leave the baby there. You took the baby with you, right?
Yes.
What gives you the right to do that? What gives you... That's what I'm trying to get to you. What gives you the right more than the father to have the physical custody of that child? And if you think it's just because you're the mother, that's not the law. This man who you describe as having a terrible temper texted you at work and said, listen, I have to let this whole situation de-escalate for a while, so I'm going to go and stay at a friend's house until you get home. You spoke to your mother, then you called him at night and said, we're done. Oh, he's on the leash. You can't say we're done and barricade yourself in the house. You can't do that unless you've done it before. You see how you're smiling? Can't control yourself. So you barricaded yourself into the house. He didn't kick down the door. He pushed down the door because he wanted to get into his home, where he is entitled to be. And you're smart enough to know that if you called the police and said to the police, he pushed his way into the house, they're going to say, well, whose house is it? They're going to say, well, it's our house. They're going to say, he's entitled to be in his house. He didn't have a fight with you. He had a fight with his mother-in-law. Tell his mother-in-law to leave. We can't make him leave because he didn't touch you. Well, they don't. And you know that. So very quietly and stealthily, you let him come upstairs and sleep in bed with you. And when he left in the morning, then you called the police. You called the police because, according to you, your mother said when he was orderly, taking his stuff and leaving, he says, but I'm going to come back for my son. I want my son. I love my son, just like you do. Well, it doesn't give you any special rights as a mother to your child. And you know that, because the law's equal. They say fathers are really fathers. They have rights to their children, the same as their mothers. And it doesn't matter who cooked them. So what you did was get a leg up, because you said, in order for me to do that, I've got to get an order throwing him out of the house, excluding him from the house, saying that I'm afraid of him, saying that he threatened to take my son, not his son, which you did, and some judge actually gave you that order. See, I wouldn't have done that. But we're all different. So you did have him falsely arrested, and he's suing you for $1,500 in attorney's fees. I would have given you a lot more. You have a counterclaim for your broken door. Fix it yourself. You had no reason to barricade somebody who had a perfect right to be in their apartment out of their home. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,500. But goodbye.
Party's no excuse. Please step out.
I don't know why you find this funny. I don't find it funny, actually. I find it very sad. Because if what you're telling me is, since this all happened, he's been on a supervised visitation schedule, you, madam, are outrageous. Reading what little I did from this judge's order, he's going to end up with full custody of the child because this judge is not going to take nonsense from you. It's clear to me. I'm just telling you, this judge who heard your case is not going to take nonsense from you. If you find a reason to fudge with the custody arrangement, because this man is not giving up. And what happens in situations like this is if there is an obstreperous parent who undercuts another parent, what's going to happen is you're going to lose custody of this child. I just want you to understand. I'm giving you the benefit of my crystal ball. He's keeping all the stuff that's in his house.
Even though
the
I
judge
have
found I don't care if you have receipts. I don't care if you have toilet paper from here to Pluto. The judge found that you lived together and that you were unemployed since 2008. Do you want me to read the finding?
Yes, my mother bought all the
right
items.
here.
I even have bank statements.
Mother lives in Belleville with her mother, her brother, her 8-year-old son was born of a previous relationship. Mother is a student. She was last employed in 2008. So that when you were living with him, when you were living with him for 2 years, unless you had some other form of income, he was supporting you.
My mother.
Your case is dismissed. Listen to me.
He
Her
never
case
supported
is
anything
dismissed.
I got to
Listen to me carefully.
Okay.
I read your counterclaim, which you would never have filed but for this ridiculous lawsuit that she filed.
No.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Because
I just wanted to be over.
What? You want it over.
Right.
I understand that,
Right.
and you're right.
I just want my property.
You can't have it. It's not yours.
It is mine. I have
Your case is
receipts for it,
dismissed.
and it
We're
was
done.
paid
Put her
for.
out.
Ma'am, you excuse.
You're withdrawing your counterclaim, correct? Yes, you are.
Oh, well, the deductible. Can I just...
We're done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Did you take any of this money from him?
Yes, I have a child. We have a child to take care of. I mean, he should have been helping all this time.
I understand from him, Ms. Hammond, that the court set a support order that he's been consistent in paying of $90 a week. Is that false?
Yeah, he has been paying $90 a week. They take it out of his check.
Well, that's his legal obligation fixed by the court for him to pay.
So he shouldn't have to help out in any other type of way, Your Honor?
That's what I'm telling you, madam. That's what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is the court has fixed his child support obligation. He is under absolutely no legal, ethical, or moral responsibility to take care of you
And
in
if I ask
any
him to
way.
take care of
Just
me,
a
Your Honor.
second. You in any way. And if you and your daughter share an apartment, and if you're running short on the rent, and if he picks up the rent or sends you money to help with the rent, then he is in fact helping to take care of you. That's a nice thing for him to do, but not a legal, moral, or ethical responsibility for him to take care of. That's what I'm telling you. And so it would be important, Mr. Cervantes, for if I were a family court judge listening to an application for an upward modification of child support, it would be important for me to know that you're not a deadbeat, that you've been paying your child support order, and in addition, when pressed and there was a certain desperation, you helped out. That's all. That's all. Somehow Miss Hammond seems to think that you have a responsibility that exceeds that. He does if you say to him, Miss Hammond, your daughter needs a new gym outfit. Your daughter has a science project, and in order for her to do that, we need $150. And if he says, great, I'll send that to you for her,
in addition to the $90 a week that I'm court ordered to send, that's fine. But he is under absolutely no obligation to take care of you.
I never said that he was, Your Honor, but he was also partly living in my house, staying the night and all that, so he should have to help out with the bills if he's going to be there. He wants to come and pick up his daughter instead of driving back down the hill to come down at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I let him stay for a few hours. He should have to help.
Such a
I'm just supposed to let him live in my house or just let him be around and do whatever he wants to do, eating my food, running up my light bill?
Just a second. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yes.
These,
Are we done, Your Honor? I'm ready to go.
Be quiet.
Because if you had not brought your daughter to school on Thursday after this hearing on your application for an order of protection, I would have awarded Mr. Aragon the $5,000 that he's asking for. Now I'm going to award him $2,500 because the route that you took in order to satisfy yourself was the wrong one. It was the same kind of route that you took in 2010. Which was, she's my daughter, I get to say what goes on with her, without involving a neutral arbitrator. Do you understand? You can't do that. Child has two parents. And what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to say, there's no question that my daughter is not at risk. Because if she was at risk, she would have been at a doctor's office Monday morning. She's not at risk, and she lived with her father for a year and a half when she was a baby, and then you disappeared with her because you wanted to. And then when you were questioning her, which is what you probably do when she comes back from her father's house, and you got either a story or a non-story, whatever it was, you chose not to call Child Protective Services and say, my child's being neglected. You chose not to go back to the family court. You chose to go the route of getting an ex parte protective order, probably with some advice from somebody. I'm not sure who. Anyway, judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,500. We're done. I don't have the jurisdiction to order visitation. Do you understand?
Yes.
All I can do is tell you this. You have a son together? Do you have a son together?
Yes. Yes, sir.
How old is that child?
10 months.
You left in August?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Do you work? Did you work?
Yes, I was working.
Did you work?
Yes.
Did Mr. Benson work?
Yes.
Did you work the same hours?
No.
When you worked, who took care of the baby?
I only worked on Saturday. At the time, him.
Eventually, he's going to have visitation with his son. And a judge will order that he have visitation with his son. And when it was convenient for you, when you wanted to work, you found nothing inappropriate about his behavior, so that you left an infant with his father to take care of. So eventually, Mr. Benson is going to be smart enough to either pretend lawyer or himself say that to the judge. Till she left, she worked on Saturdays, and I took care of my son. She left me in charge of my son. So it's going to be a very hard uphill battle for you to say, he can't see him now, because now he's dangerous. Now that it's no longer convenient for you. If you don't get along with him anymore, that's your business. If he doesn't get along with you, that's his business. But the two of you made a child together, and his child has parents. And both parents are entitled to be in that child's life. And it is inappropriate for one parent to deprive another parent, put your hand down, to deprive another parent and to deprive a child of the input of the second parent because they don't get along anymore. And whether it was an acrimonious departure or whether it was a happy departure is not relevant. It's not relevant. Your son has a right to have the input of both parents, and you picked him. Okay. Your case is dismissed. You have no claim against him. Zero. Nothing. Nada. Very sad. Very, very sad. Did the courts in Connecticut assign a lawyer to you?
I haven't had one yet, no.
Your Honor.
What?
The facts of the case are wrong.
Judge, listen to me. These are the basic facts of the case, Ms. Menacci. Basic. That at least going as far back as 2014, he says before, these two children lived with their father and an aunt.
They only lived with the father and the aunt for a couple of months.
No, that's not what she said. She said that they lived with their father.
They lived with him, but he just moved to Connecticut and stayed with his aunt.
Oh, well, I don't care. But they lived with their father, not with their mother.
And they lived. They came to our house in 2015. Not 16. So they lived with us for over a year. Carmela and Stephen and me, my husband, and the kids. They lived with you for over a year while they were drug involved? No, they were not drug involved at that time. I would not have that in my house.
That was 2016, Your Honor.
They had moved out April of last year.
Listen to me. Your case is dismissed. We're done. This is a family court matter, and somebody should take very, very close look at who is going to be the most appropriate parent to raise these two little boys who are 8 and 10 years old and probably shouldn't be separated. Sounds to me as if most of their lives they lived with their father, who I see visually actually no evidence of drug involvement. I can't say the same on this side.
Well,
we're done.
You filed for divorce, is that right?
Yes, I did.
You were the plaintiff. The grounds were irreconcilable differences.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
When you filed the complaint for irreconcilable differences, you listed 2 children. Is that right?
Yes.
2 girls.
Yes.
You asked for child support for both girls, correct?
Yes.
Good. Now, if you sense a certain harshness in my tone, it's because unless I was reading incorrectly in your answer, you say that 5 years ago, when your daughter was 6 years old, you had a talk with her, and you told her that there was a chance that he wasn't her father.
Yes.
And you did that because I don't believe in keeping secrets from my kids.
Yes.
You're a moron. You are a moron. You are an example of why people should have to take tests before they're allowed to have children. Before you have a discussion with a child and tell a 6-year-old child that there is a chance that she's a... You have a paternity test. If you have a question, then you know. You don't tell her first because you feel as if you have to get it off your chest that you were messing around.
He was messing around first, Your Honor.
Who cares? He didn't become pregnant. As far as I know, that's not a possibility yet. I want to tell you something. If I were the family court judge, not a mediator, but if I were the family court judge who was deciding visitation with your children, you, sir, would see your children under a supervised visitation arrangement only. And I am a very serious proponent of fathers having as unrestricted quality time, if they are not the custodial parents of children, as is possible, because I always believe that that's in a child's best interest, to have the love and companionship of both biological parents. It's always been my view. I'm a serious proponent of that, but not, sir, when you live with this kind of witch. Judgment in this case is for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,000. Whatever counterclaim there is dismissed. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
The lights are up, the tree is tall, but there's a shadow hanging in the hall. The mailbox is empty, the phone doesn't ring while you're busy stealing the joy that Christmas brings.
You've got the calendar locked in your hand, mapping out walls like a line in the sand. I sent a package with a ribbon of red, but you told our child that I'd forgotten it instead.
The schedule says holiday, the judge signed the line, but you claimed our child's laughter is yours and not mine. You're checking your list and you're checking it twice, but none of your spirit is naughty or nice.
Oh, you're a mean one, keeping our child away, stealing the magic from them this Christmas day. Your heart is a cavern of ice and of stone. To think that they're better off feeling alone. You're wearing the crown in your kingdom of spite. You are the Grinch who stole a child's daddy or mommy on Christmas night.
A FaceTime is blocked, a Merry Christmas tonight, with a wall made of ego and cold bit of pride.
Child, that's where I am while you're trimming the tree, and you paint me a villain so they won't look for me.
It isn't about the toys or the bikes or the cookies and milk that you know that they like.
It's the sound of a voice saying I love you so much that you traded away for a power trip touch. Oh, you're a mean one, keeping our child away, stealing the magic from them this Christmas
because you decided I shouldn't be there.
You think that you're winning, you think that you've won, but you're breaking the heart of your daughter or son.
A child isn't a trophy, a child isn't a prize to be hidden away from a parent's own eyes.
One day they will grow up and they'll see through the haze and remember who kept them in this lonely maze. Oh, you're a mean one, keeping our child away, stealing the magic from them this Christmas day. Your heart is a cavern of ice and of stone. To think that they're better off feeling alone. You're wearing the crown in your kingdom of spite. You are the Grinch who stole the child's daddy or mommy on Christmas night. Who's down in Whoville had a change in their soul, but you'd rather keep every ounce of control. Keep the doors bolted, keep the phone on the shelf. Merry Christmas, I hope you're enjoying yourself. Yeah, you're the Grinch, just you and
Just you and yourself.
We go by many names. Dad, Padre, sometimes old man. Usually it's Daddy. Daddy's the favorite. But they all mean the same thing. They all mean father, a man in relationship with his children. We're the Father's Rights Movement. Because every child deserves a father. We're working for justice in the family court system. Support fathers' rights. Come join us today.
Single motherhood can be totally exhausting. You do it all. Take care of the kids, run everyone to sports, doctors, play dates, cook, clean laundry. Plus you work full time. I get that when you divorced, this made sense. You were the main parent and maybe even the better parent. Kids can see their dad on the weekend, but they need a primary home, right? Plus your mom, your best friend, your lawyer, everyone told you that's what you should fight for in divorce and pay the lawyer for. But what if I told you the every other weekend schedule isn't actually what's good for kids? That it hurts kids. In fact, there are 60 peer-reviewed studies that prove that it's best for kids when they spend approximately equal time with both parents. That every other weekend schedule was developed in the 1960s, back when June Cleaver was the feminine ideal and women couldn't get a credit card without her husband's permission. Think about it. Your current setup is pretty sexist. You are responsible for the kids while he has time to focus on his career. It turns out, though, when kids spend equal time between both parents' homes, good things happen for everyone. Kids grow up seeing dads juggle family and work, manage households, and be involved caretakers. And kids grow up seeing moms as breadwinners and taking care of themselves as well as others. After all, now moms have more time to build their careers, build a life, and swipe right more often. Not only do kids benefit from bonding with both parents equally, all that lawyer money can go to the college fund. Everyone wins. So if you believe in gender equality and what's best for kids and what's best for you, start by splitting parenting time 50-50. Simple.
We're here today because shared parenting isn't just a right, it's essential for the well-being of the children.
Thank you. You got a king?
Go fish.
The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life. Take time to be a dad today.
Not today.
I'm here. You can tell me anything.
I see you. We're in this together.
Breakthroughs are happening.
Treatments are evolving.
The stats can change.
Society can change.
We can all say, not today.
Not today.
Not today.
Not today.
Not today.
If we're together, bound to be better. When we're together, together.
You spin the tail on them a puppet show. Feed them poison, watching it grow. But seeds of doubt as they start to sprout. That's when you'll know they'll start to know.
You paint the sky with shadows, black and gray, whispering tales, night swallowing the day. Their hearts just stage a script to obey. Who wins when love is the price we pay? But shadows shift, the truth won't hide. No wall can lock the other side. You think you've won, but the story's not done. Your love of words, it'll come undone. You control the moment, but time won't bend. Truth has a way, it always finds the end. Pull the strings, the devil sings, but truth's a fire that burns through things. You control the story, twist the light, but stars don't hide in the dead of night. You built a house of mirrors, warped and cold, each reflection a story you've sold. But children grow, their eyes unfold, and the lies you plant turn bitterer and cold. You think you've won, but the story's not done. Your love of words, it'll come undone. You control the moment, but time won't bend. Truth has a way, it always finds the end. Pull the strings, the devil sings, but truth's a fire that burns through things. You control the story, twist the light, but stars don't hide in the dead of night. You think you've won, but the story's not done. Your love of words, it'll come undone. You control the moment, but time won't bend. Truth has a way, it always finds the end. They'll hear the echoes, the silence will shout. A tide of memories, washing doubt. No lost in home, what's meant to be. You can't cage a parent's love, it breaks free.
Dear Mom and Dad, I know that you are hurting. I'm hurting too. I feel and feed off your tension, fear, and shock. Although I am young and cannot express verbally what is happening in our lives, I am still feeling the impact. My heart is broken every time I have to give up a parent. My sense of security is lost. Please don't assume that I am resilient. Please don't assume that my life will be exactly as it was, and that I will continue to feel the same love from both of you. I am a human being just like you. My needs are just like yours. I need love, attention, nurturing, stability, consistency, affection, understanding, patience, and mostly to be wanted. When you fight over me or put me in the middle of your argument, you are sending me the message that winning with each other is more important than my life. I am learning from you that it is better to be right than to be loved. You are teaching me that I came from a person who is unlovable and wrong, and that I am somehow wrong too. When you confide your hurt in my heart, you are storing up adult pain and robbing me of my childhood. You are taking away my belief that love is unconditional and replacing it with a message that tells me to become hard and not to love because I will get hurt and not be able to recover. You may not understand this today, and I am so small that you are not thinking about my future, but you are putting me at a greater risk of getting a divorce myself. At times you are risking my safety to fill a void in your heart. My safety is your job. Without you and your protection, I am unshielded from the world. This will manifest in irrational fears for me, because I will stay in a state of fight or flight for most of my life. Someday, this initial shock will wear off, but how you choose to parent me through this crisis will never wear off. I will either feel your sense of selflessness, support, protection, or I will have a scar on my heart with a message that reads, "Good things happen to good people. I must be bad." Thoughtfully, the child of divorce.
Porch lights throwing shadows on the fresh laid snow. I've got the cocoa waiting and the tree all aglow. The court date's at 10 and it's 4:30. I'm still staring at the driveway, listening for the door. The text says you're sick or you don't wanna go. But I know the voice that's whispering the seeds that they sow. They built up a fortress of silence and lies, while I'm left here tracing your ghost with my eyes. I don't need the silver, I don't need the gold, just a heart that's been stolen out in the cold. They can block every call, they can lock every gate, and tell you that love is just something to wait. But the only wish a parent has, the only true pleas for the walls they built up to fall down to the sea. I'm not missing presents or a star on the tree, I'm just missing you and who we're allowed to be. I see the pictures posted, a smile I don't share. Another holiday passing filled with silent despair. The stories they tell you, the history they twist, building a narrative that I can't resist. They tell you that I'm gone, that I chose to leave, while my heart is aching, you'll never believe. It's a season of giving, but what can I give when the only thing wanted is how we used to live? I don't need the silver, I don't need the gold, just a heart that's been stolen out in the cold. They can block every call, they can lock every gate, and tell you that love is just something to wait. But the only wish a parent has, the only true plea is for the walls they built up to fall down to the sea. I'm not missing presents or a star on the tree, I'm just missing you and who we're allowed to be. hurt to see you in pain, to make a child question a bond that remains. The calendar turns, a new year starts near, but the echoes of absence are all that I hear. I hold on to the memories, the laughter, the light, and pray for a future where everything's right. I don't need the silver, I don't need the gold, just a heart that's been stolen out in the cold. They can block every call, they can lock every gate, and tell you that love is just something to wait. But the only wish a parent has, the only true pleas for the walls they built up to fall down to the sea. I'm not missing presents or a star on the tree, I'm just missing you and who we're allowed to be. So I'll keep the hope burning, a small steady flame, whispering your name, though it feels like a game. They can keep us apart, but they can't make me forget the love in my heart that's not over yet. Yeah, it's not over yet. Merry Christmas, my child, wherever you be.
What does a complete family look like? For too many children, the picture isn't complete. Legal battles, complex custody laws, and outdated assumptions often keep good parents from being active participants in their children's lives. When a family changes, why should a parent have to step out of the frame? The National Council for Equal Shared Parenting, a future where children get the benefit with both parents. We advocate for laws and policies that ensure children have equal time, love, and support from both mom and dad. Because a child thrives with the consistent, loving presence of two parents. Promote the simple, equal, shared parenting is best for kids. Learn how you can support this vital mission and help keep families whole. Visit ncesp.org today.
Dad?
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 that we go, he makes people laugh and makes people smile, and I feel like I have that quality.
He's the one who always takes me fishing.
I watch golf with him. And
I watch him cook, because when I grow up, I want to be a cook too.
We have the same faces like this.
Dad is the one, when you fall, that picks you up.
That unconditional sense of presence and reassurance is really what makes him my father.
Representation of the people, I'm here to deliver this message. Our purpose for this stand, no matter how small or great, regardless of what supporting turnout shall be, is to better the lives of the innocent, the children, who are too young to advocate for themselves and should not have to suffer the anguish and confusion, nor fall victim to theft of their inalienable right to proper emotional development. We are the people, the driving force behind our city's economic stability through honest hard work. We are your postal service, your plumbers, your teachers. We are your grocery workers, farmers, and emergency response services. We are your tradesmen and women alike. We are your voters. We are not criminals or violent offenders. We are parents who only seek justice through your actions, that all are created equal, and the pursuit of happiness that is endowed through the responsibility of being a parent should no longer be a pursuit. For the perpetual rulings that have taken place in both this county and state have been supported by legislation that violates our 5th and 14th Amendments habitually through lack of an opportunity to contest the appropriateness of such orders. This political acceptance has created unjust, long-term outcomes that have resulted in the deprivation of any interest in liberty or property without due process. These government actions have greatly affected the happiness of our children and the safety of our society. The psychological destruction of our communities and social structure has given us no choice other than to unite in a peaceful demand of the alteration of both state and local definition and jurisdiction of both domestic violence and limitations of rights to visitation. We demand, following the conception of a child, regardless of the production of marriage or not, that both parents shall immediately be designated as having the right to equal time, unless one parent can produce, without reasonable doubt, why these parental rights should be modified. We demand that no one parent be able to deny the opposite of that right, and that any such denial of a child shall be unlawful. We demand that both local and state governments will pursue conviction and reasonable consequence of any such act only after putting the best interest of the child first. We look forward to hearing your response. This is the Crew Movement, a stand for fathers' rights. And this message is a message for equal parenting rights for all parents in all states and all jurisdictions. I want you to imagine for a minute. Imagine a life that led you to a dream. Then, what once was a dream turned into a passion. Imagine that passion getting you so close to your dream, you could taste it. But then life gives you something even better than that dream. Then imagine a broken system that takes away the most important aspect of your life. What do you do then? I don't know about you, but I'm gonna take that passion and take that dream and use it to remove every single irrational and incompetent mind that did this. I'm gonna do it for something better. And to all those who did this, I suggest you remember me.
King County Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge McNeese presiding.
Good morning, everyone. Please all be seated. This is King County cause number 14-3-04-395-7. K&T designation.
It don't make sense if the kids fall victim, trapped in the fine lines of the court system. My 2-year-old was stripped from my arms, restrained completely and given to a mom. And there wasn't even one cat call. No violent reports at all, but they hit me with a DV charge. Civil court, no arrest, yet I took the fall. Tell me now how any of this is okay. Dad's right there, suddenly he goes away. How's a toddler gonna comprehend that? How's a mom's not gonna condemn that? And all I ever asked for was equal time, but the judge looked at me like my daughter ain't mine. Ripped me apart no matter how hard I try. Over and over, trust me, it ain't right. Sorry that I'm not there. It's not that I don't care, but your moms won't let me. One day I know you'll see. It was lies written about me. When you need me, I'll be right here, right here, right here. Sorry that I'm not there. It's not that I don't care, but your moms won't let me. One day I know you'll see. It was lies written about me. When you need me, I'll be right here, right here, right here. We all wanna fight for the equal rights put in the media's light, but people just don't see what I'm talking about here really ain't just me. We in 2015, not 83. Ask any professional what the babies need. That's a mom's and a dad, not just half of that. And it looks to me like we're lacking that, cause the system is biased and that's a fact. Judge Susan Amini didn't believe me out here in King County. My daughter's without me. When a mom wants to take a kid, it's that easy. Ex parte and there's no peace treaty. Christine Robinson was the bailiff involved. Looked at me like this is all my fault. Delayed my time on a 5-day trial. Gave me 2 days, said I would be fine though. Tell me now how they rush this process. The statistics expose this nonsense. 85% in favor of the mom. How can a working man try those odds? Fight for my time, how am I wrong? Stood for my rights, it cost me it all. Held my ground now for my daughter. Show me the evidence why I can't be a father. Sorry that I'm not there. It's not that I don't care, but your moms won't let me. One day I know you'll see. It was lies written about me. When you need me, I'll be right here, right here, right here. Sorry that I'm not there. It's not that I don't care, but your moms won't let me. One day I know you'll see. It was lies written about me. When you need me, I'll be right here, right here, right here.
Order establishing residential scheduled parenting plan child support has a restraining order, and that continues for a year from today. The court has some requirements for you to do, and that is that you complete the domestic violence offender treatment program, and you set up a direct reporting by the treatment provider agency to provide monthly reports from the agency directly to the mother and to the legal file under seal. You also will complete a mental health assessment at the state certified agency. Report to the mother and file a copy to the legal file under seal.
There was a parenting plan that did not accuse of any domestic violence. I was not educated on domestic violence prior to coming into this court. My assumption was this particular situation, this court, is for the best interest of the child. I've now found a document that I was never served. This is coming from the petitioner, who failed to confirm on 3 different occasions, was found to be intransigent, has withheld the child without good cause after I entered a parenting plan in good faith. At this point, all I am trying to do is comply with the court, put my best foot forward to do everything that this court has asked to the best of my financial and physical ability, and to see my daughter, who I have not seen in 159 days.
Aria, come here real quick. Daddy wants to say goodbye to you. Aria, just real fast. Bye-bye.
I was angry that they dared to even place this in the hands of my 5-year-old son.
I never thought that my rights as a parent would be taken away from me.
They thought it was such an egregious situation, they did an emergency removal of this boy.
The heartbreak of moms and dads around the country is becoming universal.
Community groups have rallied on behalf of the family, saying parents should decide their children's medical treatment.
It's a parent's duty to control and direct the upbringing of their child.
If American parents knew, they would be horrified.
Objection overruled.
Parents across America are losing their parental rights. These aren't abusive or neglectful parents, but parents who love and protect their children. So why are good parents losing their rights?
The vast majority of parents and adults in general think that the normal, traditional rules of parents' rights are still in place, that parents get to make decisions for their children in areas of education, their upbringing, medical care, the whole gamut of parental decision-making.
The vast majority of Americans believe that moms and dads should be able to parent as they see fit. But what they don't understand is there's no legal right that allows them to do so.
The Supreme Court of the United States, throughout the history of the nation, has always treated that right of a parent to raise their child as what we call in the law fundamental.
When I realize and learn that something that I thought was a fundamental right is not a fundamental right, that is deeply troubling. When we surveyed last year in a Zogby poll over 2,000 people, over 90% of Americans agree with the definition of traditional parental rights, which is that we have the right to direct the upbringing and education of our children as we see fit.
93% of Americans really thought that that was a good idea politically. They're going to be surprised to learn what the courts are actually doing.
For the first time in American history, a majority of the Supreme Court no longer treats the parent's right to control and direct the upbringing of their child as a fundamental liberty.
The problem with explaining parents' rights to a person as compared to free speech rights, free speech, you say, go look in the First Amendment, there it is. But for parents' rights, there's no place to go look. You have to go read a bunch of Supreme Court decisions to see how they found it, what they've done to it in the meantime, and it's an evolving standard. That's the problem.
There are people each and every day who are scheming to take away parental rights to start to destroy the family structure.
We now have a new situation where government itself becomes the standard, and who's ever in power gets to say what your liberty is.
Without actual constitutional text, our basic parental rights can be completely written off in the hands of the wrong people, as you'll see in the following true stories.
I was sitting in my office in Nashville, and I got a call from a constituent named Sid Dartery. He was so mad, so aggravated, that he could hardly speak. He had taken his son to a physician because he was concerned about some medical issue relative to his son.
All right, Zach, I'm going to need you to take a couple of big breaths for me. Okay, nice and deep.
My son, he was just in a daze. We took him back to the doctor, and I voiced concerns that maybe it was too much medication.
I just don't know, Doc. He complained about his head spinning, and the next thing I know, he's passed out on the floor.
Do you have any pain anywhere at all? Just here.
I'm an average father. I love my family. I love my wife. I love my children. I never thought that my rights as a parent would be taken away from me.
As a dad, I can relate to Sid. He simply wanted to know what was going on with his son.
He had been taking different medications. We were concerned that he was being over-medicated.
You know, Doc, he didn't start passing out until you upped the dosage on those medications you put him on.
I'm afraid this appears to be something else.
The doctor, during the course of the examination, decided that he should go ahead and drug test him because some of the symptoms they saw were suggestive of possible drug use.
And he asked about doing a drug screen, and I said, yeah, it'll be fine.
I suggest you do a drug screen just to be sure.
I'm okay with that.
And he said, oh, by the way, I cannot get the medical records to my son without his permission because the law says so.
He has to give us permission for those results?
Children are entitled to medical privacy. We cannot release children's medical results to parents.
The doctor, quoting federal law, made it very clear that he could not release the results of the drug test to the parents.
You're saying
No, wait a minute.
I'm only following protocol.
I have to ask my 13-year-old for permission.
I'm just following federal guidelines. This is his right.
We're his parents. What about our rights?
We have the right to know if our son's health is in danger. Come on, son.
Let's go, Zach.
We're only following federal guidelines, Mrs. Doherty.
How could somebody tell me that the law says that a parent cannot get medical records of their minor child?
We paid for those drug tests.
It's not right. It's outrageous. It's offensive to think that that would go on.
Federal guidelines. That's not right.
Absolutely unreasonable. These are federal guidelines that I have to obey.
You don't talk to him, doctor. You talk to me. And we, his mother and I, want those lab results.
I can't do that. The only way I can release that information is if your son gives me permission. It's the law.
Then the law is wrong, doctor.
There are people in America that would say this is just an isolated case. However, the physician was quoting federal law.
Sid Daughtry's case is not just an isolated story. It's happening in America every day, all around the country.
One thing that very much concerns me is the subtle way in which parental rights are being eroded.
What's amazing to me is the parents that I talk to just don't seem to believe that our country could be infringing upon the rights of families and parents as much as they are.
In the medical field, this happens frequently. And it's not just in the medical field, but this also happens in the area of educating our own children.
It was just another ordinary day with the exception of Daddy having the privilege of picking his little boy up from kindergarten. And he came running up to the door, and I went over to meet them.
Like I always do when I do pick him up, we just give all the materials to my wife, Tanya.
So Dave handed me Jake's things. I looked at what Jake had brought home. It wasn't just his book bag, it was also another book bag. What I read on the front of the book bag, I was a little perplexed by. I took Jake's belongings on into the kitchen, took a closer look at the additional thing that Jacob had brought home.
Tanya got into this book bag and called me over to show me what one of the books was.
Dave, where'd you get this?
Jake had it at school. Why?
Jake, honey, who gave this to you? Miss Johnson.
I'm realizing this material has somehow been deemed appropriate to even be placed in my 5-year-old's hands.
What in the world?
It was a book meant to introduce and normalize homosexuality.
This is about introducing to my child sexuality issues at a very early age.
And they teach this in kindergarten?
Even before he's introduced by his parents.
He's just a child, Dave.
I just could not believe that they were doing this in kindergarten.
And I was worried. I didn't know. I didn't know what other discussions had taken place.
What else are they doing in that school?
We decided to email the teacher.
Hey, Tanya, can you read this and tell me what you think?
Tanya and I thought it absolutely necessary to make it clear to the teachers and administrators of that school that it is our parental right to be able to be notified when they're doing this to our children and have the option to opt our children out.
Jake can't even tie his own shoes yet.
The principal agreed to meet with us the following Friday.
I think you're both misinformed. These school materials have nothing to do with homosexuality, but with family.
She basically directed us to a gay, lesbian, straight educational network workshop.
Go to this workshop.
That's entitled How and Why to Talk to Your Children About Diversity.
It'll get rid of any wrong preconceptions you have about what we're doing.
We did not know what we were getting into at this point. The evening came for the GLSEN workshop.
Thank you so much for coming tonight.
When the workshop leader came in the room, the first thing he said was,
I could talk to you about diversity, but tonight, I've decided to talk about homosexuality.
I don't want to discuss heterosexuality and homosexuality or the comparisons between the two at this early age, and they made it very clear that they've decided to introduce this to young children. And they were willing to do it behind the backs of parents and without opt-out.
Let me show you what's going to be happening around here over the next few weeks.
I was very worried. Not only was my mind racing, wondering what could possibly have already taken place and what their plans were to accelerate these discussions and presentations to our 5-year-old son.
We're going to be putting more educational materials like this in every classroom.
Indeed, this is now something they're going to be rolling out more and more. So after we fully understood what they planned to do with the children, we went to the principal.
I wanted to catch you before you leave and let you know that we've both decided that we still want Jake opted out of these lessons.
And we'd like to have parental notification in advance if something like this should come up again.
I'm afraid we can't do that.
They would not accommodate at all. We had one final meeting at Estabrook Elementary School with the principal and the director of education.
There's only 2 months left until school is over.
All we're asking is for you to make an exception for one child. Just one child.
All right. That sounds reasonable. I think we can do that.
Well, thank you.
We just need to speak to the superintendent. I think we can work something out.
When she told us that accommodation may be possible just for the end of the year, we were very happy.
So at that point, I left the meeting, and Dave continued to stay in the meeting.
And as I was sitting there, I thought, finally, we're getting some accommodation. Who are we talking about here? We're talking about my child. I'm not talking about the rest of the school. We didn't say never do this. We said when you do it, as they stated they would, notify us first, and we want the option to opt out if we don't think he's ready for that. What I didn't realize was they weren't actually taking that extra time to accommodate. They were formulating another plan. They were keeping me there by leaving me with this promise and calling the police.
It looks like we're getting somewhere.
Really?
See you there?
Yes, officer, that's him over there.
Mr. Parker, I need to have a word with you.
When I saw the police come in, I thought to myself, I cannot believe they've done this to me.
You gotta be kidding me.
Getting arrested today is not gonna help your cause either.
My only cause is to be a good father. I want my son opted out, and I'm not leaving here until they agree to do that.
When I was let out and put in the police car, I thought to myself, how far are they willing to go to deny us our parental rights? There needs to be some kind of protection of our parental rights.
Unbelievable.
Any form of authority which undermines the interaction and the guidance of a parent for their child has to be stopped. Parents need some form of protection because this type of thing is happening more and more and more.
If you think the David Parker case is an isolated incident, you try it. If you have a child in public school, you go down and make your voice be heard and see what happens.
There has been a slow degradation of parental rights. They have slowly dictated that they have more control within the schools than you do within the home.
The way this has come about is this idea that once a child is dropped off at a school, they enter the doors of that school, that then the parental rights evaporate. And that parent has no say over what their child will be taught, what their child will be exposed to.
What we've seen over the last 40 to 50 years is continual legislative and judicial overreach going into areas that we never thought they would reach into.
The government has a role, but it's not the role of a partner. It's the role of a backstop. If you abuse your kids, if you neglect your kids, and they have evidence of that, the government moves in, and they should move in those circumstances. But when they treat all of us as if we're child abusers, that's absolutely outrageous, and we can't stand for it.
Karl Marx said that in order to establish a perfect socialist state, you have to destroy the family. You have to substitute the government and its authority for parental authority in the rearing of children.
If this situation isn't bad enough, We now face an even greater threat to parental rights that will forever change the role of the family as we know it. This new challenge comes in the form of an international treaty called the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, also known as the UNCRC or the CRC.
On November 20, 1989, the United Nations adopted the Convention of the Rights of the Child, the CRC. The treaty was designed with 4 core principles in mind: non-discrimination, the best interest of the child, rights to life, survival and development, and respect for the views of children.
It is frustrating that the U.S. is the only country that has not approved this, and we certainly hope that progress can soon be made.
At first glance, the UNCRC appears to promote the rights of children. Interestingly, the USA is the only country that hasn't ratified the treaty. So what's holding us back?
Some people think there is nothing wrong with the treaty because it is there supposedly to protect children. But there are parts of the treaty that are very, very dangerous. For example, one says that any government action involving children and parents must be made in the best interest of the child. The second provision says that a child's view should be taken into consideration side by side with a parent's, and that the child's view should be given due consideration. And this is especially true as the child gets older. What this means is anytime there's a conflict or a dispute between a child and the parent, a government bureaucrat gets to decide what is in the best interest of the child instead of the parent deciding what is in the best interest of the child.
One of the things the Convention on the Rights of the Child states is that children have the right to access any media or any information that they want. It also means that a predator has the ability to access children through the internet, and that parents have no right to protect their children. So this treaty that purports to give rights to children really makes children more vulnerable to being exploited and abused.
The UN Committee on the Rights of the Child is composed of 18 experts from all over the world. One of them is from Uganda. Uganda, in the last year or two, has a bill in its legislature where they're trying to decide whether honor killings should be against the law. An honor killing is a girl gets raped, and to bring back honor to the family, they kill the girl. That's clearly against the UN on the Rights of the Child, yet they've got a person sitting on this committee whose country can't make up its mind whether or not honor killings are acceptable.
This is not a convention on the rights of the child. This is a convention on the stripping of rights from American parents and parents all over the globe.
Let's look at some of the countries that have adopted the UNCRC. In Holland, children start sex education at age 4. In Sweden, homeschooling is illegal. Do it and you'll face criminal charges and risk having your child removed from your home. In Belgium, doctors can terminate the lives of babies under a year-old if they feel the child is somehow disabled or deficient. In 16% of cases, they didn't even ask for the parents' consent.
A fit, loving parent who cares for their children is now put in the same position as an unfit, abusive parent under the provisions of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child.
The convention is sufficiently vague, gives sufficient power to government, and could be misinterpreted by judicial bodies to interfere with parents and their parental rights.
And even if the UNCRC does not get ratified by the U.S. Senate in the near term, a clear trend is emerging that should greatly concern parents. Federal courts in the United States are increasingly using international sources to guide their decisions, applying what's known as customary international law. This is all happening largely under the radar and helps advance the objectives of the UNCRC.
What they can't get the American people to agree to, they can pass in piecemeal form through state legislatures. They can take an article that's incorporated into the wording of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, lift that article out, make a law around that article, pass it through a state legislature, and by doing this 20 times, in effect, such and such a state now has as its law the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child.
In our court system today, the customary international law says, we're going to not only consider U.S. law, but we're also going to take into account international law. There have been cases where judges have brought into their decision-making customary international law as modifying their interpretation of how U.S. law ought to be applied.
If you want to have a perfect example of how the Convention on the Rights of the Child would be implemented in the United States, Washington State did an experiment for us in the 1980s by passing a state law that contained the core provisions of the treaty. The best interest of the child standard was enacted, as well as the child's wishes must be adhered to standard. There was a 13-year-old boy who had been counseled by officials who came and explained to him the new children's rights provisions of the law in the public schools. And thinking about that new law, he went to his public school counselor and said, I don't like the fact that my parents take me to church 3 times a week.
I'm tired of them telling me what to do.
It was a regular church. There wasn't anything unusual about the church. The counselor was outraged that a 13-year-old boy would have to go to church that often. So she called in the social workers.
Doesn't the law say parents should listen to their kids or something?
The law does say that. This is a definite problem.
It was a Friday, and they thought it was such an egregious situation, they did an emergency removal of this boy. You're not supposed to do an emergency removal of a child in this kind of a case unless there's clear and present danger of some real harm. Well, it's Friday and Sunday is coming. He's got to have to go to church twice. So they did the emergency removal.
This is Eric.
Hi, Eric. We're going to take a short vacation from your parents, so why don't you gather your things and come with me?
I didn't ask to leave him.
The social workers actually just took the child directly from the school and put him in foster care for the weekend. They just made the decision themselves. They didn't go to court, they didn't get the police, they didn't get the parents' permission, they just did it. And then they notified the parents afterwards that they had removed the boy. The family found out your son's in foster care because of church attendance. When you do that, you have to give the family a quick hearing. So the following Tuesday, they gave the family a hearing. I was the lawyer for the family. I was a young lawyer in Washington State. Since it's a juvenile court, everything is closed. You don't have very many people in the courtroom. It's just the court reporter and the judge and the bailiff.
All rise.
There was the judge, who was probably getting close to retirement age. The prosecutor was there, and I'm this brand new young lawyer doing this case for this family.
Mrs. Patelli, I see from the file that the department took custody of Eric on Friday because of a serious dispute over the parents' failure to follow the boy's wishes concerning church attendance. The department further alleges that this is not in Eric's best interest. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. That's it.
Are they serious? That's it?
With that said, then, let's proceed.
On Friday afternoon, CPS took Eric Cooper in their custody without giving his parents any notification. This boy was taken without any proof his parents had harmed him, and that's what due process of the law requires. Not only is this a due process violation, but it is an unconstitutional invasion of parental rights as established by the Supreme Court. My young opponent may rely on some old cases, but the controlling authority are the new statutes in the state of Washington, which require that the child's wishes be consulted in all matters concerning his welfare, and that the best interest of the child be the controlling principle. That is what we are here for today. Not for parents' rights, but so that you may decide what you believe to be in the best interest of this child in light of his desires and his wishes. Eric believes that his parents are imposing their religion upon him in an excessive manner. Listening to the child is almost always in the best interest of any child of this age, especially when it comes to things like religion. Too much church is not in Eric's best interest. It may lead to depression and other serious, tangible harm if we do not listen.
Your Honor, since when is church attendance considered to be harmful? Yes, the legislature passed this new law, but nowhere does it say that the CPS has the right to take over decisions on church attendance. The CPS is way outside of their jurisdiction here. This is a parent's choice. That is the law.
That may have been the law, Your Honor, but the new law clearly states that the parent needs to adhere to the child's wishes, and the defendant's wishes are in direct conflict with my client's wishes.
The mom and dad were obviously very nervous, very upset, scared. The judge listened to both sides, but it's pretty obvious he is fairly irritated.
So, you have no choice?
No, I don't. They make me go with them to church 3 times a week.
And this makes you feel isolated and depressed?
Objection, Your Honor. Pleading.
Objection overruled. Proceed.
Eric, you can answer the question.
Yeah, sometimes, I guess.
Did Eric ever show any signs of depression whenever you took him to church?
Depression? No. Why am I being punished for doing what I know is best for my child? How dare they do this to our family?
So we had a half day of trial testimony, and then we took a lunch break. When the judge came out to give his decision after lunch, my head said we should win this case easily.
All rise.
Because of parents' rights and basic principles of law.
Please be seated.
I thought we should win. I thought it was pretty straightforward. If you ever wanted to see a perfect example of how the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child would work in this country, what the judge said is absolutely classic. As soon as he started talking, I knew we were in trouble.
So, I think once a week church attendance is sufficient for a 13-year-old boy.
Those words I can still hear ringing in my ears. Once a week is enough church for any 13-year-old boy.
You really need to start listening to the wishes of your son.
Unbelievable. But then he started explaining his reasons, and his reasons were Washington State's new law, which is exactly the same as the core provisions of the Convention on the Rights of the Child.
If you disagree with the ruling of this court, Child Protective Services will retain custody of your son. Is that clear? All right. So be it.
This family lost the ability to decide how often their son would go to church because of the best interest of the child standard. That's at the heart of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and that's exactly how it would work in the United States.
To determine that that child can't go to church. Now, if I'm in a cult and, the child is getting hurt while I'm, participating in the activities in that cult, then I think that the government should step in.
You don't really want anyone to interfere with, what you believe is right for you and your family.
If I'm doing the job and the county's not taking my kid away, what business do they have telling me what to do with my kid?
I think the parent has the right to decide what's best for the child.
And I think this should be governed by U.S. law and really by state law, not by an international treaty that's subject to all kinds of different interpretations.
I don't think it's really fair for a parent not to be able to intervene on decisions that their kids make that might not be suitable both for the child and the family.
The two core principles of this Washington state law are almost word for word the core principles of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Washington state subsequently changed them because of so many bad cases like this one. We don't have to guess how this treaty would work. We know how it will work, and it's terrible.
The U.S. government should not be in the business of giving these rights in this latitude to the UN, an organization that only too recently had Libya as the chair of the Human Rights Commission. Give me a break.
The rest of the world doesn't treat treaties the way we do. They're just making political promises. Our supremacy clause says that a treaty becomes a part of the supreme law of the land. It overrides state laws, it overrides state constitutions. Almost all American law on parents and kids is state law. So this treaty would become supreme over virtually all American law on parents and children.
The reality is that these international bodies would not just be providing guidance, their opinions would be used to overrule our federal statutes.
President Clinton, during his administration, approved this treaty. So all that is left for the Convention on the Rights of the Child Treaty to be part of the supreme law of the land is for 2/3 of the United States Senate to say we want it to be so.
When government is given essentially unlimited power, the system that was created to supposedly protect children can easily become the very perpetrator of harm. The question remains, how do we turn the tide?
If we're going to protect parents' rights once and for all, we've got to put it into the text of the Constitution itself.
This generation has to fight to preserve and protect parents' rights in the Constitution of the United States so that our grandchildren and great-grandchildren can have the protections they need to be successful.
The Parental Rights Amendment is an effort to put the traditional legal standards of parents get to make decisions for their kids into the actual text of the Constitution. There are 3 sections that do 3 simple things. The first section says parents have the fundamental right to make decisions for their kids. The second section says if the government's going to try to invade your rights, they've got to have clear evidence to do so. And the third section says international law, stay out. The Parents' Rights Amendment has as many applications as the government has tentacles. Whenever the government says, we're going to make the decision for you with the Parents' Rights Amendment, you're going to say, no, we'll make that decision as a family.
The Parental Rights Amendment is really the last bulwark against the implementation of socialism in America.
Prior to the 2010 election, there were about 150 co-sponsors of the Parents' Rights Amendment. More Republicans than Democrats, but still it was bipartisan. That's changing. We're seeing more support now.
I had an opportunity to actually sponsor the Parental Rights Amendment in the Florida Senate. And the reason I did that is because parental rights are an important issue that must be enshrined in our United States Constitution.
Parental rights is not a right-wing movement. It is not a left-wing movement. It is the correct movement.
There is a single organization who is dedicated to protect parental rights in America. They're called parentalrights.org. They're working to amend the U.S. Constitution to include rights for parents and to restrict the government from interfering with how you raise your children.
It's an organization that was founded specifically to do this one thing, which is to pass a parental rights amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
I am a mother, and I'm not a political activist. As a parent, I could lose my rights to raise my children. That has led me to become involved. A group of us have joined together, just moms and dads, to speak to our legislators and to get support from them and to get support from friends, family, and anybody else that we can.
If you won't get involved in protecting your families, what's it going to take?
Before society shifts, before it changes its opinion any further, because you can't pass a constitutional amendment unless the American public really is on board. They're on board today. I don't think it's going to last.
That's why it's so critical to get out in front of this issue, to pass a parental rights amendment right now while we do have a majority. It may be a silent majority, but it's a majority that we have to mobilize to get engaged.
I think that it's important for parents to understand that they might think, well, I'm just a mom or I'm just a dad and I'm busy but this is too important of an issue.
We have to ask ourselves the question, what are our parental rights worth to us? How much are we willing to sacrifice? How much are we willing to invest to make sure that today and for the future, those rights that we hold so dear, so that we can direct the upbringing and education and raising our kids how we see fit? How much is that worth to us?
Today, tens of thousands of parents across America are joining the fight to protect our parental rights. If you want to protect your rights and the rights of other law-abiding parents from being overruled, then join us by signing the petition in support of the Parental Rights Amendment, which you will find on our website. Once you've signed the petition, there are many other ways you can help. Tell others about the amendment, write your local paper, and contact your congressman. You can also make a difference by giving financially to parentalrights.org. as their work depends entirely on donations from people like you. Contact parentalrights.org to find out how you can help. Do it now. Protect your children by protecting your parental rights.
Imagine fighting every day just to love your own, while seeds of doubt in the child's mind are sown. Imagine their laugh, now a weapon in disguise. Your joy turned to ashes beneath the lights.
Every morning starts with a war in your chest. It's a battlefield where you can't find rest. You fought for the love, now you're fighting for respect. The tears fall like daggers, but you ain't dead yet.
Who do you blame when the battle feels blurred? When love's is the language that can't be heard? Do you hold the line or let them go? Do they even see the tears you show? Fighting every day just to love your child, while their whispers grow angry and wild. Someone you once trusted turn love into knives, putting hate in their heart where love once thrived. The mirror cracks, but it shows you clear. A fighter, a lover drowning in your tears. Trust was the knife, it cuts so deep. The scars of your stories you don't want to repeat. Oh no, just don't want to repeat.
The scars run deep.
For every bedtime story they told, spread the lie. When whispers sting like poison, it's a lullaby. The truth gets twisted, but you stand your ground. Love can't be silenced as it makes a loud sound. The echoes scream as the walls close in. You feel like you're losing ground, but refusing to give in. A million scars, but your heart still beats. The love for your child so fierce it defeats deceit. Fighting every day just to love your child, while their whispers grow angry and wild. Someone you once trusted turn love into knives, putting hate in their heart where love once thrived. The mirror cracks, but it shows you clear. A fighter, a lover drowning in your tears. Trust was the knife, it cuts so deep. The scars of your stories you don't want to repeat. Oh no, just don't want to repeat.
The scars run deep.
Watching them whisper venom into tiny ears, turn the child's laughter to doubt and joy to fear. A face you once trusted, now a mask of lies, as they teach your child to despise. But you hold on tight though your grip is thin. Love's a battle that you're fighting to win. They can't erase what's written in your soul, even if they break every piece you hold. Fighting every day just to love your child, while their whispers grow angry and wild. Someone you once It cuts so deep, the scars of your stories you don't want to repeat. Oh no, just don't want to repeat. The scars run deep. Imagine fighting every day just to love your child because of someone who whispers lies so loud. Trust was the knife, it cuts so deep, the scars of your stories you just don't want to repeat. Oh no, no, you just don't want to repeat. The scars run deep.
Family courts only grant shared parenting to 20% of divorced or split families.
That means 28 million children are being raised without one of their parents.
If my parents share parenting, I'll have fewer stress-related illnesses. If my parents share parenting,
I'll be less likely to engage in delinquent behavior.
if my parents share parenting, I'll be more likely to graduate high school and college.
I'll be less likely to abuse drugs, alcohol, and nicotine.
I will be less likely to suffer from depression. I'll be less likely to become pregnant as a teenager. I'll be less likely to become a teen father. I'll be more likely to have positive relationships with my grandparents. If my parents share parenting, they would be more likely to be in my child's life.
One of the first things you taught me is how to share.
Share parenting.
Studies have proven that shared parenting makes healthier, happier children.
Please join us in this first ever national awareness advertising campaign for reform that will benefit children. Please help promote the equal shared parenting message across the country by giving generously. Your donation will help purchase advertising like this, strategically placed across the country. Together, we will make sure that children have equal access to both of their fit, loving, willing, and able parents. Please visit afesp.com today and donate. Thank you.
A common strategy is called the silver bullet, which is where you make false allegations against the other parent in order to win the upper hand in custody. The reason that strategy even exists is because the system is designed to have a winner and a loser.
The courts have a financial incentive to take our children from us, to take us as parents, most often fathers, but also mothers. They reduce us down to visitors to justify child support order. And when they justify child support order, the state then receives federal funding through what's known as Title 4D of the Social Security Act.
I did a great job and raised them myself pretty much. Their mom did what she had to do to help out, but she didn't allow the system to come in and force me to raise my own kids.
Daughter died. No one told me. And her mother still collected child support.
Let's go, Sarah. Come on, sweetie. Yeah, I understand, sweetie.
You know, I know a lot of you are going through the very same things that I'm going through right now.
I spent 15 years in prison because I didn't have my biological father there to influence me.
Anything you want to say? You're being accused of shooting a cop, killing him.
Society not letting me see my son. I lashed out at somebody that didn't deserve it.
85% of youths in prison were raised by single moms.
I haven't seen my son since November.
Like I said, I got one I ain't seen in 15 years.
I haven't seen my kids since December 2013.
I've been on house arrest for 2 years now for wanting to be in my daughter's life and being a father.
This doesn't just happen to men, this also happens to women. Mothers are alienated as well.
I'm personally a victim of a corrupt family law system.
They're being told by their father that your mother don't want you. She abandoned you. Do you know what this is doing to my children?
As President of the United States, I will do everything I can to address this inequality that impacts those.
Casualties of war, warriors against the regime.
Here's another set of myths and truths about shared parenting. Myth: shared parenting arrangements are unstable and tend to turn into a sole custody arrangement except in name. Truth: While a very old 1980 study in California suggested that shared parenting arrangements tended to drift over time to sole maternal custody arrangements, recent research has demonstrated that the living arrangements of children with shared placement were at least as stable as those of children with sole mother placement. Myth. Even though shared parenting is better for children, there should be no legal presumptions about parenting time. Truth. Legal presumptions of equal shared parenting provide parents and children with assurances that their relationship will be protected. Young adults who are raised by divorced parents wish that they had more equal parenting time with both their parents.
Thoughts of suicide may feel impossible to overcome, but with help and support, you can find hope and meaning. Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org. It's free, it's confidential, it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even if it feels like it, you're not alone.
The page flipped a little too fast. September's gone, the choir didn't last. The stores are all playing that same old tune under a big bright holiday moon.
But in this house, the silence is loud. Just me and my shadow in a one-person crowd. Another December, another year the same. Wishing I could just say your name. 'Cause the holiday season hits like a hammer, knocking the breath right out of my grammar. The presents pile up, a colorful heap, promises of joy that I can't keep. An empty chair where your smile should be. Are there other parents out there who look like me, lost in the tinsel and the festive light,
just trying to make it through the lonely night.
The lights on the street, they twinkle and glow. I turn off my lamp, I just don't wanna know. Each unwrapped gift is a memory I pack of all of the moments that I can't get back.
Self-doubt's a cold wind that blows through the hall. Was it my fault we hit this wall? Did I mess up? Did I let you down? Feeling like the loneliest parent in this whole town.
'Cause the holiday season hits like a hammer, knocking the breath right out of my grammar. The presents pile up, a colorful heap, promises of joy that I can't keep. An empty chair where your smile should be. Are there other parents out there who look like me, lost in the tinsel and the festive light,
just trying to make it through the lonely night. I see happy families on the TV screen, living the life that should have been. They wrap up the toys, they share a warm hug, while I just pull a blanket tight and snug. I know I'm not the only one feeling this thing, the quiet pain that the holidays bring.
So here's to the other parents wherever you are.
We're shining a light, we're a distant star.
'Cause the holiday season hits like a hammer, knocking the breath right out of my grammar. The presents pile up, a colorful heap, promises of joy that I can't keep. An empty chair where your smile should be. Are there other parents out there who look like me, lost in the tinsel and the festive light,
just trying to make it through the lonely night.
just trying to make it through, hoping you're okay. Maybe next year, maybe someday. The presents stay wrapped, the room is still bare, but I know that I'm not alone in my prayer.
Not alone in my prayer. One day you get the gifts that sat unwrapped for days, but for now the hammer falls and the silence stays.
Well, happy holidays and Merry Christmas to everybody. This is Connie Reguli in Tennessee, And first of all, I want to shout out and give a big thank you to Brian Lee for taking on this challenge every year of doing a nonstop marathon over the Christmas holiday. And this, of course, was originally intended for those who are without their family or lost their children, to try to give just a message of we're thinking about you and a message of hope. But it really extends to everybody who's in this battlefield right now. You know, the one thing that's happened over the past 10 years is that we have done something amazing. We have made victors out of victims, and we have created an army of warriors who are willing to learn how to speak up and make changes. And it's, you know, those of us who've been in it for 10 years, 15 years, you know, I practiced law for 30 years, and I was in that battlefield every day, and I was fighting for families. I was trying to get due process, good things to happen, always thinking about the children's long-term results. And it was so hard. It was so hard. And they retaliated against me, and they retaliated big. You know, they came after me big. They created a fake crime. They put me in jail. They destroyed my reputation. They shut down my business. They stole my law license, all because I was standing up for the constitutional principles for families and children. Just think about that for a minute. I mean, they have done so many retaliatory acts and discipline against me, and it's never because I stole money. It's never because I lied to clients or didn't pursue their cases. It was always a technical issue that they could turn into a violation. And then ultimately, when they were having trouble getting that to stick, to silence me forever and make me go away, they came after me criminally, and not once, but twice. And it was the same players that did it. Okay, so I know what it's like to stand in your shoes and be a victim of the system. It's painful, it's grueling, it's depressing. It threw me into a whirlwind. Like everything that I had known for the past 30 years. I had a functioning business, I had other employees. You know, I had an administrator that took care of all my administrative needs, even paying like my household bills. I hadn't even paid my household bills for 15 years because I had somebody taking care of all of that for me while I continued to work diligently. And they shut all that down. And all of the hard-earned savings that I had built up, I ended up having to spend just for my day-to-day expenses. So I hear you. You know, they couldn't take my children, but I'm going to tell you, they tried. And I always fought back, and I dug my heels in, and I never blinked, okay? Never blinked. And so here we are, and we're moving into a new year. This past year, 2025, has flown by so fast. And yet we're still standing. We are still standing. And some of the great warriors who have been around and have been going out there and speaking, they're still here. Many of the great ones, those are who consistent and tell the truth and are truthful to the people that are looking up to us. And then there are still some out there who, you know, bless their hearts, they think they're on the right track and they're not. And I am hoping and praying that some of them will take a look at where they are and what they're doing and join into what they see of those who have made some real changes and made some real substantial leaps in the area of reforming the child welfare system, reforming the family court system. We can do it. And each one has its own, each part of that has its own challenge. My focus, I had to pick a lane to fight in, and so I picked the lane of Child Protective Services. Not to say that I don't have an interest and a heart for all of the other problems that are going on in the family court system in Title 4D. I know all about the manipulation of Title 4D. Trust me, I think Title 4D should be abolished. I think Title 4E should be abolished. I think we have to start from scratch. I want you to know that I was a lawyer before we started doing compelling Title 4D. on all cases. The cases that were not welfare cases in the family court system never looked at Title 4D until about, I don't know, I want to say, maybe I'll have to look and see when the law changed, but maybe 2011 or 12, maybe. But I started practicing law in 1994, and we never considered Title 4D. We looked at what the needs of the child was. And of course, back then, I do have to confess that most of the judges were defaulting to the every other weekend program for kids, and it was not healthy for kids, I'll admit that. But also they didn't put a price tag on the child's head strictly related to some chart created by the government. And so when they started pushing that on every single case, and they started requiring the states put that on every single case, a dynamic change occurred. So I understand that. I also know about Title 4E. Title 4E also puts a price tag on every child's head. And this time it puts a price tag on the child's head to remove the child by the government and put them in the homes of strangers. So we have this behemoth, this horrible thing, this demonic plan to monetize our children. And we know it now. And so as we look out on the horizon of what is happening, I want you to be empowered and educated and encouraged. And if you're not comfortable doing it on your own, we now have some substantial leaders in this area. Watch them, watch what they do. As I was training attorneys in my law practice, I would tell them, if I had it to do over again, I would look for somebody who's 10 or 20 or 30 years older than me and see what they had done correctly and then follow in their footsteps. And that's why those of us who are leaders, we try to keep the path straight and narrow, okay? You know, it's a challenge. And when they turn around like with me and they make me a fake felon, a fake criminal, I had a huge challenge ahead. And I had to lay low, and I had to keep some quiet until I had resolved that, because every time I would post something, all the haters would come on and say, oh yeah, aren't you a felon? Aren't you a felon, Connie? So all of that I had to overcome. All right, give me just a second. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry, there was some dripping water in the background and I was afraid it was gonna come through in the video and make you crazy. So in what I was talking about was that we remain victors, and you know, the family is God's plan. Generations, the whole Old Testament is about the genealogy of Jesus, and there are a lot of messy things in the Old Testament. You know, families are messy, and a lot of people look at the Old Testament as just the prophecy of Jesus and God's creation, but you know, also look at it from the family perspective. And there was a lot of family issues that happened, right? So we know families are not perfect. We know that children are better in imperfect families than they are being homed with strangers. So we want children to know where they came from. We want children to understand their genealogy, their association, their relationships. Now, if you don't know this already, I'm an adoptive parent. I adopted 3 children from Russia, and they were living in orphanages. And I also then adopted, you may not know this, but it's on YouTube, I adopted one of my clients. Yes, so that's for sure. I adopted a 40-year-old man whom I had represented and saved his family and pulled his family back together after his own biological family tried to destroy it. So I'm an adoptive parent, and I believe in adoption, and I believe adoption is a gift as well. But I believe, first of all, we need to look at how to maintain the family and how to do the right thing for the family. So that is what we continue to work on, and we're going to continue to move forward about family integrity. And what do we do to make families stronger? When we deal with families, when I deal with families in the Family Forward Project, people contact me, call me all the time. I always want to leave that family in a little bit better place than where I found them, right? That's what our goal is. As we reach out and try to help people, we want to leave them in a little better place than where we found them. Okay, so where does that leave us, and where do we go from here? So as you look forward into the new year of 2026, it's going to be a critically important year. We now have momentum. We now have numbers. Look, I've been lobbying for change since 2008. 2008, I started going down, talking to the General Assembly. You know what the very first thing I asked for was video and audio recordings in every courtroom. I asked for a litigant's Bill of Rights to be posted on every courtroom so that people walking into the courtroom would know that they had due process, that they had a right to an impartial judge, that they had the ability to file complaints, and none of that passed. But now we have momentum. I talked to news reporters way back in 2009, 2010, and they're like, you've got to have a critical mass. I'm so sorry, I'm having... anyway, you've got to have critical mass. This is informal, right, y'all? We're informal here. So what does critical mass look like? It is our numbers. It's numbers, okay? So we have the numbers. We have, I know the Family Forward Project has 25,000 members. We have, I'm trying to reach out on other social media platforms like YouTube. I don't know, I have maybe 2,500 followers there. On TikTok, maybe 3,000 or 4,000. And those of you who have the ability and are comfortable speaking out on social media, please do. Even if it's just a short story, even it's just, you know, I'm so sorry, you know, I miss my children and I think that I was denied due process. And if you feel like that happened to you too, there are ways to reach out and ways to connect with people so that we can make these changes. So we, Family Forward Project, and our associates have gone to Washington, D.C. 3 or 4 times a year for the past, about 8 years. And we're going to continue. And this year will probably be even more. I'll probably be going to D.C. about 6 times. You know, when they stole my business away from me and stole my law license away from me, they stole a lot of my money, but they gave me a lot of time. And so we're going to use that time, and I'm going to use that time to continue to push forward. So many family law changes are happening. We want the Congress to turn their head back inside the country instead of looking all over the world. And instead of investing so much money in foreign nations, which we know is all corrupt anyway, we want to start looking inward. What can we do to bring families, vulnerable families, out of a place? What can we do to help divorcing parents do a better job with making sure their children have both parents in their lives? As you go into 2026, I don't know where you are on the religious spectrum. I don't know if you're Christian or Jewish or whatever you are, or nothing, okay, agnostic, whatever. But I will tell you that there is so much guidance in how we move forward in biblical messages. And at the times in my life, and trust me, I've had some horrible times in my life where I have been depressed, I have been overwhelmed, I just exhausted to the point that I can't get out of bed. Look, I know what that feels like. And I selected a certain portion of the Bible to turn into my daily prayer and daily request. And I'm going to share that with you now. And I'm also going to challenge you. This one book in the Bible called Colossians, okay? And Colossians was written by Paul while he was in prison. And remember that Paul was a bad guy and he turned into a good guy. And there is a reason that whole story about Paul's conversion is in the Bible, okay? It talks about how he had an enlightening period on his road to Damascus, right? So he turned into this valiant warrior for the truth. And he ended up being persecuted as well. And he ended up in prison. But as he had been out opening churches and spreading the word of the gospel and Jesus, people supported him, you know, a few people at a time. He had enemies and he had supporters, and they would come to the prison and they would pray with him and they would talk to him, and then he would send them out to talk to the other places. So in Colossians is Paul's letter to Colossae. And the people had just been introduced to the church, and he was so excited for them, and he wanted them to stay strong. So in this time where things were so confusing, the book of Colossians is a roadmap. It is a roadmap on how to live. And the very first part of the book of Colossians, he talks about just praying for the fact that he has just learned that they have accepted Christ, right? That they have accepted them. But here's the part of Colossians that has always been so important to me, and bear with me here. So Colossians 1, 9 through 14. Colossians 1, 9 through 14. And I'm going to read it to you first, and then I'm going to tell you how important it was and how I applied it to my life, all right? It says, "And so, from the day we heard, we have not ceased to pray for you, asking that you may be filled with the knowledge of his will in all spiritual wisdom and understanding, so as to walk in a manner worthy of the Lord, fully pleasing to him, bearing fruit in every good work and increasing in the knowledge of God. May you be strengthened with all power according to his glorious might, for all endurance and patience with joy, giving thanks to the Father who has qualified you to share in the inheritance of the saints in light. He has delivered us from the domain of darkness and transferred us to the kingdom of his beloved Son, in whom we have redemption, the forgiveness of sins." So in this passage, what it said to me is that I should pray for wisdom, that I should pray for wisdom for myself and for others, so that I would have knowledge of his will and spiritual wisdom and understanding. Okay, so we want spiritual wisdom and understanding. We want to know what God's thinking. We want to know what Jesus is thinking, right? We want knowledge of that. It says so, and why do we do it? Why do we do that? So as to walk in a manner worthy of the Lord, fully pleasing to him, bearing fruit in every good work, and increasing in the knowledge of God. So that should be our daily to-do list, okay? Your daily to-do list should be that you walk in a manner worthy of the Lord, fully pleasing to him, bearing fruit in every good work, and increase in the knowledge of God. That's like your daily to-do list. May you be strengthened. And so if you do those things, if that's on your to-do list, it then goes on to say, may you be strengthened with all power according to his glorious might, for all endurance and patience with joy, giving thanks to the Father. All right, so it's saying that if you do that, you're going to get God's strength. You're going to get Jesus' strength, not just your own strength. You're going to have the strength of his glorious might, okay? His glorious might. And with endurance, it means you'll be able to go on and on and on. And with patience and with joy. Okay, patience, joy, endurance. What else can you ask for, right? In this battle that we need to do, patience, endurance, and joy. That's what we want, right? Daily. And give thanks to the Father, and be thankful for that. Be thankful that you have those things, and be thankful that that's what your to-do list is. So the Father who has qualified you, so you are already qualified to share in the inheritance of the saints in light. And he's already delivered you from the domain of darkness and transferred us to the kingdom of his beloved Son. Okay, so we already have it. We've already been blessed. So put on your to-do list, right? What's going to be on his to-do list? All right, so here we go. Let me back up here. This is like the smallest type in the world, so you have to be patient while I try to focus in on it. Okay, so here is why. First of all, we want to pray for the spiritual wisdom and understanding, because we want to walk in a manner worthy of the Lord, pleasing him, bearing fruit in good work, and increasing the knowledge of God. That's your daily to-do list, okay? And if you do that, you will have endurance, patience, and joy. All right, so this is the holiday. This is, I hope you just enjoy the fact that we live in a Christian nation. We are blessed in this Christian nation to be here. We are the last standing hope for the world, and that you will join the battle in 2026, that you'll be stronger, you'll show up, you will join the battlefield. Okay, we have much to do, much to do. All right, thank you for hanging in there with me for this 20 minutes with a couple of breaks here, interrupted by background noise. But I am here to tell you that you are blessed, and the leaders that are bearing the shield and moving forward want you to join us. We want you to join us, and we want those who are fearless but perhaps a bit misguided. We want you to join us as well. We want to be the ones who help you get redirected and are taking all that enthusiasm and all that passion and putting it on the right path. Okay, so with you always, also pray for me. I have a lot going on and a lot to do for 2026 as well myself. I can't even tell you how many changes have occurred. Well, I told you about the criminal that got reversed. We have federal lawsuits. I had to shut down my business. I had to move my home. I had to move my family. I have to make some very important decisions about retirement and businesses and stuff over the next several months. And I'm finally just now getting my brain back on track after all the misery that they put me through. So reach out to others, be a strength to others, and then if you need prayers, if you need strength, be sure to reach out to those who can help you. We have much to do, and your children deserve you being healthy and strong and patient and enduring and joyful. All right, a Merry Christmas to you all.
Why should kids suffer so lawyers can make a few bucks? Shared parenting works for kids, not lawyers.
They call it visitation, like you're a guest in your own child's life. For many unmarried fathers, the battle for 50-50 shared parenting isn't just about time. It's about fighting a system and a spiteful past that tries to erase the most important title you'll ever hold. The unmarried father is more than a movement. We are a brotherhood of men who refuse to be sidelined. We believe every child deserves the active, meaningful presence of their father, regardless of whether they were born in or out of wedlock. Your story matters. Your role is essential. It's time to stop fighting for permission and start standing for equality. Join us at TUF and help us change the narrative for the next generation. Because a father's love is not a luxury, it's a right.
I just wasn't going to allow my kids to grow up without their father.
And having absolutely no relationship with him, it hurts. It really does.
I'm a business owner. I'm an elected official. But the courts didn't think I was good enough to raise my kids.
There could be no system that would be designed to hurt the family more than the family court system in its present form.
They're not protecting the kids because they are cutting one parent out of the life of a child just because two adults can't get along.
What do people do when their children are taken away? And she said they pay their child support and shut up and walked away. And I thought that was the most accurate encapsulation of my experience in family court.
I've been through 43 false allegations, not one conviction, not one arrest.
Lawyers, judges have financial gain. Social workers and people that are in the community, our jobs really is to clean up after the mess that happens from courtrooms.
Did you know that nearly 50% of all marriages end in divorce? That's nearly one divorce every 36 seconds in the United States. That breaks down to nearly 1 million children a year who are affected by divorce. 75% of children of divorced parents live with their mother. Teenage children are 3 times more likely to need psychological help within any given year, 50% more likely to develop health problems. 85% of incarcerated individuals were raised in a single-parent home, twice as likely to attempt suicide. About 70% of all high school dropouts come from a single-parent home. 75% of teenage substance abuse comes from single-parent homes. But did you know that children of divorce who are involved with both parents equally have far better academic results and are less likely to drop out of school than those living in a single-parent home? They're better off on measures of mental and emotional well-being, they suffer less depression, and exhibit less anger, and are less likely to participate in underage drinking, premarital sex, or drug use. So support 50-50 shared parenting. Our youth are counting on your support. This message is brought to you by the Illinois Fathers for Equality.
Oh, those boys are much too much. Those boys are much too much. We got the spirit. We're hot. We can't be stopped. We got the spirit. We're hot. We can't be stopped. We're going to beat them and bust them. Beat them.
The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life.
Let's get a little bit rowdy. R-O-W-D-Y.
Take time to be a dad
One more
today.
time. Oh, those boys are much too much. Those boys.
Suicide is not inevitable for anyone. There's no shame in seeking help. And there are resources available if you or a loved one is contemplating suicide. Here are 5 key steps that you can take to help someone who's struggling.
Ask, are you thinking about committing suicide? Listen to their reasons for emotional pain, and then help them refocus on their reasons for living.
Keep them safe. Put time and distance between the person and potential suicide methods.
Be there for them. In person, over the phone, or however else you can.
Connect them to helpful resources, like the National Suicide Prevention Hotline.
And follow up. Text, call, or see them in person to help reinforce their connectedness to the world.
Please click the link below for further information on suicide prevention resources.
Papers get stale, but the tears don't hide. In the halls of justice, where shadows reside, a child cries out, but the echoes denied. The courts shuffle the pieces, they call it law, tearing at the seams, exposing the flaw. Silent screams stitched into the night. Who's supposed to protect the child when the system's not right? A courtroom gavel falls like a guillotine, splitting homes like a violent dream. Lies told for the sake of gain, but who's left to bear the pain? They call it justice, but it's abuse. A cycle of power with no excuse. Parental bonds turned into ash. Kids in the system become their cash. Who guards the cradle when the wolves are inside? When the judge holds the gavel but buries the guide. The ink on the paper's used as a weapon, it stings, splitting the child's bloodlines like broken strings. They take the truth, twist it into a lie, stamp it official, watch innocence die. Whose hands hold justice? I stay blind when the system is broken. Who's supposed to protect the child? The courtroom gavel falls like a guillotine, splitting homes like a violent dream. Lies told for the sake of gain, but who's left to bear the pain? They call it justice, but it's abuse. A cycle of power with no excuse. Parental bonds turned into ash. Kids in the system become their cash. The courtroom's a cage, the jury's a ghost. Promises vanish like whispers and smoke. They say it's for safety, but safety is pain. A battlefield laced with invisible chains. Parents erased, love lost in the haze. Rights turned to ash in the system's maze. No answers, no honor, just silence. stories untold. Who's supposed to protect the child? The truth stays to shine.
I just wasn't going to allow my kids to grow up without their father. You generally hear more about black fathers abandoning and kids having baby daddies, but there are a lot of people that are just like me that want to be with their kids, that a lot of times they're denied. And then when I found out that she made up things and used her brother to say that I was a terrible father, and seeing that people would lie in order to get an advantage, it just infuriated me.
I've been through 43 false allegations as of today in 11 years, over an 11-year period. Not one conviction, not one arrest. When somebody takes your children from you that way, the only way that I can describe it is it's like you're grieving the loss of a living child.
My grandchildren and I were so close. My youngest grandchild took his first steps walking to me. Whenever he'd be in somebody's arms and he'd see me, he'd be like, you see his eyes get big and he'd start to squirm and he'd just get out of the arms and come running to me. I have not seen my grandchildren now for 6 years, and it is a shame what has taken place.
I remember being so optimistic about the future. I envisioned my marriage as two people working really hard to get to heaven together, and to get their children there too. And I had a sense of mission and purpose. That's the terrible aspects. It was so wonderful, and it's been transformed into a weapon against you.
During the separation, during the divorce, during the alleged abuse, has led to absolutely no relationship with my oldest son anymore. When you know you gave birth to them, you took care of them, you were there by their side when they, went to football, when they did all of their activities, and having absolutely no relationship with him it hurts. It really does.
I remember so many nights I would come home at like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night, and I would literally just sit on the couch with my little Aaron's uniform on and just cry, just like, where's my son? I don't know if I'll ever see him again. I don't know where he is. Will he ever know that he has a dad that loves him? And I would just sit there staring on the couch, staring at the pictures or staring at the ceiling. And I can remember so many days the sun would start coming through the blinds there, and I'd realize, you know what? I've been here all night. I gotta change my shirt and go back to work.
My ex-wife and I, we were both good parents. I'm a business owner, I'm an elected official, but the courts didn't think I was good enough to raise my kids.
When I walked into the courtroom, I wasn't a kid. I was 46 years old, practicing law for 19 years, custody law too. But I always believed in the system. And what opened my eyes was stepping into that court and realizing how big of a disadvantage I was at just because of my sex. And there was nothing I could do. I spent thousands of dollars on a lawyer. Halfway through the case, I ran out of money and I wouldn't ask my family for any more. And I gave up. Have you ever loved anything more than your own child? My son is my absolute world. So when I go into a courtroom, my case, and I realized that the court doesn't see it that way. When I first started practicing law, the only area of law that I wouldn't touch was domestic issues. Why? Because it's people at their worst. The highest stress levels in their life because everything's about to change. The biggest issue in every case that I seem to have is the custody issue. Where the children are going to reside and who's going to be in control. And then you have the other, it's really not just the other party, it's really the court system. It's our laws, and they're saying, no, that's not how it's going to be. You do not have the decision making over your own child.
It's definitely true that the courts and the legal system magnifies the problem, magnifies the anger. You go to court, And over again, when I've been an expert witness in court, I hear the mother saying terrible things about the father saying terrible things about the mother. You can't help but come away angrier at that. And so I began to see that this was not working. The way it wasn't working was being magnified. They became adversaries, which is exactly the opposite of what they needed to become, the mother and the father, and most importantly, what the children need. So there could be no system that would be designed to hurt the family more than the family court system in its present form.
I believe the system does incentivize conflict. Lawyers, judges have financial gain in this picture. Social workers and people that are in the community, our jobs really is to clean up after the mess that happens from courtrooms. That's the hard thing. Right now, we don't have enough counselors to keep doing what we're doing.
Most people don't think about family courts as being unjust and being destructive, that there's a difference as far as in criminal courts versus family courts. Number one, you get due process, right? You don't have due process in a family court. It just doesn't exist. You have constitutional protections. You don't have constitutional protections in a family court. And you know, you can always appeal something. I guess maybe you can appeal it with a family court, but the reality is that when you appeal something, they're going to say, well, we can't overrule the judge's discretion. It's a shame because I want to believe in the court system. I'm a person who wants to believe in the rule of law. I'm a person who wants to believe that justice is going to be done. But I can't do it because I've seen it with my own eyes repeatedly.
A common strategy is called the silver bullet, which is where you make false allegations against the other parent in order to win the upper hand in custody. The reason that strategy even exists is because the system is designed to have a winner and a loser.
Most children who come from loving families with adults who care about them, they can work out what is best for their children. And I want to assure you that in my experience as a domestic violence prosecutor, it is exceedingly rare for there to be false reports of domestic violence, almost to the point where it just doesn't happen.
The court looks at you like you're always guilty until you prove yourself innocent. You're gonna be put under a microscope and they're gonna figure out every little thing, and you're gonna end up paying $30,000 to $40,000 just because of a false allegation. And the court is actually letting it happen because as soon as that allegation is made, you never get to see your kid again until you get back into court.
You have to prove you're a good parent. So you spend 5, 6, 7 years proving you're a good parent, and your kids are in high school. By the time you just proved that you're finally a good guy or a good gal.
The courts feel like, well, I can't take the chance. I can't take the chance. So the other party has to prove himself that this didn't happen. So what we find is there's a shift in the law. Is not that you have to prove it. I don't have to prove it anymore. Once I say it in the court the way it is now, it's the other party has to prove that it didn't happen. Where does that happen in the law? But they use it against the other party. And then, you know, like I said, my clients are sitting in a position where they're paying me thousands of dollars to prove it didn't happen? Doesn't make sense.
Prior to being separated from my kids, I was a very active and engaged mom and the primary caretaker. From 2019 to present day, there have been a series of events that involve unsubstantiated lies and lack of due process that I reference in my written testimony, and I encourage you to read, that ultimately has led to a complete loss of rights and relationship with my boys. It all began with a protection order based on false allegations restricting from not only me not seeing the children, but extended family, grandparents, aunts and uncles, great-grandparents.
In fact, what happens is in every state, there's some statute somewhere that says the family court should act in the best interests of the child. The problem is that the best interest of the child is not objective.
Every statute gives a list of factors for the court to consider when they're considering the best interest of the child, but there is no guidance for courts on how to weigh those factors. This is why two judges looking at the exact same factors in the exact same case can come to completely different conclusions. It's because it's not a defined standard. There is no statutory guidance on how to weigh those factors. And there's no guidance for courts on what is generally best for children.
There's debate about what is in the best interest of the child. So the question really should not be what is in the best interest of the child. The question should be who decides what is in the best interest of the child. When you have fit parents, judges should never decide what is in the best interest of the child.
The courts have to choose a custodial parent and a non-custodial parent in most states. And because of that, it doesn't matter if you're a good parent. If you have two good parents, the court cannot assign joint custody just because you're both good parents. Because courts have to apply this arbitrary best interest of the child, they instead have to choose which parent is better. And when you have two good parents, how do you choose which parent is better? And is it truly best for that child to have two good parents, but only one gets labeled as a custodial parent?
What I think the legal system fails to realize is that the way in which we handle marital separation actually victimizes the children more. If you look at the research, it shows that what's best for children, regardless of the parent's income, regardless of the parent's educational level, and importantly, regardless of the conflict between the parents, it's best for the children to have substantial parenting time with each of the parents.
This isn't about fathers versus mothers. This is common sense legislation to help our children. Ohioans want this. When polled, 87% of Ohioans said that children have the right to spend equal time or nearly equal time with both of their parents following a divorce or separation. And 61% said they feel our family courts do not treat parents fairly in custody disputes.
When we look at the system and we look at the outputs of the system and the outcomes for children, they're terrible. The system actually induces serious emotional impairments with children. They're effectively taking children out of the environment they've been raised in since they were babies, when the parents were making these choices, in their family's lifestyle choices, in their religious choices, in their social ideas, right? But parental rights are simply not a really recognized legal doctrine, and you have almost no recourse in that regard. So the fundamental problem is the law, the judges, and the agencies don't recognize that parents have authority over their own children.
They're not protecting the kids because they are cutting one parent out of the life of a child just because two adults can't get along. And the courts are stepping in and they're saying, oh no, the presumption is, and really, I'm sorry, the presumption is custody to one party. That really is the presumption, and you can see that because what do their standard orders say?
In the majority of the cases, the non-custodial parent basically gets every other weekend. Sometimes they'll get a Wednesday dinner, sometimes they'll get a Wednesday, overnight, but majority of times it's basically an every other weekend in those situations.
I think when you're looking at the standard parenting time every other weekend, you don't get to take your kids to school. You don't get to be involved in school events because you don't know about them maybe. Evening events, sporting events, getting them ready for practice. There are so many things that happen during the week. And the only way that kids can benefit from having both parents is to have both parents there.
They make these decisions, right? They have never witnessed the parent-child together. They tell you they don't even want the child to come in. They don't want to see that. Why? I don't know. That's what I would want to see. First thing I'd want to see. I mean, you're severing, a court stepping in and severing a parent-child relationship. I don't care if they think they are or not. 8 days a month, that's not adequate.
You're better off trying to work things out on your own. Yes, high conflict divorce is something that you don't want to be involved in, and sometimes you have someone that's not willing to listen and not interested in settling, and they want to prolong things, and they might have more money than you. And it's unfortunate if you get into that situation, but you're better off staying out of court because their interests are not necessarily in line with yours.
Judges and lawyers need to know that they are not a functional part of helping mothers and fathers. What is the court system that exists now is not helping what you both want to help, which is the next generation of children be as functional as possible.
This bill says we're going to presume, the legislature is going to tell families that everything has to be 50-50, and that's just unnatural. I mean,
the problem is that if we're starting with a law that says these parties are presumed equal time, equal rights, we are setting them up for failure.
So you sometimes hear that it's not quantity of time that matters, it's quality of time that matters. Really good quality with one of the parents, one afternoon a month, doesn't constitute parenting. You're not really doing ordinary parenting if you're just with your kids on a weekend.
I guarantee the majority of people that you talk to say, yeah, shared parenting is a good thing. That's the way it should be. Most people think that's the way it goes, that if you're a good dad or a good mom, it'll be 50-50 when you walk into court because the court's going to be fair. The courts don't have to be fair. I mean, our laws don't set it up that way right now.
Black and brown individuals obviously too have been affected. You know, once upon a time, you didn't see African-American families split up. Now it's like every other day, right? That whole sense of family is eroding. We have taken a point where we've allowed the system to parent our children. That's why schools right now, they say, oh, let the schools do it. No, wait a minute. No, the schools are there to educate. The schools are having so much trouble right now with our children because we have taken shackles to our parents.
40% of births are to unmarried women today, and that's 72% in the Black community. Society and family courts often make damaging assumptions about a father's lack of involvement when they are unmarried or live separate from the mother's home. When played out in court, these biases greatly contribute to the disparities that Black children face growing up in single custodial homes with seemingly absent fathers. Many fathers, especially Black fathers, desire active parental roles in their children's life, but may not have the financial means to pursue court and often believe involving the courts is a losing battle that they can't win.
So there are some myths that are holding back the shared parenting movement. And one myth is that shared parenting only works when the parents are in agreement, when they're in harmony. And we have this sort of idealized view of, every Friday they get together for coffee and they talk about the kids and how the kids are doing and that they're divorced but they're still friends and so forth. And that's actually a pretty rare situation for divorced parents. What happens most of the time in shared parenting is what researchers call parallel parenting. And that means that the parents are largely operating independently. They share information, they cooperate when it's important for the kids' well-being, but they don't share every bit of information. And the bedtime in mom's house may be 8:30 and in dad's it's 8, and it doesn't matter. Kids adjust to that very quickly. So it's not essential that the parents cooperate on all their decisions and that everything's a joint decision. That's actually a recipe for more conflict between the parents. The other myth that holds back shared parenting is the myth that it is inappropriate for infants and toddlers. That, it may work for school-age children, but infants and toddlers need to have their one primary parent. And in fact, that's not true. And we have the research to show that. There was a paper that was signed on to by 111 researchers and practitioners that said that the research shows that shared parenting is fine for infants and toddlers. What it means to have this kind of consensus among these researchers is that they're frustrated with the fact that the court system is not responding to the research that exists. They were sending a message, this is what the research shows. So quit operating on these old myths that are not backed by research.
One of the problems is the deep history that we have in the last century or so of seeing the mother as being the natural parent. We used to have a tender years doctrine that still exists even in people's minds and judges' minds, even when it doesn't exist in the law, that just basically has a bias. I may have held some of those biases before I started my research from 25 years ago, but the more I dug into it, the more I realized that the children need both parents, and they feel abandoned by a parent that sees them less. They feel hurt, they wonder what's wrong with them. And they don't get, and especially boys, don't get the role model of what it's like to be a good, constructive, loving dad.
When I walk into court, I'm more anxious when I'm representing a father. I know my job is going to be 10 times harder. I'm going to have more stress. I'm going to have resistance from the trier of fact. The court, even the court staff treat you differently. Even the lawyer they do this to. They're against a dad who wants their kid. There's some reason they throw out there, oh, he just doesn't want to pay child support. Well, I'm going to tell you one thing. I've been practicing for 21 years. Very seldom do I have a dad come in this door that flat out says, I just want my child support reduced. That is not what they're after. Do they think they get reamed in child support? Sometimes, yeah, they do. That's what the system is setting up. But that's not really what dads are after. Dads today want their kids. They just want to be a dad.
It seems like most of y'all have enough basis to know that a protective order carries criminal consequences. Accordingly, that makes it a pretty heavy tool in negotiating a divorce. So I would encourage you very strongly, if you have one of those cases, to do the protective order as part of your case. It gives you more leverage in negotiating a settlement. It often will help your case to do it. You'll get evidence that will be just as applicable in the divorce. It'll leverage onto your divorce, and you can file it into the divorce. The other thing that I find, if you file it into yours, a lot of times you can get better results. A lot of times you can leverage it for a better settlement. And I understand what you're saying about if they're poor, we don't want to charge them more billable hours. But I would think about if it will help your case in the long run.
So conflict is bad for kids, and parents who are getting divorced are often in conflict. It turns out that conflict actually goes down when parents live apart, if they're both involved in the children's lives. So there's research in Sweden that shows that children of divorced parents actually see less
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we just had a internet connection delay. I am trying to get the sound back up and working. Give me 1 second. You guys should be. Can you hear me right now, Dave? As I'm talking. Okay. So voice is working. I'm going to try something real quick to get this back up and going. Let's see here.
Is primary parent in that case. It's a myth that children need a primary
Can you
parent.
hear it now?
And so this talk that you hear sometimes about who is the primary parent, we should be suspicious when we hear that kind of talk, and we should be suspicious when there is an
Okay,
arrangement
good.
where one parent claims to be the primary parent, because that's not what's best for children.
One of the interesting things about me is that I was the stay-at-home parent. She's a pediatrician. She had a medical practice, and she was working 80, 90 hours a week in this private practice, and she's on call all during the weekends. I took them to school. I got their lunches put together. I did all the cooking and all this, and I ran a business out of the home. And I was the stay-at-home parent. And despite all of that, the court still wouldn't let me have even the standard possession schedule with my son. I had less than standard possession. And I remember, exiting the courtroom after the verdict when I couldn't see my sons anymore. And sitting there. And one of my own expert witnesses, who was a counselor, was there. And I said, what do people do when their children are taken away? And she said, they pay their child support and shut up, and walked away. And I thought that was the most accurate encapsulation of my experience in family court.
I had been involved with kids all my life. I served on the board of directors of a foundation here in St. Louis called Angel's Arms for trying to keep multiple siblings together in the foster care system. We raised private money to keep the kids together, and then I worked on the Litzinger Foundation for kids with special needs in St. Louis. And then I've taught at my church kids, and so I've always been involved with kids, and everybody's always said, man, you're gonna make a great dad, Mark. And I wanted it. I mean, I wanted to be a dad.
We actually had a really good life before. I did marketing for my ex-wife's company, and I was able to see my kids daily, from the time I wake up till the time they go to sleep, change diapers, feed them. I actually got to see the kids more than my ex-wife, simply because she was the CEO of the company. I was doing marketing. We were in Switzerland, and our daughter was about to turn 1. Right before then, she was kind of learning to walk and stuff, and stood her up in the hall, ran back, stood beside her. She started walking and she fell. Well, my ex-wife ran up to her and grabbed her, and she was like, no, Daddy. She turned around, looked at me. That was it. The next week, my plane tickets were canceled, a nanny 7 days later, and I was starting to be erased.
When the opposing counsel and my ex dropped the allegations of abuse, we then entered into an agreement of the reunification process identified by the court. There was no accountability to get him to the psychologist, even though we had a reunification counselor, even though we had a psychologist on board, even though we had a guardian all advising us. There was no accountability for getting him the treatment that he needed to reunify us. It's trauma. It's like death. Like you have lost your son over and over and over. It's just, and it's that grief that you go through. So I understand from a psychological point of view, he's surviving the environment that he is in. And I have to understand that. And to be a good parent, I have to parent him where he's at. The hardest part of not having a relationship with both of the boys as we were going through this was seeing my family absolutely crumble.
I still hold on to my memories. I still hold on to my pictures. I've said, children not only need both parents, they need their grandparents. I don't believe that grandparents replace parents, but grandparents provide something that parents can't. And it is a shame to my grandchildren that they have a really great grandfather that they can't see. It's evil. And so that's why I fight some of these things, so that it never happens to them.
Going through family court, my children lost their college funds, and it's going to affect their children because of the trauma that they've had to be put through 11 years of family court. It's going to affect their relationships. It's going to affect the way that they treat people, the way that they look at life. Before family court, they had the most amazing outlook on life. We traveled, we laughed, we got along. They knew nothing negative about the world. When they were thrown into family court, it spun all of our worlds into something unimaginable.
I just want to be a dad. I want to be in my son's lives. I want to influence their values. And I want to take those values of my ancestors that my fathers handed to me, and I want them to take that into the world and to make the world the place that their ancestors couldn't. I want them to stand on the shoulders of their fathers the way I've stood on the shoulders of mine. And that's what I want for my sons and for me.
Here we go. Oh no. We learn to be men from our fathers. So he gets 8 days a month to learn from me. That doesn't seem fair. Not for me. I'll be okay. My dad was there, and I want to be there for mine.
So I started a journal, and because I'd heard these horror stories by then about kids that grow up not knowing their parents and wondering if their parents ever loved them. And I started thinking, what if something happens to me and he never finds me? Then there was a period of time where I had a pretty serious health challenge. And, sorry, but we didn't know how things were going to go for me. And at that time, I was really glad I'd written the journal, because I thought, just in case I don't make it, at least he's going to have something written someday that he's going to be able to read. And so it sounds weird, but you think, how many people die in a car accident and never got to say goodbye? I thought, at least I get to say goodbye.
You would not believe how many times I went through that case, still going through it, and I wanted to give up. And how many times it's not just me, I have clients come in here that give up all the time, whether it's for financial reasons, but most of the time it's just they're overwhelmed and they feel like it's a hopeless, useless battle. I used to have clients come in before my case, and I would sit right here at this table and I would try to reassure them that, no, we will go in there and you have equal rights in here. They come in now that I've been through the system myself, I don't feed them that bullshit anymore. I lay it out that the system is biased against you, and all we're going to have to do is fight if we ever want anything out of this case. It's the law, and the way the law is being enforced by the courts.
This was nothing I wanted to be involved with. I wanted to just have a family. I wanted to have grandchildren. And when I found out that our courts were destructive and took some of those things away from me, when I was not the one I didn't do anything wrong, I ended up being drafted into a war.
To this day, I don't feel the same about, what we do in this regard. I have lawyers, friends of mine, that we argue about cases, and, we used to be, and I hate to even say it, but the thing is, we would say to each other, shared parenting was like a negotiating tool, right? So in other words, if I was representing a mother and there was a dad on the other side, I would say, well, it's just a title, Mom. Just give him the shared parenting. That's what he's fighting for. We can settle this case. But then if I was in Dad's, representing Dad, I would say the same thing. But in the opposite way, to get the case settled, I'd say, well, it's just the title, custody, whatever. You still see your son, your daughter. And here's what I'm getting at. For the first time when I walked in that courtroom is when I realized it's way more than a title. It's like a right. It's something that we just, it's a right that we have as a parent. There's always going to be conflict in these cases. It's people at their worst. And unfortunately, it's the worst times of our lives, right? Divorce, not even just divorce, say you had a baby with somebody and you never got married. It's devastating. You're losing the partner, right? Girlfriend, partner, whatever it is. And then right away you're thinking, oh my God, my kid. What about my kids?
That child is in the wing. And we don't know all the trauma that is impacted in that relationship. That's the time when I think government needs to come in and assist, right? Let's just support each member, whether you're the woman or whether you're the man. Let's support them and build them up versus allowing themselves to tear each other down. And then let's embrace that family unit and let's move them forward. That's what we are supposed to be about, is working with that family and making certain that they can stay the course versus falling apart.
When we think something's against us, we tend to be angry and we raise more conflict. Why? Because we want the system to be fair. I think when we feel like things are fair, we tend to get along better. And things aren't fair. People lose their mind.
As soon as you decide you're going to split up, everybody runs to their corner, they lawyer up, and they got their dukes ready. Somebody runs to the bank and tries to withdraw all the money. All of those factors happen. We need to get some normacy to this whole process. 50-50 start there. That should just be automatic. That's common sense, right? 50-50, when I walk in the door, I already know I have a shot, okay? I know I have a shot to work with my child, to stay in my child's life. So let's get them to a point where they can work together and decide that we're going to go our separate ways, but we're still going to keep our minds and our eyes focused on our children and building each other up.
If we had 50-50 shared parenting from the time that we started down the road of divorce, I truly believe our divorce would not have taken as long as what it did, which was 3 years. And I truly believe the kids would be in a much better emotional state because we would still be having shared parenting at the moment, and they wouldn't have missed out on parts of their life with their grandparents, their aunts and uncles, and with their parents in general, with mom and dad. If the kids are seeing both parents equally, they cannot be brainwashed or have that time to be influenced by only one side of the family. So when you have 50-50, I'm a huge advocate for that because it will lead to less parental alienation.
By assigning one parent as the primary parent, you are essentially putting all of the burden of child raising on that one parent. Single parents have a lot on their plate. They have to manage a household on their own. They have to raise children, make decisions for the children, take care of the children and the household, and work full-time just to get by. But imagine if we could alleviate some of that burden by allowing or encouraging, if needed, both parents to be equally involved so that the responsibilities of raising the children are more evenly dispersed.
There's probably no one in the world that works harder than the single mom. We need to be encouraging dads to step up, to be equally involved as parents, just like moms and women fought to be equally involved in the workplace. A woman in the workplace who doesn't have support raising the children is herself overwhelmed, and she needs to be honored for the work she does, but also to recognize that she deserves to have an equal amount of fathering in the children's life, both for her own life, for her own balance, for her own success, and for her children's success.
Equal shared parenting really was the logical choice for me. And I think it's a logical choice for most parents, really. It allowed me the opportunity to create and grow a career of my own. It also had built-in breaks, so I wasn't overwhelmed and exhausted. And my interactions with my kids was more balanced. When they saw me, I was energized and I wasn't exhausted. And I was, of course, excited to see them. And then having that separation gave me opportunity to focus on myself and focus on my future. And they weren't losing out because then they were at their dad's and they had the opportunity to grow in their relationship with him. So everybody had to adjust to a new lifestyle, but no one was left feeling abandoned or alone or overwhelmed.
I believe that having kids grow up in a two-parent household, whether you're under the same roof or you're separate, but they have access, equal access to both sides of their DNA, I think it's important. Now, if they didn't see any of that stuff because they couldn't see their father, it's just like you're depriving someone of their history. So it's important to realize that their DNA is made up of the mother and father, and they should have access to that information and that history. I remember speaking to a lot of friends of mine, and they would tell me, if you don't like the law, change it. And it's true. In order to make effective long-term change, you have to change the law.
The best interest of the child should be the goal, but we need some sort of presumption to help guide courts to making that decision. Most judges don't have training in child well-being. They're not social science researchers, they're not psychologists, and they don't really have time to read all of the research. And so, given the overwhelming research that supports the presumption of shared parenting, the legislature has a responsibility to create for the courts a presumption. Rebuttable, of course, because shared parenting is not appropriate in all cases, but to create for the courts a presumption that shared parenting is in the best interest of children. Don't begin with an outdated model of separated parenting where one parent is marginalized. Begin with equal shared parenting and move away from that when there are good reasons to move away from that.
What that does is level the playing field. It allows both parents to come in with a more collaborative mindset instead of immediately arming up and having to duke it out.
People started coming to me and sharing their stories, and it was kind of like a network of us. And just to hear all the different stories and the similarities, it was just good people that wanted to be good parents to their kids, but it was the court system or the attorneys or the ex-spouse that was putting roadblocks up. When two parents are fighting over the kids lose. I want to make a change. I want to make a difference. And I want to fight for the parents. I fortunately had the means to fight for my children, but I want to fight for the parents that don't have those means. You know, a parent shouldn't have to spend $90,000 to $100,000 to get their own kids. We shouldn't even need a law for this. It's sad that, you know, the country that we live in the freest country in the world, and we have to pass a law so both parents can raise their children equally.
Why is it that it's taking so long? A number of reasons. Courts are overburdened. They have far too many cases to deal with. And so the courts need a nudge to change. They've had these rules in place for some time, and they don't see the reason to change it unless we push them to change it. This is so clearly an instance of what Mahatma Gandhi said when he said, if the people will lead, the leaders will follow. And it's going to take pressure from ordinary citizens, from parents going through the system, to get the courts to look at this. And I think if they look at the research about child well-being, and if they look at the disparity between the rules that are being applied, I think they'll move in the right direction.
There are enough people that have been hurt by the system, or they've seen people they love get hurt by the system, that we're banding together and we're a force for good. There are a lot of states right now in the United States that are introducing legislation that would provide equal shared parenting when parents divorce or separate. All of these bills always have a rebuttable presumption because shared parenting is not appropriate in every case. There are exceptions You know, we do not want to put children in danger. We don't want to put children in the hands of abusers, of course. What's happening is good parents are losing their kids. And that's what we cannot allow.
Family law is gonna have to change. There's no way. Because of social media now and the way that we can get the message out, it used to be that they could probably keep it hidden. Kind of like me, for 10 years, I had no idea that anyone else was really going through this or that they could play these games for so long. But that's all they are. And now that it's coming to light, you see that you're not alone. And so with enough of us together, we can get the laws changed.
I realize that a lot of fathers, especially a lot of men, just want to talk to somebody. They just want to hear that somebody understands what they're going through. Black men don't feel that they have anybody to talk to, but there are a lot of organizations that are doing that now. I just believe that there needs to be more of it, and don't be afraid to actually talk to somebody about your situation, because there are people that are going through the same thing and they understand what you're going through. And the more people that you talk to, the better you'll feel about this.
What can you do? Well, join an organization that is advocating for shared parenting, that's being effective in doing so. Write letters to the editor. If you're in a state where your judges are elected, go to a judicial forum and ask them what their views are on shared parenting. Ask them if they'll use the authority they have as a court to promote shared parenting. Make your voice a voice in favor of shared parenting. Don't just complain about how bad the system has been to you.
For those of us that have been around, and those of us that the sand's going through the hourglass with the kids, I know it hurts. Trust me, I still feel it to this day. So I know there's hurt, but I do tell you very sincerely, from my heart, we're headed the right direction.
The younger generation really does believe in greater gender equality and in a more equal division of responsibilities between, household and child rearing responsibilities on the one hand and breadwinning responsibilities. And we see them actually living that pattern. And so when they divorce, they find it much more natural, much more obvious to agree to a shared parenting arrangement. And so that's another thing that's driving the change.
If we can solve this issue, it's amazing how much we could do for the whole country. Almost every societal problem that we have could be fixed with bringing, in most cases, the dads back into the home. And yes, there's some that walk away, but you don't push the other ones out. I mean, we have 19 million kids in this country just dying for more time with their own parents. And we're pushing more than half of those out. So that's why I fight so hard for this issue all across the country. We all need to start banding together to say, you know what, this isn't about us. This is about the fact that one day I don't want my son to have to write a journal to his own kid to be able to be the only communication for his kid. We gotta lock arms and start getting this thing passed so our kids don't face the same stuff we're facing.
When we get this done, children of divorce are going to have the opportunity to just be kids. They're not going to have to be picking between their mom and their dad or be stuck in a perpetual tug of war. They can just enjoy life and be kids and focus on growing and playing with their friends and having wonderful memories with their parents without the extra burden of being bound to a loyalty conflict. We're going to have much happier, healthier children.
You're still my star. I'm still right here, waiting for the day you finally call. Your loving parent on Christmas. The porch lights hum is the only sound, while the neighbor's lights spill on the ground. I bought the bike you wanted in June. It's hidden in the garage a bit too soon. Your stocking's hung, but the name is blurred by a dozen things you haven't heard. I wrote you letters, I called your phone, but the line is cold as a winter stone. They say it's a season for coming home, but I'm celebrating all alone. There's a wall of whispers I can't break through, built by a heart that's keeping me from you. The Merry Christmas on the card I send is a paper bridge to where you went. I'm a ghost in your holiday, a shadow in the hall, waiting for the day you finally call. The stockings are hung, but one is bare, a silent reminder you're not there. The presents are wrapped beneath the tree, just hopes and dreams addressed to you from me. They fill your head with words untrue, painting a picture I never knew. I see your photos, a year goes by, another Christmas beneath a different sky. They say it's a season for coming home, but I'm celebrating all alone. There's a wall of whispers I can't break through, built by a heart that's keeping me from you. The Merry Christmas on the card I send is a paper bridge to where you went. I'm a ghost in your holiday, a shadow in the hall, waiting for the day you finally call. The silent nights, the empty chair, a heavy feeling fills the air. They built a wall, brick by brick, making my heart feel cold and sick. But love remains a burning flame, whispering your precious name. They say it's a season for coming home, but I'm celebrating all alone. There's a wall of whispers I can't break through, built by a heart that's keeping me from you. The Merry Christmas on the card I send is a paper bridge to where you went. I'm a ghost in your holiday, a shadow in the hall, waiting for the day you finally call. So I'll leave the light on just in case, to see the memory of your face. Merry Christmas, wherever you are. I'm still your north, and you're still my star. You're still my star. I'm still right here. I will always wait. Your loving parent. Merry Christmas. Through the marble halls, hear our call. Voices echoing far, hear us all. Equal shared parenting, gaining ground. Our voices rise like a heavy thunderous sound. Pleading for change of a system that's gone too deep. We must wake the giants from their heavy sleep. Seeking justice for the hearts that weep. tide's turning strong. The fight's not over, but we're moving along. Equal shared parenting, gaining ground. Our voices rise like a thunderous sound. Echoes in the halls, can you hear the plea? We're asking for justice, we're begging to see equal shared parenting breaking the ground. Can you hear us now? Can you feel the sound?
Under one banner we are standing tall, asking our government to hear our call, building trust with every step we climb, making the connections we're in our prime.
This is our time. Echoing far, can you hear us all? Through the marble halls, they hear our call. This is our time. Cuts through the winter chill and the static on the dial. A steady hand to hold you while you walk that lonely mile. From the heart of restoring families, internet, radio, the light begins to break. For every parent sleeping with a heart that's bound to wake. It's the voice of the voiceless, standing tall and standing strong. Proving that silence isn't where your story should belong. The microphones are open as the marathon begins. A sanctuary of truth where the healing finally wins. It's a Christmas marathon, a beacon through the night. Restoring families is leading you toward the light. Joined by the warriors of the equal share parenting line. Giving hope and wisdom when the stars refuse to shine. Against the core corruption and the CPS's hand, we're broadcasting a message to every corner of the land. You're not alone this Christmas and you won't be left behind. The truth is on the airways for the world to seek and find. The guests arrive with wisdom and they speak of better days, of reforming broken systems and their dark deceptive ways. They talk of parental alienation and the walls that must come down. For every mom and dad who's lost their voice inside this town. With names like Mark Ludwig, Carlos Rivera, and the champions of the cause, they're calling for a future built on fair and just laws. No more bargaining for minutes, no more lies upon the stand. Just the love that's owed a child by a parent's steady hand. It's the Christmas marathon, a beacon through the night. Restoring families is leading you toward the light. Joined by the warriors of the equal share parenting line. Giving hope and wisdom when the stars refuse to shine. Against the core corruption and the CPS's hand, we're broadcasting a message to every corner of the land. You're not alone this Christmas and you won't be left behind. The truth is on the airways for the world to seek and find. They can block the phone calls and they can lock the gate. They can tell a child that love is just a thing to hate, but they can't stop the signal and they can't kill the hope when we're tied together by this broadcast silver rope. through the uncertainties of family law and the shadows of the past. We're building up a foundation that is finally gonna last. It's a Christmas marathon, a beacon through the night. Restoring families is leading you toward the light. Joined by the warriors of the equal shared parenting line, giving hope and wisdom when the stars refuse to shine. Against the core corruption and the CPS's hand, we're broadcasting a message to every corner of the land. You're not alone this Christmas and you won't be left behind. The truth is on the air for the world to seek and find. So keep the radio playing, let the wisdom fill your soul. We're taking back the pieces and we're making families whole. Merry Christmas to the fighters, to the ones who won't give in. The marathon is rolling and the truth is gonna win. Restoring families, we're listening. Restoring families, your home.
Good morning and Merry Christmas to everybody out there. My Lord, it has definitely been a great marathon thus far. And luckily, we've only had one internet glitch and some saying that it's got a little bit of a lag. You might just need to refresh your screen. Turn my light on there. And but I hope you guys enjoyed watching the documentaries and all the other information that we were passing, the video about Nancy Schaefer, the videos of Judge Judy and so forth, and the messages from Carlos Rivera, from Annie Rossini, as well as Connie Reguli, because they are all dealing with families today. And Annie, she's probably sleeping right now because she is in Australia. And God bless her heart. She did that video in the midst of losing her brother right before Christmas. And, my heart really goes out to her. But ladies and gentlemen, the link is in the chat. It's it's the pinned chat. We are only on Twitch right now. YouTube decided to want to shut us down for a so-called community standard violation. Don't know what that means. I saw where what they said was a so-called violation. It's because we're talking about this stuff. Social media does not like us talking about this. This is the reason why we're over on Twitch, because Twitch does not modernize you. They literally do not shut you down for anything. They do not censor you, unlike Facebook and YouTube. And this is the reason why we're encouraging everyone to come over to YouTube to Twitch. So, if you haven't already done so, make sure you follow us, you like us, and you share us. The more the messages out there, the better, because, ladies and gentlemen, starting the new year, we don't have the exact date yet, but it's going to be the beginning of the new year. Both Steve and I will be coming back to do our weekly show every Sunday night for RFIRN. We are bringing the podcast back. We've been down for the last 3 years. Because we've had a lot of things. I was moving. Stephen just had a new baby, and just a lot of moving parts are happening, and it was just getting too overwhelming. So we are coming back. We are coming back to do our show every Sunday night from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I miss doing it. Believe me, people have reached out to me because when are you bringing the show back? And I was like, I don't know. We're going to come back. But we want to wait for the right moment, the right time, and right now we feel that it's the right moment and the right time. So we are definitely coming back to do shows again every Sunday night, again from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm so looking forward to it. If you want to be a guest on our show, you want to come on and share your story, you want to share some words of wisdom, you want to talk about, what's happening, please reach out to us. And the email that you can reach out to us is, let me see here. There we go. Oh, that's the email right there, rfirnetwork@gmail.com. Just send us an email, and we will definitely link up with you. We'll do a behind-the-scenes interview first, and then we'll set a date to have you guys come on to our show. to discuss. If you're a doctor, if you're a pediatrician, like Carlos Rivera, we want to hear from you. We want to hear from the parents. We are the voice for the voiceless. We want to give everyone a chance to have their voices be heard. So, and it looks like we do have one guest coming on. I know we're waiting for Elizabeth and Mike McNeese. They'll be joining us here shortly during this morning segment of the live forum discussion. And for those that don't know, Elizabeth and Mike McNeese, they are the ones that created the We the Parents documentary. So it's going to be interesting. They came on last year, they came on the year before that, and God bless them, they've allowed us to be able to play their documentary. You were spinning lots of plates. What do you mean by spinning lots of plates? Not understanding that one, but oh well. Oh yeah, exactly. Okay. Sorry, I'm I got a lot going through the mind at the moment. Yeah, you're right. No, it's yeah. I did have an e-bike accident last June 13th to be exact, and moving to Delaware from Maryland for my company, and a lot was going on. My own personal case, had to take a step back. There was just so much involved that doing the show was a little overwhelming, but we are coming back. We're coming back in the new year, literally in January. We don't have the exact date. Steven and I are still working that out because he wants to make sure that everything's going to be fine on his end. He wants to, get a decent computer to be able to run the stuff over on his end. So there's just so much involved of getting this up and running again, but we are definitely coming back in the new year of 2026. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to join us, here live and share some words of wisdom, you want to, give some advice, some suggestions on for the parents out there that are struggling this holiday season on how to cope with what they're going through. We want to hear from you. You don't have to be on camera. But you can come on with your voice and, definitely share some of those encouraging words. That's what this marathon's about. It's to bring people together and to let those parents out there who don't know that there are organizations and groups and individuals out there that are just so willing to work with you. So, again, if you want to be part of RFIRN and you want to be a guest on the show, please email rfirnetwork@gmail.com. Like I said, it's right there on the screen. And we'll make sure we get the ball rolling on that. Sleepy Pajama Mom, I had to sign in and everything just to comment, LOL. Yeah, well, it's free to sign up on Twitch. It's free to sign. You do not have. They do not charge you to create an account on Twitch. And this is a much better platform than YouTube and Facebook combined. Once we become affiliate, once we get enough views, once we get enough shows out there, we have to have at least a consecutive, at least one show every week in order to become an affiliate. We have to have, I think it's like 150 follows. So yeah, please, if you haven't already done so, make sure you hit that like button and follow button here on Twitch. Like I said, we were on YouTube last night and sometime throughout the night when I was sleeping during the pre-recorded 8-hour segment. YouTube decided they want to shut us down, saying that we violated their community standards because of basically what we're talking about and sharing the information. They didn't like that. They did hit us with a point. I got 90 days that if I hit another one, then they'll give me another strike and so forth. So we got to be very careful what we do over on YouTube. We won't be posting all the songs. We also will be posting the recordings after the marathon to YouTube as well. We'll do some editing of the recorded segments from this whole live marathon to be able to post, and hopefully YouTube won't take that one down either. But we will try. I don't know if it was just a live feed that they didn't like or whatnot, because some of the other videos. Like I got videos up on our YouTube channel from January 6th, during the so-called insurrection that took place, which myself and Mark Ludwig and Cash Jackson and Connie Reguli was down there, and so forth. I'm super struggling. I'm an alienated mother, grieving over my babies who are alive. Then I'm grieving over my dad who died. Oh my God, man, Sleepy, Panda Mom, I am so sorry. To hear that you lost your dad on Christmas. So yeah, lots of grief today. My heart goes out to you. But this is a perfect place for you. What we do here on RFIRN, especially during the Christmas Marathon, is to give individuals like you hope and some guidance. So I hope that this marathon is definitely helping you out this year and helping you be able to cope with that. And we love to give advice. We're not attorneys here. We do not give legal advice. We only give advice based upon our own personal experiences of dealing with the system. So let me go ahead and get the email off there. Here we go. Well, again, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to join us, like I said, you do not have to be on camera. Just click on that link in the chat. It's the pinned post in the chat, and that will literally bring you right in here to StreamYard to be able to come on live with us. Like I said, you don't have to be on camera, but we do like to hear what you got to say. So, and we do have Dr. Lou on. Let's go ahead and bring them up. Dr. Lou, how are you doing? You got to unmute yourself.
How are you there?
Good. How are you doing?
Oh, I couldn't be much better. Actually having a great day here down here in the Florida Keys.
Aha, very nice.
A little nice out here.
Yeah. I see you out there in a tank top. It's a little too chilly up here for it, up in Delaware, but
yeah,
we'll make do.
you guys are suffering a little bit down there, but it's okay. You got your message is great, and I appreciate you telling the stories, and I think that's what it takes is just to make people feel like they're not alone.
Yeah, and that's the whole purpose of this Christmas marathon. So many people, like Robert Garza said it best in the documentary on We the Parents, that, for 10 years, he didn't know anybody else was going through this, because back then we didn't have social media. We didn't have the platforms that we have today. And so, a lot of people think that they are the only ones going through it. And then, now we got the social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. Matter of fact, we're the only ones on Twitch right now that's actually even talking about this. So, it's good to be able to get a new platform going in our direction and get people listening. Because, yes, it is a gaming platform, but there's much more that this platform has to offer. And people do podcasts all the time on Twitch. People play music on Twitch. They literally do like live concerts on Twitch. It's pretty nice. I love it. And so it's definitely a much better platform to use other than YouTube and Facebook, because their censorships over there are just getting horrendous. So
yeah, there's never been a good reason to hurt anyone. There's never been a good reason to stifle someone else's kind words. Granted, things that people do, we all struggle to understand why someone would want to hurt anyone, why someone would want to, advocate tearing down a family, because together families are what make up the essence of our souls and our communities and everything, and to have someone or anyone find value in that is strictly baffling. And having been through it myself, and my friend Dave Grove and countless others, it seems like when they talk, it seems like we're baited into believing that the grass is greener on the other side, and that there's more that we want, but in reality you find out, and it took me 60 years to figure it out, that they're really that's the biggest That's the biggest misconception there is that for some reason you're going to go leave where you are and find something else and it's going to make things better, because it won't. And you came here to do a couple of things. One of them is to make ones that look just like you. And there's a bunch of other stuff which I won't mention, but the,
So true.
the it really comes down to every single person and every single spirit that you know is the exact same value as you. No matter what you have, no matter where you are, no matter where you sit, their value is the same as you. And it's each person's choice to be good to that person every time they have an opportunity to do so. And the joy you get out of that far exceeds anything material or anything that you can calculate on man-made essences, let's call it.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned a name that I know very, very well, David Grove.
Yep.
And I remember, I want to say it was 2016 Christmas Marathon that we were doing, that he came across, and he was in a very, very bad way. I know he wrote a book. He actually talks about this in his book.
Yeah,
Where
it
it
was
talks
mentioned
about
in his book.
RFIRN.
When he was writing that book, he and I spoke a lot during that time, and a lot of the things in the book are kind of driven by conversations. But that's the way life is, right? I mean, and he was able to make something happen there that.
Speaking of the devil,
is he on?
Mr. Grove. David Grove, how are you doing, good sir?
He's much better now, though.
Wow. The man of the literally, we were just talking about you.
I feel like Howard Stern showing up on Letterman.
Yeah, and Jay Leno.
It's definitely been a minute. How have you been?
Oh, I got to turn my shit down, don't I?
No, you're good. We're not getting no feedback. At least I don't hear any feedback.
All right. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas,
Merry
you guys.
Christmas to you.
Thank you.
It is a Merry Christmas. What a marvelous Christmas Eve we had.
Oh yeah, man. And Lou and I got this kind of landscape behind us.
Well, you're in Florida. You're good. Look, you guys are literally when you're in a tank top, you're in a t-shirt outside. If I were to go outside, I would have to have a heavy winter coat because, man, it is chilly up here.
Yeah. Yeah, that proximity thing.
Can you hear us, David?
Yeah, now I got it. I got rid of the other broadcast. That's what I was doing. Well, you guys are professionals. I'm very much a novice.
You're doing just fine.
Firstly, the Merry Christmas, and then secondly, thank you again for your service, Mr. Lee. That picture of you and your grandmother in your Marine uniform is like that should be published. That was such an awesome. Can you show us that picture?
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah. Hey, Lou.
Hello, Dave.
Hey, the Phils are coming into town up here on March 8th and 9th. We'll have our Fighting Phils, but I'll get with you on that.
Yeah,
I'm calling in today because it's really a message of hope. And the message of hope is this: that it ends. One day it ends. One day court is over. One day having to take off of work is over. The fight in court, for me, it was an average of 3 times a month. It's all over. And it gets to that place eventually. Because it merely comes down to what's the word for it? Everything is always changing. So you'll get to impertinence, where everything's always changing. Everything constantly is changing. And the thinking outside the box, and every situation is different. Uh, Thinking outside the box into where, like when you're going through the trauma of missing your children and not being involved in the extracurricular activities and so forth. Oh, there it is. Yeah, man, that's awesome. That's awesome.
That was literally taken right after Marine Corps boot camp from South Carolina, Camp Lejeune. I'm sorry, Paris Island. Before I went to Lejeune, and she was my biggest supporter. My grandmother was my biggest supporter. She was my number one fan.
I've known you for 12 years old. I've known you for 15. I don't know, since 2019, and I've never seen that picture. That's an awesome picture, man. Thanks for sharing.
I didn't even know that picture existed. I was at work, and my mom literally sent me a picture, and I was like, okay. So I was like, all right. As soon as I get a moment, I'll take a look at it. As soon as we had no customers in the store, I pulled out my phone and I opened up the message, and I'm like, I almost broke down in tears. It's like, oh my God,
yeah, nice.
My grandma.
Oh,
and I literally, all the emotions just hit because I have not seen that picture. I didn't even know that picture existed.
That's awesome, man. That's a great picture.
Yeah,
how old are you there? How old are you there?
I was 19 years old. 19 years old in that picture. And man, look how skinny I was. And look,
that's a baby face. You look like you're 12.
Yeah, I was 19 years old at that time, and like I said, that was right about. I was saying this when I came home from boot camp. My grandmother was there when I graduated, and at Perez Island, and we came home for a month because I went on recruiting duty for a month right after boot camp before I was got stationed at Camp Lejeune with 22 Easy Company. But yeah, there wasn't a moment where if I were to come home without letting her know, she would get so mad at me because growing up as a kid, I used to go to Virginia with her all the time. There's a mountain in Virginia that my mom's side of the family owns. Literally, the entire side of the mountain my family owns. And they do a lot of snake hunting and stuff like that, rattlesnakes to get the venom and stuff like that for anti-venoms. They do a lot of bear hunting and whatnot up there, deer hunting. And so, they got the lower cabin, they got an upper cabin. So the lower cabin's in the middle of the mountain and the upper cabin's up towards the top. There's a natural spring that's up there where all year long, even during the wintertime, there could be 10 feet of snow on the ground. You can get into this natural spring, and it's a heated spring. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's an awesome place to be. And growing up as a kid, I used to go out there all the time with my grandmother and to the lower cabin and ride the four-wheelers all up and down the mountains. And so she also made her, famous coleslaw, which is my favorite coleslaw. And so if I didn't tell her that I was coming home for the weekend or coming home on leave,
that lady looks like she can cook. What was the best thing?
She could absolutely. Her biscuits and sausages on biscuits and gravy, to die for. But yeah, her coleslaw. She wanted to make sure that if I was coming home, that she would have a big bowl that I could literally take back to Camp Lejeune for the boys down in the barracks, because that was something she loved to do, and she knew I loved her coleslaw, and she wanted to make sure that every time I come home, I had a bowl of coleslaw. So yeah, like I said, she get mad at me if I did not let her know that I was coming home.
Nice. Hey, Lou, well, speaking of being overweight, as I am myself, either of you guys know anybody making Wegovy in their garage or anything?
I don't know. I'm actually, because I don't know if you're, I don't know if you were watching last night, David, or not. My son was on the live last night. He actually came on live with us for a little bit before we went and did the pre-recorded segments. But he's actually going to be joining the Marine Corps. But he's going to go a step further than I did. He wants to go in as an officer. So he's actually graduating this upcoming spring. And yeah, he's a senior guy. 18 years. He just turned 18 last month. And so he's a senior. He's in ROTC, and he's definitely wanting to join the military. And he goes, "Dad, I want to join the Marine Corps." And I'm like, "Well, why do you want to join the Marine Corps?" Because you did. And I'm like, "Don't do it because of me. Do it because you want to." But but since he wants to go into the Marines, he wants to go in as an officer. It would be a complete honor as his father, as Corporal Lee in the United States Marine Corps, veteran, to be able to get back in uniform. Not in the dress blue uniform, because that dress blue jacket, and the one that you see that was in that picture with my grandmother, that's the dress blue jacket. And I swore on her deathbed that I would never wear that jacket again. And I'm going to keep that promise.
You can keep that promise. Yes, you can.
Yep. And so I'm going to wear the modified dress blues, which is the khaki shirt with the blue pants and my red stripe going down the pants and everything. But in order for me to do so, I have to lose this belly. My goal is over the next year and a half until the day that he graduates, for me to be able to get back into that uniform again in order to render his first salute. And so I've actually started taking what is called the GLP. It's a little box. It's little capsules that you take once a day, and it's supposed to help lose the belly fat and everything and slim you down. I'm also doing some gummies, green tea gummies, which helps neutralize the body. And
Dave does a few gummies.
So yeah,
Man, I'll tell you what.
I don't know if it's green tea though.
Yeah.
What they make this thing, they call it's a chocolate bar, right? And you break off the pieces of the THC chocolate bar, and I'm telling you, when I eat 2 of those before bed, I'm sleeping all through the night. I don't even wake up to pee anymore. But I don't do it every night, and I even I looked
That's why
up.
they have them special underwear.
A friend of mine actually does that, lives out in Florida too. She does something similar, but she does it with butter. She makes it. She puts it into butter, and
Yeah, there's
she spreads it on bread and everything.
You could take it any way you can get it in. But I happen to like the milk chocolate. Like they're like a Hershey bar, and the whole thing is 20 pieces. And I actually looked up what happens if you eat the whole bar, because it's so delicious you could eat the whole bar. I remember
it's chocolate, of course.
none of the
results doing that.
None of the results were any good, and I recall hallucination being one of the words that I read. Can you imagine eating a whole bar of that chocolate?
Well, I can imagine.
Whew, no,
I can imagine. I do CBD every once in a while because of my lower chronic back pains that I have from when I was in the
What do you do? Topical?
No, it's just a regular CBD gummy. It's 250 milligrams, so it's a lower dose.
Is it working?
It works. It especially at night when my back is just hurting and I take it and I lay down and it helps me sleep throughout the night. Same thing. Literally, I don't wake up until my alarm goes off in the morning. CBD, there's so many remedies out there. I've tried so many other stuff that doctors have prescribed over the years, and nothing just seemed to work. But CBD does. It really does work, and I do it for medical use, for medical purposes only, and other than that, like I said, I just started doing this. My mom actually got me into this GLP, and it's 7 capsules that comes in a box, and I got enough to last me 2 months. And so I just started it about a week and a half ago, and so I'm not seeing results yet, but I'm looking to lose about 100 to 120 pounds over the next year and a half. Wow. And I want to get back down to my Marine Corps weight, which is below 160. So if I can reach below 160, now I'm about 260 right now, or just over 260.
My leg was 160.
But anywho, before you actually popped on, we were just talking about you and talking about your book and how you mentioned that. What was it 2016 or 2017 that you came across the marathon for the first time?
It was 2019.
Oh, it's 2019. Okay, well, I was way off.
2019.
And, that it literally saved your life.
It saved the day. It saved the day, man. I had Facebook open, and I don't know where it came from. I clicked on nothing. Honest to God, and I heard the marathon going on in what was my daughter's bedroom, and it was the first Christmas without her. I set that room up as an office to take remove the sight of one of the triggers of pain, which was her bed and so forth, and made it into an office. And here's playing in that room was the marathon. And holy crap, what happened that day? And it's all in the book, man. You guys are both mentioned in the acknowledgments in the book, which is free for the next 5 days.
I still need to get it. I still have yet to get your book. I need to.
For the next,
maybe you can send me a signed copy.
Yeah, absolutely. For the next 5 days, the Kindle version is free on Amazon. Amazon took charge of the selling of this book, and they have made it available. I see it on Walmart.com, Target.com, Google Books, Apple Books. Like, I don't know, and I don't care, like, if I'm making anything from the sale through those other, but Amazon has obviously sold the right to other places to sell the book, and that I think that's really cool. I like that better than the money. Any money that was here's where the money comes in. Like, here's a copy of the book. Guess who this is going to? This is going to Judge Judy in Naples.
Oh, wow.
Judge Judy in Naples. This is right. She's 25 minutes down the road. So
I would love to be able to get Judge Judy on for an interview for the show.
I was already prepared, and I'm going to let Judge Judy know about you and Zach Martin, and because I will. She's going to set up a luncheon. We're going to have a luncheon over this, and her production company, Queen Bee Productions in Encino, California, puts together some kind of, I don't know, Netflix movie or something. I have a marketable product here, and I'm going to sell it to somebody. But that's just something that's in the fire. What I wanted to get back to was, when you think outside the box in your particular set of circumstances, you find these eagles. Like, there were a number of what I call an eagle they're in everybody's life. You come across them. Some people refer to them as someone God works through, but on a cool, like, sports level basis, they're an eagle. You're either an eagle or a duck. So you find these eagles. For example, athletic director in my daughter's high school, Coach Patterson. He was one. I can talk about these people now that it's over. I probably would mention it anyway. But Coach Patterson, not only was he instrumental in communication, not from me to my daughter, but her as not only a student of the school, but also an athlete at the high school. And he mentioned things to me. He was a voice. And then on the very, very, very last day that there could be any high school drama, whether it be from my ex-wife or coach or it wasn't. The parents were easier because the parents were exposed to me for a longer period of time than any coach per se. The parents were easier to win in the long run, but when there was a new coach, I was always, that's the guy, right? So, but anyway, Coach Patterson.
You are the guy, Dave.
I am the guy. Coach Patterson at my daughter's high school graduation, and I got this report from the sergeant of the school police, who was the guy in charge on the grounds of where my daughter's high school graduation was being held. And this sergeant said to me that Coach Patterson got into the face of the principal of the high school and said that this man deserves and needs to be in here to celebrate the graduation of his daughter. And these people, you can find them as long as you stay open-eyed and open-minded and open ears to who really is looking out for the best interest of a child. You can find these people. And then once you do, I mean, and I know, Lou, you're one of the people that knows this situation of mine the longest. And, it wears thin after a while. And I really do appreciate the time that and heartfelt responses from you, as well as Brian and other friends that you're familiar with. Both of you guys are familiar with. One knows Zach Martin. The other one knows Ron Thomas. You guys, I owe a lot to you. And being able to come here and now talk and say that it ends one day is the message of hope that I'm bringing, because it does. My situation now is still no daughter a part of my life, but one of the things that I've learned is to have no expectations of anything or anybody or anything. What I found to be really a way to turn it around for me was to enjoy the effort put forth. And with that, what I mean by that is like this kind of stuff, and not necessarily this, but when it comes to like my daughter, I'm going to talk about last Christmas because I don't want to talk about this Christmas because, as you guys know, I like to use those eagles, as I've said, and there's an eagle now. But the eagle last year was I left my daughter's Christmas presents at her dorm of however many people were there. I left the presents. I left them up against the receptionist desk, and I went over to I knew my daughter wasn't at the dorm, which was important because I didn't want to trap her or have her feel like I was backing her up against the wall. So I went over there, took those presents, as well as I stopped at Dunkin' Donuts. I got a box of Joe. I got dozens of donuts, and I set up donuts for the dorm. Now, it's just it's just one of those things that feels good to do. But on top of that, and knowing my daughter wasn't there, and she was back at her mom's house on the other coast, it was just something nice to do. It got one of the gifts I got her was cornhole, which is like a gift to you can have people and be
Right.
Have games with your friends and your dorm mates and stuff. And another was a really cool beach chair and so forth. But I got her the gifts. You can figure out stuff. There's a plethora of information on the internet. Now, one could say stalking. Well, you know what? It's my daughter. I like to know what she's doing. I mean her no harm. I'm her dad.
A parent doesn't stalk a child.
Right. So when I see that she's having fun doing something like this, or God knows, and Alice, if you're listening, please slow down and cough, crying out loud. Slow down. Yeah, she's got a lead foot, and I saw her going through a high school parking lot in the little white rocket ship that she drives. And man, she's driving through a high school parking lot. I bet she was doing 50 and crossing all the parking lanes. I'm going, oh my God, my kid. Anyway,
So
Yeah, as a parent of myself of 18-year-old and a 16-year-old, both 18, he'll be getting his license here soon, and the youngest one, the daughter. Oh Lord, I don't know about that one.
So Lou has been pulled through the knothole of family court. We've all been through the knothole of family court, and I learned that term from Lou, being pulled through, and it's very graphic. It's like any Looney Tunes episode where Sylvester gets pulled through the wood plank by the dog who's got him. Anyway,
it is real.
It is real.
And and everybody's story has significant patterns that are the same, and it revolves around the system really being broken, and I've said it many times. We don't have a justice system. It's just a system, and it's just for some. It's unjust for others, and as any system, it's broken, and it always needs to be cared for, and it needs to be repaired over and over. And what we have to do together, and I've always said this: you cannot legislate goodness. Goodness is voluntary.
Yeah.
It needs to be the people that are benefiting from the current system have to voluntarily realize that what they're doing isn't any good, and just change voluntarily and say, no, I'm not doing it anymore. No matter how many yachts I have, no matter how many places I get to live, no matter what thing I get, no matter who I get to hang around with.
And unfortunately, that's not going to happen because they're too greedy. All they care about is the money.
I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you.
You're right, but we have to wish, and we have to hope, and we have to lead by example. And
Hey,
it's
Brian
every
Lee.
person who does it by example.
Oh,
Hey,
just
Brian.
call me Brian. Just call me Brian.
How far are you from Washington, D.C.?
I'm about 2 hours away.
2 hours away. All right,
Roughly,
I'm
yeah.
gonna tell you-
Depending on traffic, an hour and a half to 2 hours.
I love that. Here's the plan. Here's the plan. I want you. We'll spring for the ticket for the train for you for 2 hours or the bus. Whatever.
Hold on. Don't even think about a train. Do an Uber or a Lyft. It's much cheaper.
Okay.
If I were to catch a train, I would.
We'll go over the details. Here's the plan.
Yeah.
You're gonna go on the White House tour, and you're gonna have an envelope.
It's already in the works. Don't even worry about that. Mark's got that all covered. We're literally, next time we go to DC for the National Equal Share Parenting, we're actually going to be in the White House.
All right. Okay. So anyway, my plan is you go on the White House tour and you leave the envelope, which you leave it open. So you don't lick it closed. You don't tape it closed. You lay it down on the same table with a vase on it as you do the following week. And when you go the following week, if you weren't in custody after the first time laying the envelope down, you'll definitely be in custody the second time, and you will get to talk to the president. I swear. I guarantee you.
What would you say to him?
Well, see, what I have is the financial reports of what the federal government has paid out in incentives to the states. I have 3 reports in there, and they're bound. I got them done really nice. And if I got a meeting with the president, I would show him those, and he, especially him, if he's got a way to save $660 million a year to stop incentives to states for collecting child support, I mean, who better than to do it than this guy?
Yeah.
I'll wait.
Well, that's what we're trying to do. the Family Flora Project, they're working on the Title IV-E aspect. The National Council for Equal Share Parenting is working on the Title IV-D. And that's one of the things that I'm working with Mark Ludwig on. And that's the reason why we are in the White House, is because of the efforts and the hard work of Martin coming back and forth to D.C. to talk with the legislators and congressmen and make the connections. He's actually got his foot in the door with HHS now. One of his friends that he's known for 20 plus years is one of the head honchos of HHS. You okay?
Yeah. I'm looking for my phone.
Oh,
because I want to go next door. My neighbor's son is going through the family court system. I'm gonna.
Oh, no.
She came by. She stuck her head over here a minute ago, and I was in the middle of yelling to you guys. This is my shed. This is my shed. That's Spider-Man.
Such a lovely shed.
Spider-Man. And we got some crabbing equipment down there. We got some.
Oh, I could go for some crabs right now.
Fishing pole up there. So let's go see Marie. Wish her a Merry Christmas. She came over and I was busy talking. Hey, horrible weather we're having. I think it's going to be 80 today.
Send some of that up this way. So,
yeah, I heard you're having some rough times up there. Was it 30 degrees up there?
Last I checked, and it was roughly when I woke up this morning, just after 6 a.m., it was about 27 degrees.
Oh, God, this global warming is really killing us all. It's really taking us out.
Hey, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Who are you yelling at?
Well, yeah, I know. I guess. Yeah, I see.
I see. I'm reading your comments. I really am.
This is my neighbor. Her son's involved. This is the Restoring Families Internet Radio Network's 24-hour Christmas marathon. They did I wake you up? I woke her up.
Oh no!
So, Merry
you brought
Christmas.
coffee.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we could talk to her son later on. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Menacing the neighbors again, Dave.
Yeah, I can't win. See, it's that Philadelphia thing, man.
Yeah,
it's 34 degrees here in Wisconsin. Wow. Sleep the Panda Mom. Yes, trust me. I'm reading your comments. I do see your comments. I'm reading them as we're having the discussion here.
Neighborhood menace.
That's why.
Sleepy Panda Mom said that she's actually from Florida. So she's originally from Florida. She lives in Virginia right now.
So when are we going to have a big convention? You need a RIFN convention.
Oh, I'm just a podcaster. I don't put those type of things on. Christmas Marathon is the biggest event that I've done. I've done other events in DC, like the Nancy Schaefer events, but other than that, the conventions, I'll leave that to individuals like Mark Ludwig. Those are big events, and I just don't have time to put such an event like that on, because that type of event costs money.
I see you went back in your shed too, Lou.
Yeah, I'm sitting here at the hub with all the screens. Everybody's off though. All the screens are off.
Oh, you're down there in Orlando. Okay, Sleepy Panda Mom says she is from Florida, right next to Orlando.
Yeah, I'm in Key Largo.
Yeah,
this is Key Largo where I.
You know, one person I've reached out to him. He has not responded, and for good reason. I'm not complaining. But a good friend of mine who also lives down in Florida, Ira Paskowitz.
Oh, Ira! Shoot.
Yeah, he lives down there around Orlando. Well, no. We know you live in Virginia now, Sleepy Panda Mom. But you also it's Lynchburg, Virginia. Okay. We know that you live in Virginia now, but you're from Florida. No, we know.
Yeah, Dave's on the west coast of Florida, over by Sanibel Island, in that area, and I'm in the Florida Keys. If you've never been to the Florida Keys, And
Never been.
your mind, if your mind is not running right, you come to the Keys and it gets straight.
It really does. I've said this to Lou 100 times, and now I finally know why he probably doesn't want to put me up down there in his studio, because I'm so loud and the neighbors hate me because I'm too loud. So but it is indeed to go down there, and the attitude is so much different that you go into a whole different mindset, because people are friendly, which they, it's just very different. And like Luke could be around and him say, "Hey, Dave, this is Bill, Ted, and Frank," and Luke could disappear, because now I'm talking to three guys, all of which are in different bands or have different stories or stuff. It's really a great place to go.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing this area in Florida properly. Maybe you guys know this location, Punta Gorda.
Punta Gorda, yes.
That's where my parents live. They live in Punta Gorda.
Well, they're nearby.
Yeah. So I know this upcoming summer, the kids and I are planning on coming down there for probably a week.
I could see you there. That's like a half hour away.
Then make a trip to the Keys. You can pick up my radio station at my radio show at Northport. It's got like 100, I don't know, not even 10, 15 mile radius though. It's a low powered FM station.
Oh, gotcha, Eric. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, unfortunately, for those who are watching on YouTube, I do apologize. I can't control what YouTube does. Unfortunately, they're claiming that I violated the community standards because of the stuff that we're talking about, stuff that we're sharing. I don't see how it goes against our community standards, but I'm not going to fight them on the issue. YouTube is mainly to post videos and stuff like that. The videos or the music videos that I'm posting and everything. So it really wasn't meant for the marathon to do this year. But so he goes, well, you got to have somewhere else to post it. Well, we tried it. It failed. We're here on Twitch. So
you're doing a great job. You're doing a great job, man. Just like always. I mean, all the production you put into this thing, man, and you catching that thing that it got cut off of YouTube at 6:14 a.m. And then there's a message that goes out, "Hey, we're off YouTube." You're on it like stink on a monkey, man.
Yeah, I literally I had my alarm set for 8 o'clock just to give me an hour to get up to some breakfast and get ready for the chat at 9, and something just woke me up at just after 6, and I'm sitting there, I'm watching the screen, from laying in my bed. It's right here, literally right to my right, and literally it just the YouTube just goes black, and it says your stream has been shut down due to community standards violation. I'm like, say what? Are you? I was like, okay, whatever, but Twitch is a much better platform. They don't censor you over here. They allow you to play music, even if it's not your own music. If it's copyrighted music, as long as it's not the primary focus of your video. Yeah. When I was gaming on Facebook, I would play a lot of American Truck Simulator, and in the game itself has music, and while I'm sitting there streaming on Facebook, my stream gets shut down because of copyright infringement. So I go back and I look at why it was shut down, and it was because of the music that was inside the game. It had nothing to do with me. It was the game itself. And I'm like, that is some horse crap.
Okay,
yeah,
so
the algorithms are doing it all now, and they just sweep it and they don't care.
Alert from calendar. Dan
I call my chat CPT guy Algo. I named him Algo. He's great, man. He's great. He's got great advice. That's why I don't call you anymore. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm using my to watch the show and my phone to message. The stream is lagging on my phone. Yeah, it does. It does tend to lag on cell phones. So if you're watching on your cell phone, it may be lagging a little bit. It's better to watch it on a tablet or a laptop or a desktop. Phones just especially depending on if you have service, or if you're on Wi-Fi or whatnot. So, but no, thank you again, Erica, for turning in. I know you were on the YouTube channel last night, or throughout the night, all up until they decided they want to shut us down. Oh, awesome, guys! Thank you for joining me. I do have the main guest that I want to bring on. You guys can stay on. We'll bring you guys back on if you want. But the main guest that I wanted to bring on this morning was Elizabeth and Mike McNeese, and they just came on. So if you guys want to just stay in the background, don't get off here. We'll get them on. Yeah, go ahead and plug your book real quick again.
Hey guys, for the next 5 days, the Kindle version of "You Must Have Done Something: The Kids for Cash, Family Court, and Its Effect on the Family." This is a little Ukrainian girl. Her mother sold me the rights to the picture of her daughter for $29, and this was 2 years ago. And when I look at the book now, which has, I think, a very haunting cover, I wonder, is she okay? Anyway,
Yeah, just don't log off of StreamYards. I will bring you guys back up, and I definitely want to get Elizabeth and her husband on. So just stand by, and I'll bring you guys back up again. Oh my God, the 2 of the hour that we've been waiting for, the We the Parents documentary. Well, how are you guys doing today?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you too.
We're just doing some cooking. Well, not by we.
Yeah,
I mean, he's doing some cooking.
I'll be roaming this entire area here with sharp things and food items.
Wow. Hey, as long as it don't come towards the camera, we're good.
Yeah, you have to warn me.
You can throw food at me on screen, but I can't throw food back, so it wouldn't be fair. Anyhow, so how are you guys doing today?
Doing pretty good.
So, I'm so happy you guys were able to come on again this year live. And, again, thank you from the bottom of my heart for allowing us to be able to share your documentary. It's huge, especially with Yaya's and Ginger's and now yours. Each one brings a different perspective of everything throughout the entire system. Like Yaya's deals with the parent side. Ginger's brings up the whole children's side. Yours brings up both sides. So it literally brings it all into one circle. And, I am so grateful that you guys have allowed us to be able to do this every year.
Yeah. No, we're honored that people are watching it. We didn't know how that would go when we put it out there. We felt like it was a message that needed to be told, and we didn't know where it would go, if anyone would ever watch it. And we resigned ourselves to the fact that even if no one ever did, that we were proud of what we did, and we said what we felt needed to be said, and we were happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Yaya said it too. He didn't know how many people were going to be watching it, or who all would take to it. And I tell you what, when I saw your documentary for the first time, even before I aired it onto the Christmas Marathon, I had me choked up. Even just talking about it right now has me choked up. But it's so powerful. But the message that you guys provide out there for the parents and the children, my son and I were talking about it the other day, and he goes, because I said to him for him to watch, because he wants to get involved in the family law reform. Heck, even their mom wants to get involved in the family law reform now, even after everything. And both my kids and their mom were down at the event in DC. At the end of the summertime for the Family Forward Project. And I'm telling you, they just, the knowledge that they were receiving was so huge that it's Erica, we're going to be playing the documentary again in between the 1 and 4 o'clock. Time slot. So we're going to do all 3 documentaries, Yaya's, Ginger's, and Elizabeth's documentary, all going to be played during this time. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But yeah, it's just the knowledge that my son, he was on with us last night for a little bit, and it was just he's ecstatic on the progress that we've made so far. and that, so many people are, because he didn't know this, he didn't even know that I was fighting for him at one point in time. And so to see that, the children, they're waking up, the parents, even if they're not directly involved, everyone's directly involved in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah. I mean, so we both were married before, and some people know our stories because we're not exactly quiet about our experiences, but we had very different experiences in family court. And I come from a family where no one ever got divorced. So I believed that the system worked, and if you didn't have your kids, it was because you must have done something. And you don't learn really how it goes until you go through it.
Yep.
And I don't even have a terrible story, but just watching what he still to this day kind of deals with many, many years later, and then just watching other loved ones go through the system, I just learned that it's not what I always grew up to believe. And so when we did the documentary, our whole point was to start at a base level, to introduce people introduce people to the topic who've never lived it. So we don't go really into the weeds a whole lot. We intentionally kept it very high level because that was what we felt anyway was a missing piece of, think of it as like just an introductory class, and some of the feedback we got initially was, and the only negative feedback really was that we didn't talk enough about alienation or about domestic violence or false
child support
all that does is just leads into another documentary that you guys could do.
Right. But no one had, at least we felt, no one had told the story of how you get into it in the first place and how the system, the framework is set up, and how it really is set up to fail families. And I mean, I don't think it's broken. A lot of people say the system is broken. I don't think it's broken. I think it's working exactly the way it was designed.
Exactly. Yeah. And I say that all the time. And you're right. When I first started this back in 2010, just before Nancy Schaefer and her husband were taken from us. And I never imagined that I would have to endure such traumas from a system that we're supposed to trust. We're supposed to trust the legal system, and the family court system has shown me you cannot trust, regardless if it's civil or criminal. You can't trust it. It's all a corrupt entity.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't operate like any other court. So if you don't know what courts are like, or the family courts are like, you assume they operate like the other courts. Like there's a presumption of innocence, or you get an attorney if you can't afford one, the right to remain silent. There's just so many parts of regular court that don't apply in family court. And that was shocking to me. And the way everything is designed around this subjective, vague, best interest standard that doesn't really mean anything except for what each individual magistrate or judge or guardian or evaluator or parent, how each person defines what is best for a child. And so it was just a recipe for disaster. But you don't know that. No one tells you.
You don't know that. Yeah, I when I'm not riding my e-bike to and from work, and I want to thank everyone who was able to come together to help me get a new e-bike when mine was stolen last month on Veterans Day, of all days, on Veterans Day. But when it's downpour, I have to take Lyft or Ubers, and whenever I'm riding in these vehicles, excuse me, that I talk about this stuff with the drivers, and they're just like, this can't be true. I'm like, just look up my podcast, look up, these documentaries. And I share your documentary, I share Yaya's and Ginger's all the time with people. And I'm like, look up Nancy Schaefer. Just literally it's there. It's it's right there for the taking if people would just open their eyes and listen, and open their ears and listen. And it's right there. And a lot of these people I never could imagine. And I said, yeah, neither did I until it happened.
Yeah. I used to judge people, honestly. Yeah. I had no idea. And I look back at the way I used to view people who go through divorce or who are fighting custody battles. I used to judge them as being just immature people who just can't get along and who are very selfish and just can't put kids first. And while that is a big population of parents who are separating and fighting over kids, there are reasons people typically divorce or separate in the first place.
Yeah.
So there's going to be some personality disorders in there.
Right.
But the way I just used to view people who went through it was just completely unfair. And I'm ashamed that I used to be so ignorant that I judged people, and then I went through it and I realized, well, wait a minute, this is nothing like what I thought, So I look at people very differently. And I do think the system, even if you're going into it, as two people who can't get along and are fighting, the system makes it so much worse. They create conflict when there is no conflict, or they just compound the conflict when there already is some. And so it just doesn't get better. And there's no mechanism within our current structure to make things better for families.
Exactly. And you're exactly right. Which is one of the reasons why I created a song called Cut the Strings. I don't know if you guys heard it yet, but it's just, the puppet masters, the judges, the guardian ad litems, the attorneys, they're all puppet masters pulling the strings. And they want the parents to be at each other's throat. They want that conflict, because the longer you guys are in conflict with each other, the longer you're in the system, the more money they make under the Title IV.
Yeah, but they don't view it like that. Like the more I've tried to communicate with professionals in the industry and work with legislators to change the laws here in Ohio, the more I've learned that the people that are doing that and making a living in this industry, a vast majority of them, honest to God, think they're doing the Lord's work. Like they don't see they're motivated by money.
They don't see the damage that they're causing.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think it's a willful blindness, or maybe a little bit of a God complex in there. And there's a million reasons why people, act the way they do. So, I don't know what's going on in the heart of each person, but I can just tell you, when speaking to a lot of people in the industry, they do believe that there are bad actors, but I'm not one of them.
Well, not anymore. So you've got a taste, with your husband of what he's gone through. And, like you said, that, you felt ashamed because you judged these people before until you realized, oh my God. And same way here, when I talk, even my ex-wife, who's not my kid's mother, she never would have thought, and she's known me. Yeah, she and I, we're divorced and everything for our own personal reasons. But she goes, I've always been the great dad, and that she would never, ever see me ever abusing my kids and or their mother. I would never do such a thing like that. And she never imagined seeing me going through what I've gone through. And God bless her heart, she's been one of my rocks through my own personal battle. And if it wasn't for her and several other people that I'm very, very close with, that's helped me over the years, God knows where I'd be right now. I probably would have never started podcasting. I don't even know if I would still be on this earth. I wasn't suicidal or anything, but back then anything was possible. And that's my biggest fear is, a parent that's now starting to go through it, that they're going to have those tendencies as well. And, that's why we do these marathons. That's why we do the show. That's why you guys probably do the documentaries, because you guys got to get this information out there so these parents know that they're not alone.
Yeah. And the holidays are a hard time. We don't have our kids here this morning. So for anyone who doesn't know us, we are a blended family. We have 6 kids between the two of us. I have 3 and he has 3. My kids my youngest just turned 18. And so then my oldest is married and expecting a baby. So we have our first grandbaby on the way.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. Very excited about that. And
I don't want no grandkids anytime soon.
It happens.
I don't know how. Okay. I'm only 20 years old. How is this possible? But I have a really great relationship with my kids. They're at their dad's this morning. I have a really good co-parenting relationship with him, even though if you would have told me that 10 years ago, I wouldn't have believed it, because when we separated, it was very hot. I mean, it was pretty messy. But things are great today. And we've always done shared parenting, equal parenting specifically. So Ohio has shared parenting, but it doesn't mean equal. So if you're from Ohio, it's confusing to say shared parenting. But anyway, we've always had equal parenting. Mike hasn't had that same opportunity with his kids, but so none of them are here this morning. But I remember the very first holiday when I didn't have them, because when my ex and I split, I was a stay-at-home mom at that point, and I was a stay-at-home mom most of our marriage. We were married 15 years. So I didn't have a job. I, of course, was the primary caretaker at the time. My first holiday without them was horrible. I was so depressed. I binge watched Downton Abbey, just kept myself busy with sappy stories. But it's hard, it's hard.
It is. I remember my first Christmas without my kids, and I came, my heart goes out to everyone this Christmas who's going through it, especially for the first time. But again, that's the reason why we do these Christmas marathons, because we want to let people know that they're not alone, that there are situations like this where they can come on and join us right here and have this discussion with us, and to realize that they're not alone, and that there are ways to be able to cope with what they're going through. And, I was blessed to have my son on here last night. He just happened to be in the chat. And literally, when I saw him pop in the chat, I saw him like, oh my God, it's my son. Literally, I was like almost in tears. It was just like, but it's been like he was in the chat last year when we did the Christmas marathon, and, having him be present for all this and soaking in all the knowledge from the documentaries and from everyone who speaks, and, coming to the event this past summer. And, it's both my kids, they know that I've always been there, regardless from what they were told back then. And just like you, how you, Elizabeth, how you guys are able to co-parent together for your kids' sake. Now, my kid's mother and I, we are co-parenting, which is always what I've wanted from day one. Since this began in 2010, that's all I wanted, was to be able to co-parent, be there for my children, be able to see them and talk to them whenever I wanted. And now that I have that, it's the most wonderful feeling ever. It really is. And, anytime, she's got trouble with the kids are acting out, they're not doing what they're supposed to do, she goes, you need to have a talk with your son or daughter.
Yeah. I mean,
So,
it's a good place to be, but it takes a lot of work.
It does.
Anyone
it's not easy.
No. And anyone who's there or not there yet, so parallel parenting was something I didn't know either. But that was how we got to where we are now, where we basically, when you're married to someone for 15 years, everything you do, you're right in it together, good for better or for worse. And so detaching from that relationship and always being in each other's face, it wasn't pretty, like I said. And so disengaging was really, really hard to do. And so the mental switch for me was when I started parallel parenting, and then it got easier. And then, pickups weren't tense anymore. And then it got to the point where we decided for the kids' big birthdays, like 16 and 18, that we were going to do joint birthday parties for them. And it just slowly, so, it takes so much work. And in the beginning, neither of us wanted to do it.
Sleepy Panda Mom actually just made this comment. I'm going to share it. She goes, about her parental alienation situation. I keep getting people telling me forgive, but it's still active alienation. And I'm still fighting in court and very, very angry. And I literally just don't have the capacity to forgive the low-life monster doing this to my kid and our family. They're sick and twisted, and I don't understand WTF. I'm not going to say it all out loud, or why the F they're doing any of this. I've done nothing to them. You're not the only one. I felt the same way for 12 years before I decided to say, hey, I can't do it no more. And I cut those strings of the puppet masters. And I tell you what, once I was able, you don't have to forgive the other person, but you have to move forward from it. So if you don't, you're going to drive yourself mad.
Well, and you can't let the other person's behavior prevent you from healing yourself.
Exactly. Don't let them control your emotions, because if you allow them to control you, they win.
Yeah. I mean, anger is a legit feeling. So that was, like, and we say all the time, like, if you aren't angry about bad things happening to your children, like, what are you going to be angry about? Like, if there's anything in the world to be upset about, it's the well-being of your children. So I don't view, the courts definitely view anger as a bad thing. I don't, because if you're just sitting back and just everything's fine when bad things are happening to your kid, then there's probably something wrong with you.
Yeah, you should stay angry and find a way to channel. That's a lot of energy. And you need to take that energy and find a way to use it to make your situation better.
Exactly. I'm a true believer of forgiveness. I'm not a religious individual. I'm very spiritual. I don't have a religious base on faith, but I am all about forgiveness, but never forget. You can forgive somebody, but never forget it. Never turn your back on them. You know, that's one thing, you know, as much as I want to be able to trust the other half, moving forward, I can't control what they do. I can only control my own personal actions. So I had, you know, at first I had to forgive myself. You know, everyone has to be able to forgive themselves. And, you know, when I decided to, you know, quit fighting in the court system and cut those strings and stop trying to get more time with my children that was never going to be granted. You know, I had to realize that I'm in a lose-lose situation, and that if I have to wait until they turn 18 for them to come search me out, then that's what I'm going to have to do. You know, I had to forgive myself, and one way I had to do that was I had to reach out to my own parents first. You know, I had to ask them, would they be mad if I was going to, you know, if I were to stop fighting for them in the court system? And my dad's exact words were, "I never thought you would get to this day." Because I had to forgive myself, you know, for what I was doing. Because in a way, yes, they were being hurt by the court system and by their other parent, but they're also being hurt by me too, because they're seeing it firsthand.
Yeah.
And
I mean, we
so-
need to be the example for our kids that their other parent isn't, you know? And that's hard, because especially if you're dealing with a situation where they're withholding the kids and you don't have that influence, you know. But I can say, even so, I always wondered for years, how my kids were impacted with our divorce and separation, because even though we ended up with equal parenting, you know, to get to that point was messy. And so I had a lot of guilt over the trauma that they endured, and what my part in that might have been. And
you're just hitting a good point that I wanted to touch on, because Sleepy Panda Mom just asked, you know, forgive myself, but for what? And, you know, you just explained it right there. Everything you just said explained exactly what I was saying about forgiving yourself.
Yeah. I mean, nobody is perfect. If you truly believe you are 100% blameless and perfect, I don't know what to tell you, because I do not believe that. I think every human is flawed. Every single one of us has made mistakes and maybe contributed to a situation. That doesn't mean that you were 100% responsible, but we all have our part to play in how things happen in our world. And being honest with ourselves is crucial. But the light for me was, so now my daughter's older, she's pregnant, she's married. And I asked her a few months ago, I finally had the guts to ask her, how do you feel about when your dad and I separated? Like, did that impact you? So she's a social worker. So she went into social work because she wants to counsel kids. And so I always wondered, are you carrying trauma with you? Did I contribute to that? And her answer was no. But I always thought all these years that I did give her trauma, you know? But I didn't find out from her own mouth until she was an adult and married, you know, with a baby on the way, that that burden was lifted from me. And I've carried that all these years. And
that's huge for you.
Yeah.
You know, because that gives you the power to heal yourself.
Yeah.
You know,
I tell my kids all the time that I'm sorry for the way things ended up, because I only have my kids like a third of the time. I have a very healthy relationship with them, and I'm so thankful for that. But I tell them all the time, I'm sorry that your mom and I aren't together and that you have to go back and forth a couple times a week. But they don't know any different. Like my girls are probably young enough when the separation happened that they don't really even remember their mom and I together. My son definitely does, but they don't know different. They don't know what their life would be like if their mom and I were still together. It probably would be awful because we were just not compatible. So even though I know to take responsibility for what I think could be a detriment in their upbringing, I'm so thankful that they don't know any different, and the kids are so resilient. And like she said, her daughter, we had a rough time with her, and now she's a super productive member of society. She's so happy and sociable to be around, and we're just so thankful to God that he brought her along the journey, even though it kind of looked like it was going to be pretty dark at times. So kids are resilient, and we just have to keep doing our best.
You know, we actually have a first-time chatter that just chatted all the way from Quebec. Happy holidays.
Hey.
Wow. Thank you for the first-time chat. I really do appreciate that.
Quebec. We've always wanted to go to Quebec. We actually planned our family vacation to Quebec right when COVID hit.
Yeah, right in 2020.
And everything shut down.
Man.
I know. We want to go so bad.
You know, I do want to address Sleepy Panda Mom's comment here. She goes, if I stop fighting, though, I'll never have a chance to ever bring them home. You know, never stop fighting. Never stop fighting. There are different ways to fight. You can fight in the court system, or you can fight to get laws changed. And document everything. And this is what I tell parents all the time. Document everything. If you're still going to fight in the courts, do so. But do so strategically. You know, do so very, very strategically. Document everything. So when the time comes and your kids come to you and you be like, why didn't you fight for me? And be like, what are you talking about? I did fight for you. And a prime example, and just a short story here. Back in, I want to say it was 2016, 2017. I had just gotten out of a court hearing where, again, got my rear end handed to me. Like I said, it didn't matter what I said or what I did. Nothing was going to change. But I met up with another father because he had just gotten out of court too. And we went over to the Green Turtle for lunch. While we're sitting there having a discussion over a drink and a burger, that the bartender, the female bartender, walked up. She goes, you know, I hate to interrupt you, but, you know, I want to tell you guys a story. We're like, okay. And she goes, she was a child that was told by their mom that their father abandoned them, didn't want nothing to do with her and whatnot. And when she turned 21, she reached out to her father and actually met up with her father in a public location because she didn't feel safe to do so, you know, privately. And so she met with her father out in a public restaurant. They had a discussion. She says she loved the discussion, and they set up another time for them to meet because she wanted to see proof that he was there fighting for her, that everything that was told to her over the years, all up until she was 21, that he just abandoned her. So they met up. She said that she had met up like a week later, and he literally brought a binder that was thick, and literally she was going through. These are all the times that I filed to see you more, to be able to get time with you, and you know how many times I was rejected by the courts and by her attorney and by the state's attorney, the CASAs, the judges, and you know. So she goes, but after a couple of years of building that relationship with her father, she had a perfect relationship with her father, but didn't have one with her mom because of everything she was put through as a child. So Sleepy Panda Mom, I understand your frustration. I understand your anger. Trust me, I was there too. 12 years I was fighting for my kids in the court system to the point where I cut those strings. And then all of a sudden, my whole situation did a complete 180. A 180. And it was the best thing of all. I have a relationship with my kids now. Like I said, my son was on with me last night for a little bit, towards the end before we went to do the live, the pre-recorded segments. And I tell you that my son knew I was there. Our daughter was a little too young to know at the time, and she was a little bit more manipulated over the years. But these past 3 years, because the last hearing was in 2022, and I tell you what, I couldn't be happier now. And I hope that for everybody. I hope that for Mike, that eventually that'll happen for him. I hope it happens for everybody. There is light at the end of the tunnel. It doesn't last forever. And when the time comes and your children come to you and ask you questions, you have to be ready. In order to be ready, you have to get yourself ready.
Yeah. And no one is saying to stop caring. And you can't make up for lost time. I mean, a childhood is so short and it flies so quickly. So I think those of us who have been through the courts, I mean, we understand why it matters. And people who are in the industry or who've not lived it, they don't understand why it's such a big deal to us. And there are well-meaning people who will callously say, well, they'll figure it out when they're older. And that, I do believe that is true in a lot of cases, but that doesn't take away the pain of now. And so that would be what I would like to communicate to you, is that we're not saying that just, go away and deal with it later and they'll come around later, because we don't know what's going to happen in the future with your children. Right. But you can control your own healing and work towards your own healing, so that if and when the chance comes for those relationships to be restored, you're in a place that restoration can happen, because sometimes the bitterness of the now will bleed into the future, and future opportunities to restore those relationships might be sabotaged if you're not healed yourself. So I mean, talking to someone, seeing a therapist, a good one, there's so many bad ones. So I say that with a grain of salt, but talking to someone and really understanding what you're feeling and how you can learn to cope, because until the laws change, we can't change the system. I mean, it's $60 billion, whatever. There's been all kinds of numbers thrown around, but it's a huge industry. And so there's a lot of money and power that are tied to it. So any change that we see is not going to be quick. Some of us have been advocating I've only been advocating since 2020-ish. But there are some people that we know who have been doing this for 20, 30 years. And they're in it for the long haul. I know I'm in it for the long haul. But it's going to happen quickly. And it's definitely not quick enough, because kids are growing up and like generations have been going by. And so our
kids will never see the benefit
of
any of our advocating work ever.
Yeah. But I hope my grandkids will,
Yeah. Well, and that's one thing I was telling my son last night. I said, the reason why I continue to fight, even after, it's been 3 years now, going on 4 years, because we're getting ready to get into the new year. And, I do this for them, because I don't want to have to see them, my son or my daughter, have to go through the same turmoil that I and their mom have had to go through. And, we both, their mom and I, we both have our faults in the whole situation. But in reality, it's the system. We have to put the blame towards the system, because they perpetrated it, they orchestrated it, and they strung us along. They kept us at each other's throats.
And they delay. So
exactly.
One of my dear friends here in Ohio, she hasn't seen her kids for months and months and months. And the dad's been they have a court order saying that she should be having parenting time, and that he's just withholding the kids all these months. They finally had a status hearing just 2 days ago, and the court finally scheduled a hearing, an evidentiary hearing, but not till the end of May. You know, I mean, 7 months basically between when they scheduled the status hearing to now they might have an evidentiary hearing, assuming it doesn't get delayed. 7 months is a long time in the life of a child.
Just out of curiosity, have they tried to file for contempt?
Yeah.
Because literally, in Sleepy Panda Mom, I want to address your latest comment. You know, because trust me, we know you're suffering. I've been there. Trust me, I know. I can speak to you until you're blue in the face. I know. I was there. I've been there. I've been through it. Trust me. We understand what you're going through, and the guidance and the suggestions that we're giving, you know, it's based upon our own personal, you know, subjective opinions, because we're taking the hurt that we felt and trying to help you. So we want you to understand that. Like I said, we understand that you're struggling. We really do. So just, I highly recommend trying to find a hobby. You know, do some, you know, in order to deal with my stress, that's the reason why I began podcasting, you know, because I wanted to give people a voice, because there was nowhere for people to have a voice. And so find a hobby, find something, you know, if this is a passion for you, you know, get in with an organization, start podcasting yourself, you know, find something that's going to help you be able to cope with it in order to get through it. That's the only way. If you're just going to sit back and just let it fester and boil and build up to the point where your stress level keeps going up like a volcano, and eventually it's going to erupt, and it's not going to be good for you. It's not going to be good for your mental health. It's not going to be good for your physical health. And all that's doing is going to give ammo for the opposite side, saying, look, they're crazy. You know, they can't keep themselves together. And that's why we're saying you must heal yourself. You know, find an organization, find a group. You're in Virginia. I know several groups in Virginia. You know what? I'm going to put my email back up there again. There it is. Send me an email, and I will get you in connection with a group in Virginia that you can literally get up with, and they will help. They'll help guide you. It's a great group, and it's one of the Family Forward Project groups that's in Virginia that I'm going to hook you up with. And trust me, if I lived in Maryland, where I could literally catch the metro from Shady Grove all the way down into DC and into Virginia, I would go meet you myself and take you out to a lunch and sit down and actually have a conversation with you and help try to guide you myself. But I'm in Delaware now. You know, I would love to be able to sit down and actually help you with that. But send me an email, and I will get you in contact with those in Virginia in order to get you some help.
Yeah, and you hit a good point, Brian. You hit a good point of finding hobbies. Like advocacy is my hobby, because I feel so helpless because I see the problems and I feel like we need radical change. So that is literally how I spend most of my free time. Mike, however, he's got different hobbies. He has too many hobbies, if I'm going to be.
All of them.
You as a man, so I think women are drawn to advocacy because
he's doing what I like to do right now, and it's being in the kitchen, and you know,
he does almost all the cooking.
Unfortunately, I don't get that much time in the kitchen because I rent a room right now, and until the price market comes down, then I'm going to buy my first house through the VA. But I love being in the kitchen. I love being able to cook. I love cooking for others. When I get my own place, I know next Christmas, hopefully I will be in my own place by next Christmas, to where I can literally invite people over and crash at my place for a few days, make a Christmas dinner for everybody, do a big Christmas marathon there with everybody there and whatnot. But I love to cook. But, you know, a hobby, you know, cooking is a great hobby. learning how to cook and cooking all these meals. I before I went into the Marine Corps, I literally I was working at a 5-star restaurant in Virginia called the Blue Rock, which is in Rappahannock County. But I was also working at the Frost Diner in Warrenton, Virginia as well when I used to live there before during my high school years. But when I was working at the 5-star restaurant, the Blue Rock, off 211, I was being taught how to cook by a former Army Ranger who wound up getting out and going to culinary school. And I had a passion for cooking, and that's why I love to cook today. And whenever I do get a chance to get into the kitchen, oh, you better watch out. but another hobby, and it's something that I've always been interested in, is music. I've always been interested in music, and it wasn't until over the past year that I really got involved into writing my own songs. And I'm a musician, so I can play drums. I can't play guitar, but I can play drums. I can do any brass instrument, but I don't sing. So all the music that I have created, the words are my words. The lyrics are my lyrics. And I use an AI program where I put my words into the AI program to put the voice to it and put the music to it. And then once I get that, then I put it into another AI program, which creates the video for. And I tell you, that's a hobby. Learning how to write music and writing your own music and putting it together. And, that is a great source to do. If you love fishing, go fishing. Depending on where you are and what time of year it is. Go play pool, join a league, join a bowling league or a pool league, find something that's going to help you heal, to help find your zen. Because if you don't do stuff for you, you're just going to drag yourself down, and you don't need that.
My big hobby when I started going through all this crap 11 years ago was I was going to a CrossFit gym at the time, and just being around other people was huge. I didn't tell them what was going on in my life, but just being around other people and suffering with other people, because CrossFit's hard. It was hard to do. And, I remember doing workouts and being in tears because I hadn't seen my kids in a month, and I'm just crying through a workout. And, I had people there to talk to. It's kind of as a distraction, but also as support if I needed it. So I ended up, becoming good friends with a lot of people. Ended up living with my CrossFit coach for a year while I was homeless. But having a support group, even though they're not really, you don't have to divulge your entire life to them, but having people around, maybe a church group, like you mentioned, a bowling league or something, that's awesome. Just having people around, people that can show you that they value you. Is a huge.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to say getting outside is huge. You mentioned fishing. That's my thing. I remember I had my fly rod in my car and running out of my car for a few days at a time. And that's what I would do. I'd go fishing, and, that's an outlet of being out in nature. And I know that I'm not out there alone because I'm in God's creation, and being able to do something that I feel like I'm good at.
You get the sounds of nature all around you, and that right there is so relaxing. I love fishing. I don't like to eat fish, but I do love to fish, and I always do catch and release. But fishing is a wonderful source because you can just literally sit out there and just listen to the frogs and the crickets, and just literally just daze out into the water. It's amazing, especially if you're in the mountains and you're fishing along the rivers.
But you can fish every day of the year. I fished 2 days ago here in Ohio. Yeah. Well, I actually fell in the water. I was wading and I tripped over a rock and fell.
Oh no!
But it's a great memory, and I'm glad I did it. So.
But yeah, no, there's so many different things. Like some of the things that I did over the 12 years to help with my son. I was a reenactor, a Revolutionary War reenactor. I did the impression of a German Hessian. I was also part of 2 pipe bands. And like I said, I've always been musically talented. I'm a drummer. I can play a little bit of the bagpipes, but not much. I'm more of a drummer than I am a bagpiper. But ever since my accident and having to get a plate in my left wrist from my accident, I'm not able to drum anymore because it's just my wrist does not won't allow me to do it. I guess if I work at it long enough, I might be able to get back into it again. But it's just I got too many problems with my left wrist now that it's very difficult for me to do so. I've tried. I'm not saying that I couldn't do it. It's just right now, I don't see it happening.
Yeah.
But
well, it's hard, I think, to convince yourself to go do something when you don't feel like doing it. Even if it's something you love, at least for me, like I'm the type of person when I'm upset about something, I want to just go to bed. And so it's really hard for me anyway. It's really hard to get motivated to do productive things when I don't feel like it. So that was something I really struggled with for sure.
Meditation. Here we go.
Yeah. If anyone out there is watching and you feel that way, that's human, I think. And some of us probably struggle with that more than others, but you gotta do it.
Yeah. Dave said here, I'm meditate at least once a day. I've been studying Stoic philosophy for the past 2 years. These things have helped me. I underwent EMDR therapy that helped as well. So there are resources out there, and we definitely encourage everyone to find their way. And we can't do it for you. You have to figure this out for yourself. We can only guide you along the way, but you have to find out for yourself what you enjoy doing, what helps for you. Because what one will work for one may not work for the other.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and you know what? And my mind just kind of went somewhere when you were saying that, because when you have a healthy life and you have hobbies and you have friends and you have a group, even if it's your gym rat friends or church group, it's important for your kids to see that you have normal relationships with other people. Yep. That the world doesn't hate you. So especially if you have the other parent trying to paint you as this crazy person that nobody likes and you're so, horrible and dangerous and, whatever words they're trying to use to describe you. When you surround yourself with people in healthy relationships, one, you're modeling what that looks like, which is important that parents do in modeling healthy relationships for our kids. Mm-hmm. But it also counters that narrative that you're a horrible person that they should not associate with, because you do have friends and,
you are exactly right on that. Cause I feel that deeply, especially when my kids and their mom came down to DC for that DC event with the Family Forward Project this past summer. They saw all the people that I was dealing with, and it wasn't just men, it was women, it was grandparents, grandmas, granddads, people of all kinds were there. And, for the first time, because everyone has heard me talk about my kids at every single event, because I love my kids dear, of course I'm going to talk about them. And, every time somebody came up, and a lot of people didn't know that they were my kids because I was trying to keep it a secret. So, when I brought them, I wanted to be a surprise because it was part of my speech. But when it was known and everyone was just like, their eyes lit up, they're like, oh my God, for 12 years, we've been hearing you talk about your kids and we're finally meeting them for the first time. Just the camaraderie that, after we got off stage and everything was starting to break down and people coming up and literally being like, oh my God, we were so glad to meet you. We heard so much about you. Your dad loves you. He wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for you guys. It really does show, especially to our children, the passion that we have for this. And, this is definitely, this movement is a passion. And regardless if I have my kids with me or not, because I do have that relationship, I'm not stopping to make change, because it's not about my kids. It's about our future generations to come, our grandkids, our great grandkids. If we don't change the system now, and it's not going to happen overnight, as much as we would love for it to happen overnight, it's not possible. But change is coming. We have a foot in the door.
That sounds like a dinosaur. What is that?
No, it's the blaster from Star Wars.
Okay.
TIE fighter.
He's like, he immediately said, "Oh, Star Wars."
So it's just my work chat is everyone's commenting "Merry Christmas" to everybody. So anytime a message comes through, it chimes. But yeah, yeah. Some people are like, well, you don't have any stake in the game. It's not about having stake. I'm gonna turn the volume all the way down.
No, I say the same thing, Brian, because again, my kids are, my youngest just turned 18. Any change that we make isn't going to impact my kids at all. I don't have an active case, so I can't even hope that it would help me. And when I first started my advocacy, they assumed because I cared and because I'm this annoying advocate at the state house that I must just be a parent who has a horrible story. And they kept the lobbyists who are working against us would tell people that, oh, these are just crazy parents. But I am not one of those at all. I first of all, I already had 50-50, but also now my kids are grown. They can't retaliate against me. And so they don't, the opponents of what we're trying to do don't know what to do with me because they can't sabotage my case. They can't retaliate in any way. I have nothing to lose, and so I think that's an important message because when you're in it, it's hard to see past your own case. And so I feel honestly like it's a spiritual calling, I'm called to do this. I don't have a choice. I quit. How often do I quit? Every week.
Yeah, every day.
Yeah. Because it gets really hard and it seems like what am I doing this for? Because it's never going to benefit me. But I can't stop, because someone has to do it, and it's hard to do it.
That's the way I am, because my son asked me, why am I continuing to do this? And I was like, again, it's not for them. It's for my future grandkids. I don't want to see my kids have to go through it and then my future grandkids, because we all know right now it's an ever revolving door. So if we don't, continue to fight, and I've known people who've been in this movement, as soon as they got access to their kids, they're gone. They're no longer in the picture of the movement. And I just think it's the wrong move to make, because it just goes to show that you weren't in it for the real reason. And, but this is the reason why I fight so hard. And, thanks to Mark Ludwig, for 3 years, I literally been in the shadows. I've been doing the events and whatnot, but I've been in the shadows helping behind the scenes. But Mark, over this last 6 months to a year, he's literally lit a fire under my rear. And he's like, dude, you need to get in front of the legislators. And I'm like, that's not me, bro. It's not me. But you know what? It is me. I never thought. I've always considered myself the trench guy, always in the trenches. And, that's what I do. Anytime there's an event in DC, everyone's calling me because I got the sound equipment. I got the stage, and that right there alone, just, I don't do it for recognition at all, because it's not about me. It's not about you. It's about our children, and it's about getting change for future generations to come. And so I love the way Mark says it best. If you're in it for recognition, you're in it for the wrong reasons. A lot of people thank me all the time for this, and I'm like, don't thank me. Thank everybody that was part of it. Because they're the reasons. Our children are the real reasons that we should be thanking, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be fighting as hard as we are. So.
Yeah, definitely. For sure. And there are plenty of people that want attention, especially if they're dealing with
Karen Cook. Oh my God. Welcome. She just commented. She goes, same for me, Brian. Oh my God. Karen, how are you doing? Wow. Good to see you in. God, one of the grandma warriors with the Family Forward Project. Awesome. Love Karen. But yeah, so yeah, exactly. It's just it's the way it is. It is the way it is. But Elizabeth and Mike, I want to thank you guys for coming on again. I don't want to keep you guys any longer unless you guys wish to change. I do got to take a break here because we have been going for the last 2 hours and have yet to play one of the songs and do a commercial. And I've gone through 2 bottles of water. I need to go use the restroom.
Well, Brian, thank you for having us. You know, we're happy to spend our Christmas morning with everyone, and I hope you guys are doing okay. And we're praying for you. Pray for you guys every day, every parent that's going through this, and every child. I mean, it's constantly on our hearts for sure.
Absolutely. Thank you again. And just very briefly, do you guys have anything coming up in the near future?
Well, we've been talking about some different concepts and approaches to continue the storytelling side of it, but we are embroiled pretty heavily in some legislative efforts here in Ohio because the judges here have written a bill that would expand their power. And so we're trying to kill that bill, and that's taken up a lot of my time. I never saw that coming in the past 5 years. We've been trying to bring reform ourselves and create new laws that would wheel in the court's power. Well, the judges got mad and retaliated, and they wrote a bill that's the complete opposite of everything we've ever tried to do. So that's taking up a lot of time. Once that's settled, we have some ideas.
Well, I have my fingers and toes and anything else that I can keep crossed for you. You know, I wish you guys well out there. Definitely stay in contact, and anything I can do to help you guys out there, give me a holler.
Awesome. Merry Christmas,
All right,
Brian.
thank you, guys.
Bye, Brian.
All right, guys, we are going to take a break here. I will play a song. We're going to do a commercial after that, and another song. This is going to be roughly about a 10 to 15 minute break that we're going to do here. So get up, get a drink, use the restroom, get yourself some breakfast because it is still morning time if you haven't already done so. If you have the chance to go call your kids, go call your kids. Wish them a Merry Christmas if you have the capabilities of doing so. But we will indeed be back, ladies and gentlemen. This is only going to get better. And if you want to join here, come on and share a few words of wisdom and encouragement, or you want to come on and talk about a random topic, hey, it's free game here. The link is posted. It is the pinned post here in the chat for Twitch. Just click on that link. It will put you into the studio. And when I'm ready to bring you up, I will definitely bring you up. So again, click on that link that's in the chat and the pinned post, and we'll definitely get you on right after this break. So yeah, we'll be back in about 10 to 15.
Sparkling, festive, bright. The shadows fill this wishful night.
All the presents that they sit so still in a Christmas dinner, waiting for bellies to fill.
Hoping to hear voice distilled, a list of wishes unfulfilled.
Oh, I'm wishing on a Christmas star tonight, that my child feels my love with all their might.
With all their might, with all their might. Though the miles dividing us and the cold orders are so strict, they do not see the harm they inflict. But in our heart, a parent's love won't ever quit.
No, it will never quit.
Lies were spun to keep us apart, a heavy weight upon my heart. I picture smiles, I long to hear their gentle voice so sweet and clear.
Wishing that it never turns to fear, 'cause all you want is to hear them cheer.
We're missing out on every stage, another blank of the unspoken page.
Wondering if they feel the same, waiting for the day we can play the same game. Oh, I'm wishing on a Christmas star tonight, that my child feels my love with all their might.
With all their might, with all their might. Though the miles dividing us and the court orders are so strict, they do not see the harm they inflict. But in our heart, a parent's love won't never quit.
No, it will never quit.
Silent tears fall in the dim lit room, cutting through the holiday gloom. A parent silent, aching plea that they'll remember, that they'll see no judge or lie can never mend the love that reaches without end.
Oh, I'm wishing on a Christmas star tonight, that my child feels my love with all their might.
With all their might. feel the same way too.
We go by many names. Dad, Padre, sometimes old man. Usually it's Daddy. Daddy's the favorite. But they all mean the same thing. They all mean father, a man in relationship with his children. We're the Father's Rights Movement. Because every child deserves a father. We're working for justice in the family court system. Support fathers' rights. Come join us today.
Single motherhood can be totally exhausting. You do it all. Take care of the kids, run everyone to sports, doctors, play dates, cook, clean laundry. Plus you work full time. I get that when you divorced, this made sense. You were the main parent and maybe even the better parent. Kids can see their dad on the weekend, but they need a primary home, right? Plus your mom, your best friend, your lawyer, everyone told you that's what you should fight for in divorce and pay the lawyer for. But what if I told you the every other weekend schedule isn't actually what's good for kids? That it hurts kids. In fact, there are 60 peer-reviewed studies that prove that it's best for kids when they spend approximately equal time with both parents. That every other weekend schedule was developed in the 1960s, back when June Cleaver was the feminine ideal and women couldn't get a credit card without her husband's permission. Think about it. Your current setup is pretty sexist. You are responsible for the kids while he has time to focus on his career. It turns out, though, when kids spend equal time between both parents' homes, good things happen for everyone. Kids grow up seeing dads juggle family and work, manage households, and be involved caretakers. And kids grow up seeing moms as breadwinners and taking care of themselves as well as others. After all, now moms have more time to build their careers, build a life, and swipe right more often. Not only do kids benefit from bonding with both parents equally, all that lawyer money can go to the college fund. Everyone wins. So if you believe in gender equality and what's best for kids and what's best for you, start by splitting parenting time 50-50. Simple.
We're here today because shared parenting isn't just a right, it's essential for the well-being of the children.
You got a king?
Go fish.
The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life. Take time to be a dad today.
Not today.
I'm here. You can tell me anything.
I see you. We're in this together.
Breakthroughs are happening.
Treatments are evolving.
The stats can change.
Society can change.
We can all say, not today.
Not today.
Not today. Not today. Not today. If we're together, bound to be better. When we're together, together. Porch lights throwing shadows on the fresh laid snow. I've got the cocoa waiting and the tree all aglow. The court date's at 10 and it's 4:30. I'm still staring at the driveway, listening for the door. The text says you're sick or you don't wanna go. But I know the voice that's whispering the seeds that they sow. They built up a fortress of silence and lies, while I'm left here tracing your ghost with my eyes. I don't need the silver, I don't need the gold, just a heart that's been stolen out in the cold. They can block every call, they can lock every gate, and tell you that love is just something to wait. But the only wish a parent has, the only true pleas for the walls they built up to fall down to the sea. I'm not missing presents or a star on the tree, I'm just missing you and who we're allowed to be. I see the pictures posted, a smile I don't share. Another holiday passing filled with silent despair. The stories they tell you, the history they twist, building a narrative that I can't resist. They tell you that I'm gone, that I chose to leave, while my heart is aching, you'll never believe. It's a season of giving, but what can I give when the only thing wanted is how we used to live? I don't need the silver, I don't need the gold, just a heart that's been stolen out in the cold. They can block every call, they can lock every gate, and tell you that love is just something to wait. But the only wish a parent has, the only true plea is for the walls they built up to fall down to the sea. I'm not missing presents or a star on the tree, I'm just missing you and who we're allowed to be. Does it bring them comfort to see you in pain? To make a child question a bond that remains? The calendar turns, a new year starts near, but the echoes of absence are all that I hear. I hold on to the memories, the laughter, the light, and pray for a future where everything's right. I don't need the silver, I don't need the gold, just a heart that's been stolen out in the cold. They can block every call, they can lock every gate, and tell you that love is just something to wait. But the only wish a parent has, the only true pleas for the walls they built up to fall down to the sea. I'm not missing presents or a star on the tree, I'm just missing you and who we're allowed to be. So I'll keep the hope burning, a small steady flame, whispering your name, though it feels like a game. They can keep us apart, but they can't make me forget the love in my heart that's not over yet. Yeah, it's not over yet. Merry Christmas, my child, wherever you be.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and we hope you guys are enjoying, this Christmas marathon just as much as I am, because even though I do have access to my kids, I'm able to speak to them and talk with them. It's still rough not being able to have them here physically. So, this marathon is also for me too. It's for anyone who has had to endure these traumas. So, it's not just it's for me too. It's for everybody. Trust me. I understand what you're going through. Everybody deals with the same traumas. We may be facing different scenarios or different cases, but in reality, we're all facing the same monsters. So trust me, I've been there. I understand exactly what you're going through. Like we were telling Sleepy Panda Mom, we could talk to everybody until they're blue in the face to try to get them to understand. And you may say you understand, but the question is, do you really understand? What we're trying to tell you is we're trying to give you suggestions in order to be able to figure out a way to cope with what you're dealing with, because you need to get you as an individual needs to heal first. If you can't heal and the time comes and your kids come to you, how are you going to be able to handle the situation? And that's what we're trying to say. We want to get you in a position to when that time comes, you will be able to handle it, and you'll be able to handle it the right way. And my whole goal is to make sure that you guys get to that point. Like I said, I'm not an attorney. We don't give legal advice here, but we do use our own personal experiences based upon our knowledge and firsthand experience. It's plain and simple. Now, I will say that we will at 12 o'clock. We're not gonna stay live until 1, unless we get a lot of people on. But I do have a 4-hour segment already planned out. All you gotta do is literally pop it up under a file, hit play, and it's the 3 documentaries. It's got the songs, it's got a couple commercials that we're going to be doing too in between the documentaries. But literally, it's just over 4 hours. It's 4 hours and 1 minute. And I know you, Sleepy Panda Mom, you were asking where you can see these documentaries. You can actually go to We the Parents. I want to say it's wetheparents.com. Give me 1 second. Let's see. We the Parents. Literally, if you just go into Google and type "We the Parents" documentary, it came out in 2013. Boom! It's literally right there. We the Parents movie. There it is. It literally is the first one that I see. And it might just be because I've searched it up so many times. It's one of the first ones to pop up. But even Yahya McClain's documentary, you can find on YouTube. Ginger Gentiles, you can find up on YouTube as well. The Erasing Families documentary. And there's just so many great things. I know there's another group out there that's in the process of doing a documentary. I am collecting when I go back and forth to DC, especially for the National Coalition, the National Council for Equal Share Parenting, working with Mark Ludwig. I'm getting footage on every single trip that we do to DC, because I want to be able to create a documentary of these times, or create a video that represents every single time to the steps that we're taking to get the change. And I'm working hand in hand with Mark with the National Council for Equal Share Parenting. And I don't have the right equipment to do it. I'm making do with what I got. But luckily with the National Council for Equal Share Parenting, which is now a 50c3, donations, we're going to start getting top donor donations, which is going to help us get the right equipment to do what we need to do at these events. I have a laptop that I use at the events right now, and it's an old laptop. It's like 15 years old, and I need a new one. So we're going to wind up getting the equipment that we need eventually to do this upright, so where we can actually do shows on the road, while we're at these events, and not just do a recording and make a video later down the road. I'm talking about actually doing live straight from the events. Now, of course, all the events we're not going to be able to do lives, just because there's certain information's being passed out. For example, in DC last month, there was a press conference on the third day. And after the press conference, there was a dinner. And of course, there was going to be a guest speaker at the dinner, but there was no cameras. It was all off the record because the person that was speaking wanted to remain anonymous because of their affiliation with parties. And they didn't want their name mentioned. So no recordings were done of that. I did do a recording. It's Lawrence DeMarco. The press conference and the conference that happened in the morning and into the late afternoon, I do have B-roll footage that I am working on. Hopefully, I will be able to get that out here in the next couple weeks. I've been focusing on getting this marathon done. That I really haven't focused on getting those videos together because it's they had presentations, PowerPoint presentations that you couldn't see during the live. So I'm trying to get the live as well as other camera angles, as well as the slides up onto one screen. So I got to do some editing to make that work. In order for me to do so, I really have to put some time into it. But I've been focusing on getting this Christmas marathon put together that I really haven't had the necessary time to focus on that. So now that this Christmas is coming to an end, that I will be able to start being able to focus on that aspect and still be able to live my life at the same time. Because like I said, I am a gamer. I do stream on Twitch other than here on RFIRN Podcast. I am a game streamer as well. My channel for that is Crazy Chipmunk Crew. So if anybody wants to go follow me over there, it's all capital C's, Crazy Chipmunk Crew, all one word. And just like it's literally just how it's spelled. I do a lot of gaming over there, but I also do a lot of like multiplayer games where I play with a bunch of people. That is a hobby. That's one of the things that you can do. Like I said, in order to deal with what we're going through is to find a hobby. I cannot stress that enough. If you want to join, so yeah, if anybody wants to join, click on the pinned post. Everyone's more than welcome. More the merrier. And David Grove, if you're still listening, if you're if you're lurking, or you guys are more than welcome to come back on. I did have to get Elizabeth and Mike on during that time. But I want to thank you guys for joining in this morning. So if you guys want to, I don't mind. Yeah, Sleepy Panda Mom, if you want to join, please do so. Move a muscle, change the thought. Yeah, exactly. We don't always want to focus on the negative stuff. We definitely want to talk about some good stuff too. I love sharing my stories. Why? Because I'm a success story. Success. It took 12 years, but I'm a success story now. Raymond Schwab, another success story. Look at Carlos Rivera. He's got access to his kids now too. Of course, they've aged out of the system, but either way, he's got his access to his kids now. It's just this whole situation doesn't last forever. So, but yeah, if anybody wants to join, definitely. Here we go. Hello.
Hey. By the way, my real name is Anna Smith. We might be friends on Facebook. I'm not sure, but on Facebook it's Anna Rachel Smith. Just FYI. But
it's possible. Let me see here.
And Rachel's Rachel.
Oh. Yeah. Looks like we are friends. Yep. We got 79 mutual friends.
Cool. Yeah, we're in that network of other people. That's good.
Yep.
Our community.
I have met so many people throughout the movement that it's hard to keep track of everybody. People are constantly sending me friends requests, and I don't accept all of them. one, if you don't have a picture, if you don't have a profile picture, I will not accept.
Same here.
Two, if you only have one or two mutual friends, unless they are well-known individuals, I will reach out to those individuals going, hey, do you know this person? Because I'm not just going to, accept random people. If you have more than 20 mutual friends, I will accept you in a heartbeat.
Same exact thing with me. Yeah. That's how I add. Like, people are constantly like or clicking to add me as a friend, and I do the same exact thing. And then when I go to add friends, I do this just to network and to keep in the loop and everything community wise. But I'll do the same thing if I see people that have like 89, 100 plus or whatever mutual friends. I know that they're in this network, so I'll add friend with them too. So like,
yeah,
I do the same thing. So
I know they're established. I know they're not just watching me or people can follow me all they want, but sending me a friend request, that's another thing. Like, follow me. I prefer people to follow me. Don't necessarily add me as a friend. If you're just going to lurk in the background and just make comments, you could do that as a follower.
Well, the thing is on Facebook, when you go to someone's Facebook page, for most pages at least, depending on your settings, the first thing you see is the add friend button. You got to go to the top right and click the little 3 dots and then click, that's where the follow button is. But a lot of people don't know that. So they'll automatically click add friend instead of follow. And even so, like, if you add them as a friend, doesn't mean they're following you. Doesn't mean that you're getting in their algorithm either. And vice versa. You got to actually click follow or whatever for it to like go into the algorithm and stuff.
Absolutely.
Weird.
So, but I know, like I said, we can lead a horse to water, but we can't make them drink. And I know it sounds like a broken record, but I do feel for you. Reading your comments and everything. Trust me, I feel you.
Yeah, sorry, that was a lot of comments. I was like the only one commenting. I'm sorry.
Well, a lot of people are just lurking because they just don't know what to say, and that's okay. If people want to lurk, that is perfectly fine. If that's how they want to, take suggestions that we're doing to help them cope and whatnot, great. If they want to join and say a few words, awesome. More the merrier. That's what this marathon is for. This is Restoring Families Internet Radio, the home of the voice of the voiceless. We give everyone a chance to have a voice. So if they want to come on, we'll put them up.
That's pretty much. I'm a host of. I have a podcast show. I mentioned that in the comments, like when we were talking about coping skills and stuff. And I mentioned I have a podcast show too. It's called Alienated Radio, talking about what most don't, which I talk about parental alienation and family court and all that stuff too, and Power Rangers and cooking, and just all kinds of stuff. But yeah,
Power Rangers.
I'm a nerd. I'm a total geek, man. I love Power Rangers and I love the Wizard of Oz, the whole Wicked stuff. Yeah, I'm a nerd. But yeah, like
because Wicked's got a whole section of Wicked up.
yeah. I actually just I just got a whole bunch of like Wicked merchandise. I have a Wicked mini fridge and a music box and shoes and all kinds of stuff. And I've been collecting Wizard of Oz stuff for years. I've always loved Wizard of Oz. I've never seen the musical. Like I was living under a rock. I just discovered Wicked like maybe a couple years ago, and I'm like, what's this? Has to do with Wizard of Oz? What? Like, oh my god!
If you are a true fan of Wizard of Oz, how many of the shoes were made?
I think there was 7, maybe. I'm not really sure, but there's several though. There's multiple shoes. Oh, only 3. Okay. I don't know everything. Like I haven't even read the books yet. I know it sucks, but I do love the Wizard of Oz. I've seen that movie like so many freaking times, and I love Judy Garland too. But I haven't read the books yet, but I want to, and I'm planning to. But
here's a funny story for you. When it comes to these the ruby slippers, there was 3 pairs that were made, and she will actually tell you firsthand that they were the most uncomfortable shoes ever. But there
I think a pair was stolen too.
One pair was stolen. The other pair is in a museum, and another pair nobody knows where it's at.
Somewhere, maybe over the rainbow.
But the pair that was stolen, they're those are on the case, or because they've been stolen for years. And the statute of limitations is up, so whoever does have them, they're a collector's item. They're probably just handing it over to the next collector. But so even if they are found, there's nothing they can do because statute of limitations is up on them. And whoever has them now, we don't know if they're the ones that actually stole them. They may have just got them from the person who did actually steal them.
Yep.
But yeah, no, there's one of this. There's a set that's in the museum right now, and that's a funny thing. There's so many props from different movies that have been found in just random places. There's an old movie warehouse in Wyoming not too long ago where a guy went up in the attic and started finding all these different props from Gumby to Star Wars and to all these different movie props. And it's like, it's like they're looking at us. They're like, oh my God, these are worth a fortune.
Yeah, and they are, and they're so like almost priceless. But I mean, you got to think with movie sets. I mean, there's a crap ton of props. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like only so many can go in a museum or go to collectors or whatever.
Yep.
And then the rest, it's just what do you do with it? Take it to Goodwill or whatever. It goes in the attic and either you never see it again or discover it decades later. It's just there's so many because there's so many movies, so many TV shows. There's like millions of props out there that it's like crazy.
Oh, yeah. The original Jaws, the mouth and everything that you see in the movie of him coming out of the water. Somebody had bought it from an auction, and it was a used car dealer that bought it, and he wound up putting it up in a tree, not realizing it was the actual prop from the movie. Well, there are people that are actually out there looking for these type of props, and so they wind up finding it and realizing it was the actual prop from Jaws. So they wind up buying it from him, restored it, and turned it back and put it in the museum. Another one, the original Death Star from Star Wars. It was found in a junkyard. Somebody picked it up and was using it as a trash can in a restaurant. Somebody walked in, they're like, that's the Death Star. I'm like, no, it's my trash can. They're like, no, where'd you find it? Oh, in a junkyard. That's the original Death Star. They just took off the one plate and opened it up. It was the original Death Star from Star Wars. So
I guess if you don't know, I mean, you just make use of whatever it is.
When you have loyal fans and they see the signs within these props, and they know, and it's just amazing on some of the things that can be found. Who knows? You might be sitting on the fortune up in your attic.
Yeah, I know, right? I do have an antique clock, a Wizard of Oz antique clock. It has like a glass dome over it, which actually broke because my cat jumped on the stupid shelf and came crashing down. But anyway, it still works. I just have to find the glass dome to put back on it, which is available. I found it online. I just got to buy it. But anyway, it still works. It's a beautiful clock. It's Wizard of Oz, and it's like worth a lot of money, but with the dome. But I have that, and then I have like Wizard of Oz dolls and all kinds of Wizard of Oz stuff. My cat's getting into stuff right now. But as far as the ruby slippers go, I actually, this was in 2010, I think, just for fun. I went to Goodwill and I found a pair of plain black shoes with low heels or whatever in my size. And I actually made a replica of the ruby slippers. Nice. I mean, they looked almost identical, not identical, but like near it, like I did a really good job on it. And I worked really hard on it, and it took forever, but they're beautiful. I have pictures somewhere of the shoes or whatever, but I ended up, because I'm like, what am I going to do with these? I just did it for fun because I'm an artist and I like to craft and stuff like that. And I think it was like,
that's a great hobby.
2 years later for Halloween, I dressed up as Dorothy because I was like, I always want to be Dorothy. So I ended up using the shoes for my, outfit or whatever for Halloween. And then, it rained that day, so like I'm walking through mud and stuff, and my shoes got all messed up and everything. But I plan on making another replica again eventually. But yeah, those shoes got ruined because stupid rain on Halloween. But that's okay.
Yeah. No, it's amazing on some of the replicas that can be made today. I do. Halloween is the biggest holiday that I ever celebrate. I normally don't celebrate Christmas because I'm always doing this marathon, but Halloween. Oh, I definitely celebrate Halloween.
Oh, I love Halloween.
All out. Unfortunately, unfortunately, the cloak that I had still hasn't arrived. It's the holiday season has really put a damper on all that. But it somehow, I don't know what happened in the shipping process, but it still hasn't gotten here. But I go all out. I'm not a cosplayer by no means. But I tell you what, when I dressed up as Chucky for 1 year, I had the big red buttons, I had the overalls, I had everything, stitched into the pants or the overalls. I literally straight down to the red shoes.
Oh, cool.
I was Chucky. God, I wish I still had that picture. God, I wish I still had that picture.
I would love, I mean, I love dressing up, whether cosplay, whatever, but I haven't done it because I've gained a lot of weight in the past couple years because of stress and grief and blah, blah, blah. But I used to be like 130 pounds. Now I'm 323 pounds. So I'm like 200 pounds heavier. So I can't really fit in anything I want to fit in. Like, I really want to fit in a pink Power Ranger outfit, like the original OG Pink Ranger, which I actually met her, Amy Jo Johnson. I have a picture of her on my wall of me and her. I'm like this holding, like we're strong. And I actually gave her, because I'm a spiritual person, and I'm into like crystals and stuff. I gave her some crystals, just for protection, healing, whatever, because she was going through some stuff at the time. And she actually wrote and distributed a comic book series, which is like a whole nother realm of Power Rangers. And the Yellow Ranger is alive in this one, in the series, and so is Tommy and Tommy and Kimberly's together in the series instead of Tommy and the other Pink Ranger. I forgot her name, Catherine. It's just a whole another like multiverse of Power Rangers or whatever that Amy wrote. And anyway, the first comic book copy that came out that she was selling copies of that day at the Comic-Con where I went at to meet her. After I gave her the crystals, I was asking her about her comic book. I was like, where do I get the comic book? How do I get it? How much is it? Whatever. She's like, I have one copy left and I'll give it to you. Just meet me at the table after the photo ops. And I was like, okay. So I went over and I waited, in line or whatever for everybody to go up and do whatever, meet her, shake her hand, get a whatever. And I came up and she personally gave me her literal last copy of her first published series of her comic book, and I have it framed too next to me in her picture. It's so cool. I was like, and then her and David Yost, the OG Blue Ranger, after that copy came out, they got on Instagram Live together and they read the comic book together. And so I had my copy that she gave me, and I'm like reading it with them, and I'm just like, oh, I'm such a nerd. Like, it was so cool.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, but oh, I was gonna say something I forgot. I can't remember. Was it? I was gonna say I have a picture with Rita Repulsa at the Comic-Con too, but I'm not sure. I was gonna say something either Power Rangers or Parental Alienation wise, because Parental Alienation and Power Rangers are kind of like tongue twisted. What was? I don't know. But there was another thing I was gonna mention too, which I don't know if you're interested in me reading it, but I wrote a story about parental alienation. But it's kind of like sounds like a children's, like you're reading a children's story, right? It's kind of like fantasy sounding, but it's about parental alienation. And the characters are real. I mean, it's me, my mom, my sister Tiffany, which is the aunt to my kids. I have 3 kids, but my 2 youngest kids are the ones that are alienated. And my oldest she's 22 now. But anyway, I had a video that a whole thing I made this video, and I can't find it. I've been looking for it, but I have the script. I have it pulled up now. I have the script or whatever, or the story that I wrote. And then there's this app called Note LM or something like that. And I put the story in and analyzed it. And what it does is it turns it into kind of like this podcast. And it has this AI woman and AI man that like, they just kind of like make up this podcast show. So I put the story in and everything and put extra input information or whatever. And then I have it recorded somewhere of these 2 AI woman and man, as if it's like a podcast show. They're talking about this story. It's called, hold on. It's called Luminary.
What's the name of your podcast?
Anna Taylor Radio. You can search it. It's on most major podcast platforms, or on Spotify, or the direct link is anchor.fm/Anna Taylor Radio Now. And Anna is ANNA, by the way.
Yeah. No, I'm
But
just going to try to find a link so we can put it up on the board.
yeah, go ahead. But the story is called Luminara and the Goblins of Parental Alienation. But do you mind if I read it? I mean, it's not like super long or anything like that, but
no, absolutely, please do.
So the characters, well, the main characters is of course me, the mother, Anna Rachel as herself, which I have the story written out, and then I have like a film script also written out, but I'm just going to read the story. But there's me, the mother, and then Aunt Tiffany, which is my sister, which is the aunt to the children, Layla, Rosie, and Teddy, which Layla's my oldest daughter. Rosie and Teddy are the alienated children. And then grandmother, which is my mother. And then big sister Layla, that's my oldest. And then Rosie and Teddy. Rosie's older than Teddy. So it's Layla, Rosie, then Teddy. That's their ages. But the story of Luminara and the Goblins of Parental Alienation. So here we go. Without my glasses on, but that's okay. Once upon a time, in a vast, whispering forest where ancient trees stretched their gnarled branches like twisted fingers towards the heavens, their leaves shimmering in every conceivable shade of emerald jade under the dappled sunlight that filtered through like golden raindrops, there lived a devoted mother named Anna Rachel. Anna Rachel was a woman of remarkable resilience. Her warm smile and cascading dark hair, wild and flowing like a midnight river, framing a face etched with the soft lines of endless worries and boundless love. Her reddish brown eyes, deep pools reflecting the quiet strength of someone who had weathered countless storms. She resided in a quaint, ivy-cloaked cottage nestled at the edge of this enchanted woodland, its thatched roof sagging lightly under the weight of blooming wildflowers and moss, with smoke lazily curling from a crooked chimney that seemed to hum soft lullabies in the air. She shared this home not only with her family, but also with her wise mother, grandmother, to her children, known as simply as Grandma, whose silver hair was woven with threads of ancient wisdom and whose stories could captivate for hours. Her wrinkled hands, always ready to offer a comforting pat or a steaming cup of herbal tea infused with forest blooms. And her spirited sister Tiffany, aunt to her children. Tiffany, a woman with a laugh like bubbling brooks and hands skilled in weaving spells of comfort from silver threads and herbs, her vibrant scarves fluttering like captured rainbows as she moved about the cottage. Anna Rachel shared this humble abode with her three precious children, her oldest child and daughter, the big sister, Layla, a sprightly girl of it says 8 years old, but she's really 22 in real life. 8 with freckles scattered across her button nose like constellations on a midnight sky. Her golden curls bouncing wildly with every exuberant step she took. Her laughter and tinkling melody that could chase away the darkest clouds. Her youngest daughter, Rosie, a delicate girl, as joyful as she stands in a delicate lace nightgown. Her auburn hair flowing freely like a cascade of autumn leaves, her wide emerald brown eyes brimming with the innocent mischief, and her tiny fingers always twirling locks of that radiant hair. And her youngest child and only son, Teddy, a boy of 4, with this neatly combed reddish brown hair and blue vest, his wide, curious blue, sparkling eyes with the unquenchable wonder of youth, his chubby cheeks dimpling in perpetual smiles, and his tiny hands forever reaching out to grasp at butterflies or pluck at the petals of dew-kissed flowers. Together, this extended family formed an unbreakable bond. Their days once filled with simple joys like baking crusty loaves of bread infused with wild herbs, gathering baskets overflowing with ripe berries that stained their fingers purple, and telling stories by the crackling hearth where flames danced like mischievous sprites. But lately, their idyllic life had been shadowed by the menacing presence of the bad goblin, Mr. Barf, and can I say shit? That's what the name is in the story. That's what I named the alienators. Their name, I incognito their name because, they are sickening people. But anyway, the bad goblins, Mr. Barf and Miss Shit. Wicked creatures with snarling faces twisted like rotten roots, bulbous noses dripping with malice, and ragged cloaks woven from shadows and spider silk, who lurked at the forest's fringes, plotting to steal the family's joy and claim the cottage for their dark deeds. These vile goblins, Mr. Barf, with his gravely voice that grated like rusted chains dragging across stone, and Miss Shit with her piercing cackle that echoed like shattered glass in a storm, had insidious plans rooted in the darkness form of sorcery, parental alienation. Now, these are the people in real life that are keeping my kids from me. So they had slithered into the family's world after Anna Rachel's husband was lost to the sea's cruel waves, which in real life, my kid's father is my ex-abuser, but whatever. Exploiting the raw grief like vultures circling a fresh wound. Using cunning tactics of manipulation and deceit, they whispered poisonous lies into the ears of little Rosie and Teddy, convincing the children that their mother, Anna Rachel, had abandoned them willingly, that she no longer loved them, that her hugs were false and her tears were mere theatrics. They isolated the children from their family, blocking visits and enchanted barriers of fog and illusion, denying letters and gifts with spells that made them vanish into smoke, and bad-mouthing Anna Rachel relentlessly, calling her unfit and unloving in front of the children until their young minds were twisted with confusion. The goblins employed classic parental alienation strategies, gaslighting the children into doubting their own memories of happy times, rewarding them with tainted sweets for parroting lies about their mother, and punishing them with cold silences or shadowy terrors for expressing any longing for home. They alienated Rosie and Teddy not just from Anna Rachel, but from their big sister Layla, whose playful stories they now dismissed as tricks. From Aunt Tiffany, whose magical beads they were told were cursed, and from Grandma, whose wise tales were labeled old lies. This severance had severely broken the sacred bond between mother and child, leaving scars as deep as ancient ravines, traumatizing Rosie and Teddy with feelings of abandonment, worthlessness, and gnawing void where familial love once bloomed. In the dim, flickering light of the cottage hearth, where the fire crackled softly like a mournful dirge, its flames casting elongated shadows that danced erratically on the walls like ghosts of happier days. Anna Rachel would collapse to her knees night after night, her body racked with heaving sobs that echoed through the rooms like thunder rolling over distant hills. Her tears flowed like endless rivers, soaking the worn wooden floorboards that creaked under her weight, each drop carrying the weight of her shattered heart as she gazed at the far left photo of herself and her kids, haunting reminder of the love she yearned to restore. She grieved heavily for her stolen children, picturing Rosie and Teddy in the clutches of those monstrous goblins, Mr. Barf's clawed hands roughly yanking them away from play, Miss Shit's venomous whispers sowing seeds of doubt that grew into thorny vines around their innocent souls. The music in her mind was a haunting melody of violins weeping in minor keys, starting soft and sorrowful, like a whisper of wind through bare branches, growing louder into a crescendo of anguished walls that mirrored her raw, brutal honesty and facing the pain, her empathy for her children's suffering, fueling a fierce, focused determination. My babies, she would wail, her voice crackling like brittle ice. How must they ache believing I've forsaken them when I've fought with every breath? Meanwhile, in the goblin's dank lair, deep within a twisted thicket of brambles and scratched like accusing fingers and oozed a foul, acrid stench of decay, Rosie and Teddy suffered unimaginably. The air was heavy with the damp chill of neglect, the ground littered with jagged stones that bruised their tender feet, and the only light came from flickering torches that cast grotesque shadows, making the walls seem closed in like predatory beasts. Mr. Barf and Miss Shit abused them with neglectful indifference, forgetting meals until the children's bellies growled like trapped animals, ignoring their cries for comfort with sneers that cut deeper than knives. They hurt the little ones with sharp words and occasional bursts of dark magic that left invisible welts of fear, lying constantly to keep them confused and clueless. Your mother doesn't want you anymore. See how she never comes? They'd hiss, their voices a discordant symphony of raspy snarls and shrill laughs, the background music an ominous drumbeat that thumped low and menacing, evoking terror and isolation, softening only to deceptive whispers that promised false security. Rosie, with her joyful pose now a distant memory, would huddle in a corner, her emerald brown eyes glazed with tears that streamed down her rosy cheeks like rain on a wilted flower, feeling utterly abandoned, whispering to herself, "Mommy doesn't love me. Nobody does." Teddy, his chubby cheeks pale and streaked with dirt in the far right corner, would clutch a tattered toy teddy bear, his blue eyes wide with bewilderment, sobbing softly at the goblin's lies, made him question every warm memory, the emotional brutality leaving him trembling, his little heart pounding with the fear that he was unlovable. Yet in truth, Anna Rachel had been fighting all along, her compassion and empathy driving her to gather evidence of the goblin's cruelties, her firm resolve unyielding like an ancient oak. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon in a blaze of fiery oranges, pinks, and purples, painting the sky in strokes so vivid they seemed brushed by the hand of a divine artist, and the first stars began to twinkle like distant diamonds sewn in the velvet fabric of night, Anna Rachel, supported by big sister Layla, Aunt Tiffany, and Grandma, ventured deeper into the forest than they ever have before, fleeing the latest whispers of the goblin's malice. The air was thick, and the heady scent of pine needles crushed underfoot mingled with the sweet perfumes of night-blooming jasmines that unfurled its petals like secrets unfolding, and the distant hoot of owls echoed through the underbrush, their calls a haunting symphony that sent shivers down spines, accompanying by a soft, ethereal flute melody that floated on the breeze, evoking a sense of hopeful mystery, starting faint and building in gentle waves of encouragement. They held hands tightly, Anna Rachel's grip firm yet tender as she glanced at the far left photo of herself and her kids for strength, while Aunt Tiffany carried a lantern flickering with protective charms and Grandma whispered ancient words against evil as they followed a winding path carpeted in soft moss that squished delightfully beneath their bare feet, leading them towards the legendary glade of Luminara, a place where magic lingered like mist after a rain, hoped to offer sanctuary and strength against the goblin's wrath. As they pushed through a thicket of thorns that scratched at their claws, the playful kittens with sharp claws evading the distant snarls of Mr. Barf and Miss Shit, who trailed them with glowing red eyes piercing the twilight, they emerged into the glade of Luminara, a breathtaking clearing bathed in an ethereal glow that pulsed gently like the heartbeat of the earth itself. At the center stood Luminara, not a mere statue or illusion, but a living entity, a pure light and wonder, a towering crystal tree that branches were vined in iridescent hues of sapphire, amethyst, and rose quartz, each leaf a translucent prism that refracted moonlight into rainbows and danced across the grass like living fireflies. Luminara was no ordinary tree. It was said to be the guardian spirit of the forest, born to the tears of ancient stars that had fallen to the earth eons ago. Its trunk etched with runes that glowed faintly, telling stories of forgotten eras in a language of shimmering symbols. The air here hummed with celestial chorus of harps and chimes, soft and uplifting at first, but swelling to a triumphant harmony that filled their hearts with passion for justice and true heartfelt emotions. Big Sister Layla gasped in awe, her small mouth forming a perfect O of astonishment, her eyes widening to the size of saucers as she pointed with a trembling finger. "Mama, look, it's alive. I can see colors swirling inside like a storm of butterflies trapped in glass." Rosie and Teddy were not with them, but their absence weighed like a stone. Instead, the family pleaded for their return. Anna Rachel, tears welling in her eyes like morning dew on petals, poured out her heart, clutching the far left photo of herself and the kids as a talisman of her love. "Oh, great Luminara, the bad goblins, Mr. Barf and Miss Shit, have stolen my Rosie and Teddy through parental alienation, breaking our bonds with lies and abuse. Grant me the strength to seek justice." Luminar's glow intensified, pulsing in rhythmic waves, its voice resonating in their minds like 1,000 harmonious choirs. Your hearts are true. I shall weave your wishes into fate, empowering you with courage for the courts of the enchanted realm. Gifts materialized, a glowing amulet of truth for Anna Rachel, symbols of protection for the family, and a promise that light would prevail. Empowered by Luminaire's magic, Anna Rachel marched to the grand court of the forest elders, a majestic hall carved from living oak trees, whose branches formed vaulted ceilings adorned with glowing vines and twinkling fireflies. The floor, a mosaic of polished stones that gleamed like stars underfoot, the air filled with the solemn toll of distant bells that rang deep and resonant, evoking a sense of grave authority and impending justice. The sound growing louder as tension built, stirring emotions of anticipation and righteous fury. Before the throne sat, and this is the actual judge's name, before the throne sat Judge Payne, a towering figure with a beard like flowing silver rivers and eyes sharp as an eagle talons, his robe embroidered with scales of justice that shimmered with enchanted light as he was a dragon of justice. For years, the court had dismissed Anna Rachel's pleas, swayed by the goblin's deceitful illusions. But now, armed with Luminaire's amulet and revealed truths and bursts of radiant light, she presented irrefutable evidence, scrolls of the goblin's lies, witnesses from the forest creatures, and the children's own faint echoes of longing captured in magical orbs, including a vision of Rosie's joyful card-holding moment twisted by goblin lies, and Teddy's innocent vest now tattered in their lair. Finally, Judge Payne believed her, his face softening from stern granite to compassionate marble, with a gavel strike that boomed like thunder clapping across the sky. He granted her wishes, allowing Rosie and Teddy to come home immediately, their bonds restored by a wave of golden light that dissolved the goblin's spells. He court-ordered the punishment of Mr. Barf and Miss Shit, binding them in chains forged from unbreakable thorns that dug into their twisted flesh, their snarls turning to whimpers as dark energy drained from them like blood from a wound. The goblins suffered in their condemnation, writhing on the court floor as illusions of their victims' pain replayed eternally in their minds. Rosie's tears burning their eyes, Teddy's cries piercing their ears, their bodies convulsing in agony, their ragged cloaks tearing as they clawed at inevitable torments. The background music, a harsh cacophony of dissonant horns and crashing cymbals, loud and brutal, evoking brutal honesty and the raw brutality of justice served. Judge Payne rose, his voice thundering authoritatively like a storm unleashing fury, shaking the hall's leaves. You will never hurt or harm any child ever again. From this day forward, I will recognize and banish parental alienation and child abuse in all its forms from this day forward. And to anyone who shall disobey or commit parental alienation and child abuse shall be punished to the fullest extent of the law and banished forever. Then Judge Payne turned to Anna Rachel, his eyes filled with regret like storm clouds parting. I apologize for not listening or believing you earlier. I'm sorry for the damage caused that I was a part of, for my blindness prolonged your suffering. Anna Rachel nodded at the judge, her chin held high with firm resolve, then turned to the quivering goblins, her voice steady and fierce, laced with the passion of a mother's unyielding love. I told you I was telling the truth. I told you I wasn't playing. I told you F around and you're gonna find out. I told you I wasn't going to give up. I told you I'm not playing your bullshit games. I told you. When it comes to my kids, I will protect them at all costs. You didn't listen, and yet you continued to hurt and harm my children and our family anyways. So now this is what you get, and this is what you deserve. Overwhelmed, Anna Rachel dropped to her knees on the stone floor, her sobs erupting not from sadness or sorrow, but from profound joy, her tears now sparkling like diamonds of relief as the long, traumatic, treacherous journey and battle finally ended. The music shifted to a swelling orchestra of triumphant strings and flutes, starting soft in her whispers of gratitude and building louder into exultant peaks of cathartic release, evoking overwhelming compassion and empathy. Thank you, Judge Payne, she cried. Thank you for finally seeing the truth. I've been trying to tell and show you all this time with all the evidence I presented in court and all the lies the others have told while under oath. I've been telling you the truth all along, but nobody listened or believed me. So thank you for finally doing what is right and granting my children to come home to me and our family where we can finally live in peace and be safe. The reunion unfolded in the court's grand antechamber, a space bathed in warm sunlight streaming through the leaf-woven windows, the air scented with fresh blossoms that unfurled in celebration, petals drifting like confetti. Rosie and Teddy, freed from the goblin's lair by enchanted guardians, rushed into Anna Rachel's arms, their small bodies trembling at first with residual fear, but melting into her embrace as memories flooded back untainted. Rosie, as in the middle of the photo that her mother holds, buried her face in her mother's chest, her lace nightgown now clean and whole, whispering, "Mommy, I thought you didn't love me." But Anna Rachel hushed her with kisses, explaining the lies with gentle words, the scene accompanied by a tender piano melody, soft and lilting like a lullaby, evoking healing, empathy, and heartfelt connection. Teddy, who is on the right side of the photo that Anna Rachel holds, vest restored to its pristine blue, clung to her legs, his dimples returning as he giggled through tears. They returned home along a path lined with cheering forest animals, deer bowing gracefully, birds fluttering in joyful arcs, the cottage glowing with welcoming lights, its doors swinging open to reveal Layla, Aunt Tiffany, and Grandma waiting with open arms. The reunion with the family was a whirlwind of hugs, and the cottage's cozy main room where the hearth blazed brighter than ever, crackling with sparks of pure joy and air filled with the aroma of fresh baked bread and herbal teas. Layla enveloped Rosie and Teddy in a bear hug, her golden curls mingling with theirs. Aunt Tiffany spun them around in laughter, her scarves twirling, and Grandma enveloped them all in her shawl, whispering stories of resilience. Above, in a shimmering vision, their ancestors appeared from the heavens, ethereal figures of past generations glowing with starry light, surrounding them in a protection circle, their spectral hands resting on shoulders, whispering eternal love and guidance. The scene underscored by celestial choirs singing in harmonious layers, soft and reverent, building to uplifting crescendos of familial bonds unbreakable. Everyone around them, neighbors from the forest, woodland creatures, even the trees, seeming to sway in applause, was joyous and happy for the mother and her children's return. Cheers rising like a symphony of bells. All of Anna Rachel's children, Layla, Rosie, and Teddy, hugged her tightly, chorusing, "We love you, Mommy." Aunt Tiffany and Grandma joined, embracing her with pride. "We're so proud of you, sister, daughter, for your courage." Then, in a burst of magic, everyone began singing and chanting ancient words, their voices blending in a rhythmic incantation that echoed through the cottage and into the forest, accompanied by drums beating steadily like heartbeats and flutes, weaving melodies of victory. The music starting soft in unity and growing louder in ecstatic waves, evoking triumphant compassion and focused joy. They chanted, "They are home, they are home. Finally, truth's light has shone. From pain to justice we shall rise. This journey's toll can be seen through teary eyes. No more hurt and no more sorrow. We will fight on for others even after tomorrow. May this magic seal the deal so we can move on and forward and now shall heal." Celebration continued into the night with singing that soared in harmonious choruses, chanting that pulsed with rhythmic energy, and dancing around a bonfire in the glade where flames leaped like jubilant spirits, feet stomping on soft grass in intricate patterns, laughing, mingling with the crackle of the wood. Music filled every moment, a lively fiddle jig for the dances, fast and spirited, evoking unbridled happiness. Softer harper strums during toasts, gentle and reflective, stirring deep empathy, and as the night waned, a lullaby chorus fading softly, wrapping all in peaceful closure. Even small details shone. Berries passed hand to hand, glowing with luminar's light. children's footprints in the dew-kissed earth forming patterns of unity, the wind carrying sense of victory. From that day forward, Anna Rachel's cottage transformed into a haven of abundance, the children's laughter echoing louder than ever, Aunt Tiffany and Grandma's thriving in peace, and Luminar's magic lingered in their hearts, an eternal reminder that in the darkest woods, light always awaits those who seek it with open arms, justice prevailing through passion, empathy, and brutal honesty. And so they lived happily ever after, their story passed down through generations as a testament to the power of love, courage, and the shimmering wonder of the unknown. The end.
Wow.
That actually was a little bit longer. And I actually almost started to cry. Sorry if I got a little shaky. But
it's okay.
Because
No,
it's a
that's
real
a
life
good
story,
idea.
but it's turned into like a fantasy style story. I don't know. But
Well, we do have Anthony Perez. I know he's back there in the shadows at the moment, but he'll be joining us here in just we're going to take about another 15 minutes because it is 12 o'clock. I do want to get to the 4 hours of the documentaries. So I know you want to watch them, especially the We the Parents documentary, which will be the last of the 3 during the 4 hours. But we're going to allow Anthony to come on because he's not able to come on later. So we're going to have him come on. Let me send him a message. You're up, bro.
he might be in the bathroom. Or getting something to drink.
No. He's back there in his kitchen. Matter of fact, is that him? I think that's him right there that just walked by.
Now, this documentary that you'll be playing on here, is there a link to watch it? Because I think it's 3:30 p.m. I don't know. I bought a movie ticket. I figured I'd go see a movie today to distract myself. I'm going to see Anaconda. So,
I've heard that's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, it looks funny.
It's this segment that we're about to play is literally 4 hours long. Exactly 4 hours.
Okay.
So
is there a replay? Like I can come back and watch it later?
Or? I will be posting it to YouTube later. You should be able to go back for the next 48 hours to watch it on Twitch. The problem with Twitch right now, we're not affiliates yet. We're trying to get people to like and to follow our Twitch page so we can become affiliates. We need to start doing shows at least once a week, and we need to be consistent. We need to have at least 3 constant, chatters. And so forth in order to become an affiliate level. Once we become an affiliate level, things will be so much easier. There's be so much more that we can do.
I totally understand all those stipulations on each like social media thing. Like one thing you gotta have 1,000 followers plus this plus that. Facebook you got to do this and that. And yeah, I totally understand.
We need 150 followers on Twitch in order to become to get us to that affiliate level. It wasn't hard for me to do that with my gaming because the community that I'm involved with, we were able to do that within literally a day. I just had so many people follow me on my gaming platform. I'm hoping we can do that here. I'm hoping we can get the family, the 50-50 equal share parenting community over here on Twitch, because there is nobody on Twitch that's talking about these issues. In Twitch, if you're actually looking at the page, you will see where it says the 2025 Live Christmas Marathon. It's got family law reform. It's got tags. And those are actually going to show on Twitch. And anyone who types in family or Christmas stream or just chatting, they're going to see the stream.
Good.
So
well, I have your email. I'm going to email you later. And you can send me like links to everything. And I'll go ahead. I don't mind, making posts on my podcast accounts like TikTok and Facebook and stuff. And then also I think I told you, started an organization called Project Storm. It's like Project a Space and #Storm, which helps with resources and support with parental alienation, family court, all this stuff, which there's a support group too. But I can post on the main Facebook page, Project Storm Facebook page, and also in the support group too.
I saw you back there, Anthony. You're doing the. You're muted. Unmute yourself.
Oh, I forgot that it was on. That's my daughter. She has autism, so she likes to do the little hand things.
Like I said, I was like, get him.
Sorry for interrupting, Anna. I didn't mean
Oh
to.
no,
You're good.
you're good.
I was just saying I don't mind. Like, I'm gonna post this stuff like on Project Storm and on my podcast platforms and stuff. That way, I can help you guys, get attention and follows and stuff. So that way, it'll help and reach more people. That's part of what Project Storm does. That's the support group. Like, there's resources and stuff. Like, I don't mind helping out. Like spreading the word and everything.
Yeah, and like I said, on Twitch, there's nobody. Literally, I've done my research in this, and I've been streaming on Twitch for the last 2 years, and so I've done my research on it. There's nobody talking about the hard issues of what we're dealing with. So we are the first. We are the first on Twitch to do.
Yeah,
so.
we need a lot more to talk about it on Twitch. The reason why I got on Twitch because my oldest daughter Layla, she's a gamer, so I just got on Twitch to watch her.
Yeah, if we can get the community over here and start doing these, we can do more than just a Christmas marathon. We can do with Mark when he does his conferences. We do it right here on Twitch too. So like what happened at 6 o'clock this morning or 6:14 when YouTube decided to want to take down our live feed, saying that it violates our community standards. I don't see how it does, but I'm not going to fight them on the issue because
I hate it when they do that. They don't even tell you why. Like, what did I violate? You know what I'm saying? Like,
exactly. So yeah, Twitch, they do not moderize you like that. They do not censor you like that. You can play music that's not of your own as long as it's not the main focus. They do not moderize you. So
that's
Twitch
awesome.
is a much better platform. I love Twitch. Oh my God, literally streaming on Twitch on my gaming platform has been awesome. And I want to bring the community over here because I want to be able to build this channel up, because building this channel up, we might, for those who don't know what Twitch is, when you go to the main page, before you even see who's online to go watch, literally it's got multiple different things. We could be aired on the very top. You got several boxes. You can click the arrow and it just spins it and just spins it to the next one and to the next one. We could be aired on that section one day.
And you never know how many people's on Twitch that is dealing with the same stuff. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And see, I try to keep my gaming platform separate than my podcasting because gaming is supposed to be fun. It's my place of zen. To escape reality for a little bit.
I have my stuff separated too. I totally understand.
But my crew from the Nerd Force United crew that I'm a part of, because we're a bunch of game streamers in a little club, I guess you could say. We always stream together, and they're like, well, why don't you ever talk about this stuff while you're gaming? I'm trying to keep it separate because that there's people in our community too that might be going through the same thing. So occasionally I'll put a plug in, but I still try to keep it separate.
Yeah.
Like I said, because this is supposed to be my place of fun and enjoyment, where this one's more serious and I can't even think.
It's more focused and on point. Yeah.
So
and advocacy work. It's work. It's a calling. It's like
exactly
like even though it's a calling, it is it's actually a job. It's like a full-time job. Like I know I don't get paid money to be an advocate or an activist, but I mean it literally is like a 24-hour job for me. Like it's just like a job. The work I put in and stuff and everything. So which I don't care about money. My payout is to help people. I mean, not just my kids, but like I even typed in, I'm like, this isn't just my kids, this is all the kids, and parents and people, like it's helping people and victims that are like traumatized. That's like, that's a life's purpose, like that's what we should do as humans is help each other, be there for each other,
Yep. Alrighty, Anna, I appreciate you coming on. I got to take down the link for the in the chat. Where's it at? Activist is not just about, okay, it's already been taken down. It looks like. Unpin
Yeah, I'll
me.
email you later and send links and stuff, and then
Yes,
if you don't mind
definitely.
sending me links and
I
everything.
yeah, I'll get you up also with the group in Virginia, the Family Forward Project. I will definitely get
I
you
do
there.
follow them. I might follow them actually already in Virginia. I'm not really sure. I'm in a lot of groups and support groups and follow a lot of activists and advocates. So I might already follow them and not realize it yet. But
Yeah, probably. But I will send you the information. I'll get you connected with them. They're good friends of mine. I deal with them all the time. Matter of fact, there's another group that's coming on tonight at 7:00. Tiff and the Punisher. They're
oh yeah.
yeah.
I watch their show on YouTube. Yeah.
So I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Tiff is actually from Virginia as well.
I think so. Yeah. And I'm friends with Danielle Wall too.
Yep.
So yeah,
there's
and
a lot of
also
individuals.
send me the links so I can, because I want to make posts in Project Storm and Anna Taylor Radio, to help push out your content and stuff. And
Yeah, I will definitely send you the link for the Twitch page and everything. Of course, it won't be today. It will have to be.
Oh yeah, whenever you get
over
to
the
it,
next couple
obviously.
days,
Yeah.
It'll probably. Okay, I'm working all weekend. Jesus.
You don't have to make a deadline or anything. It's just whenever you get to it. I understand.
All right.
I totally understand.
Well, thank you for coming on and joining us. If you want to join us later on during another part of the segment, that's perfectly fine. But I do got to get to Anthony because he's not able to come on later, and then we got to get to the 4-hour pre-recording segment. So, but we'll be in contact.
Definitely, and thank you for everything. Talk to y'all later. Hope you have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you so much, Anna, and I'm gonna look you up too because I don't think we're friends yet. So
yeah, send me a friend request on Facebook. It's Anna Rachel Rachel, Anna Rachel Smith.
Anna Rachel Smith.
He can find you through my friends list because
that too.
Perfect. Cool.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you so much for the support.
All right, Anthony. What's going on, brother?
Not a whole lot, brother. Just waking up and enjoying this beautiful Christmas day. First off, thank you so much for doing this for all the people out there. It really means a lot. I've watched it a couple times in the past, so thank you so much. And it helped me in the past, so I thought it was my turn to pay it forward this year.
I met you for the first time in DC, literally last month.
No, I met you actually not last month. I actually met you prior to it in DC 7 years ago. When Melissa Isaac went, Ryan Powell was there.
Are you talking about the Million Parent March?
No, Mark did a DC. Let me check my Facebook, but Mark did a DC trip and you were there because I remember meeting you. That was my first time meeting you like 7-8 years ago.
Was it one of the Equal Share Parenting conferences?
Yes, Americans for Equal Share Parenting. Americans for Equal Share Parenting.
Gotcha. So it was 2017. Yes.
Yep, somewhere around there. Somewhere around there is when I first met you, and
I meet so many people that it's hard to keep track of everybody. It really is.
Oh, tell me about it, right? But I've been following you, since then. Been following Mark, learning from all you guys that had come before me, and got in this situation before myself. Which is really important for all the fathers, mothers out there that are going through this today, especially, on Christmas Day that aren't with their families. Reach out to people like yourself, myself, for that support. Really important. You're going to need it, especially if you're new to the family court system. You're going to need all the support you can get because it's a massacre in there.
It really is. It really is. And what we did at the beginning of last month, the beginning of November, that was the first time I've ever done such an event like that. And what we accomplished that week was phenomenal. I can't even express into words. Even still today, I'm still reminiscing in what we did.
Right. Me too. I'm just like, man, that was so amazing. Like, all the training classes that we took ahead of time led us up to, being able to feel confident in knowing what we were walking into. I went to the state capitol on my own and I felt out of place. Like, what do I do? Like early on, I was gung ho. I'm going to go do this and I'm going to get the job done by myself, the lone trooper,
Yeah.
I realized, hey, you know what? They'll pat you on the back and listen to you. But then once you close the door, they don't remember who you are.
Nope.
When it comes to speaking with legislation. So the training courses, that we've taken through Mark, Ludwig's courses, teaming up with him, following him. I actually started following him just to help with my court case, not to learn how to be an advocate. I just wanted to see, hey, what have other successful dads that got 50-50 or time with their kids got? What do they do? What are they doing? What are they posting on their Facebook? How are they interacting with their children? And for 7 years, I followed, what I seen Mark posting on Facebook, not talking about your exes badly. That way, when you go into the court the next time, you don't come off looking bad like you did that first time when you were upset the first time even having to go to court. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And, having those frustrations and having that anger, it's warranted. It's how
it is.
But it's how we handle those stressors when we're angry. I don't see how the courts can sit there and say, you show too emotion, you're crazy, you're and then, but if you don't show emotion, you just don't care. And it's like, please make that make sense.
Right. Like one of my hardest things that I had a hard time wrapping my head around is, how can you tell me you're making a decision in the best interest of my child when you've never even met my child and you refuse to bring them in and just have a nice conversation? It doesn't even have to be about family court. Just see who they are, and you're telling me sitting up there.
That's the whole thing. They don't know. They don't know from a hole in the ground. They use the term erring on the side of caution.
Right. Which is ridiculous. But yeah, like you said, I'm still I don't know if you had a chance to look at any of the stuff that we did in ALAC. We went to ALAC as well. And
no, I have not. No, I have not been able to look at that yet.
Oh man, that was actually another great experience that Mark put together through National National Councils for Equal Shared Parenting. Great response. Like I said, I've been following Mark for a long time, and I've joined him, in Oregon and Idaho on some trips here and there throughout the 7 years. But this one was I think it was a turning point for our organization and for our community, because I actually was manning the booth, and we were having legislators from all over. Instead of us chasing them down and being like, hey,
they were chasing you down.
They were coming to, hey, one of my colleagues, told me I had to come talk to you guys at your booth, and we're trying to get this passed in our state. And they were asking us for advice on what to do, which was really amazing, and asking us for information, which I hadn't seen happen yet before,
Mm-hmm.
So it's working. What Mark's doing is working, through his organizations. I'm a true believer in him, great mentor, great person as a human being as well. And that's really what the most important thing is when you're trying to when you're following somebody in this community, is you need to make sure that they're a great person, because I've seen a lot of people come and go. When I first was looking for help, I reached out to so many people. And Mark was always the one constant, picking up his phone, for court cases. When I had a question about my court case, I needed, some advice and things like that. Mark was the one there for me. He's the one who introduced me to other people that actually sat in my case with me when I was going through family court, So he introduced me to a gentleman named Seth out of Oregon, an ADA rep, who actually sat through my mediation, my court case, and made sure that things were done straight. And it gave me the confidence in order to stand up more for myself and ask for more than what I normally would have asked for, and not settling in a case. Yeah. So there is a lot of hope out there for parents that are going through this, and that's the one thing that on Christmas Day I want to make sure everybody knows.
Resources, and there's been more resources being put out there over the last year than there's ever been in my 15 years of being part of this movement.
Right.
So and a lot of it has to do with Mark. Mark's true efforts. I couldn't say it any better that they at the clubhouse
At the
in
clubhouse.
DC. Yeah. Where we presented Mark the gift for everything that he's done. That if it wasn't for his constant efforts of coming back and forth to DC those 17 times and making the connections that was necessary with the representatives that were standing right there, and the congressmen that were saying, and the aides that were also there. Without making those connections, we would not be where we are today in the movement. We would not be having our foot in the door at HHS and inside the White House.
Exactly. And that's, why I decided, what, I need to interlock my arms with Mark and help him with his cause, because he's the one that's been doing it for the longest. And going back 7 years ago, it was really crazy because nobody really in Idaho had heard of this issue. It wasn't a main topic in Idaho. Well, guess what? Mark came to Idaho 7 years ago, and with one connection through Tammy Nichols, Representative Tammy Nichols at the time, she came and brought a couple of her constituents to Mark's meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's fast forward to today. Tammy Nichols is now a senator for the state of Idaho, but not only that, she's the co-chair of the 2025 Custody Task Force Committee, which we're expecting some big changes out of Idaho because of that committee. And who brought it to the forefront in Idaho? Mark did, and so I'm a true believer because of that one instance. He told me, hey, it's going to take some time, but we will get the movement going in Idaho as well. And it's going strong now. I think they're going to actually pass a good bill over there in Idaho. So,
very nice.
Right.
I'm definitely looking forward to hearing that, and I'm definitely keep my fingers and toes crossed on that one. But yeah, it just so many great things are coming down the way. I know Mark had to postpone the February trip to DC. I think he's moving it to March, I believe, March or April.
I believe March. Yeah, March. He's just waiting for the dates to come out. Is what I believe he's doing, is waiting for the dates to come out. But yeah, our next round ought to be very successful because of that first trip that we laid the groundwork.
We had about 45 to 50 people there at the beginning of November, and we're looking to bring another 25 to 50 on top of that on this next round. And I'm telling you now, I'm still speechless on what we did, in DC. Even the press conference afterwards and the little conference that we had after the press conference, and then that dinner after. I don't know. Did you attend that dinner?
I did not attend the dinner because I had family come with me, so I missed out on the dinner.
That's right. Your wife was there. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, got to be her.
That's another great thing. I mean, you guys all welcomed her with open arms and made her feel like part of the group. Which thank you guys so much. But that just let me know I'm not in a group. I'm with family members. I'm with family. Equal parenting family. And
that's the way it's got to be. We cannot be individuals because there's no I in team. This is a team effort. Everyone has a strength. Mark says it best. Everybody has their strengths and weaknesses, and where one's got a weakness, another one can fill that weakness with strength. So we all have, I'm the podcaster here. I'm the one that does the behind the scenes work for a lot of this stuff. That's what I do. Mark is the legislative guy. He's the one that gets in front. You got these making the connections with the legislators and congressmen. It's not necessarily me, but I tell you what, I learned a lot, by Mark, and I enjoyed getting in front of the legislators and the congressmen. And I'm going to do it. I'm not just going to be behind the screen anymore. I'm not going to be behind a camera. But this.
Hey, or maybe we take your camera with us and do some filming during the hallways as we're walking up to doors, things like that. I think that would be really awesome, to get some footage actually in action.
I got some footage from the November trip that I used some of the footage in one of the songs that I wrote about the DC trip. It's called "This Is Our Time." and that I want to be able at every single trip, because every single time we come to DC, I'm going to be there. I will be there if I have to even walk 10,000 miles. It just reminds me of that song. I will walk 500 miles and I will walk 500 more. And, if I have to literally walk my happy feet, to DC, hey, I'll go across that Maryland Bay Bridge.
Right. Yeah, like I plan on making as many trips as I can, with the team as well. It's just I have 50-50 of 2 children that are 1,500 miles apart. So I spend 2 weeks in California and 2 weeks in Idaho. So I'm always trying to juggle time, and it's a little bit easier with my kid when I need to step away from my time from my California kid, because mom and we get along good, and she'll let me make that time up in the summer. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Absolutely. It 100% makes sense.
So,
well, Anthony, I know I hate to cut this short, but I do got to get to the 4-hour segment, because dinner's going to be ready in a couple hours. I want to take a little cat nap beforehand, because, I got about 4 hours last night, and I'm going to be up even past 9 o'clock doing this. Every year that we've done this, it's always gone past 9 p.m. One year literally went about 16 hours over when we were actually supposed to stop. So, but when you're in the heat of the moment and it's good, it gets good. Right. So we keep it going. So if we have to go past 9 o'clock, that is fine with me. But I want to make sure I get some little cat naps in from here and there. I'll be doing the same thing with Tiff and the Punisher. Come on from 7 to 8. I'll take a little 45-minute cat nap, and just so I can be refreshed and whatnot. But definitely, if you can join us later on tonight, even if it's after 9 o'clock, you're more than welcome to. And anyone is who's willing to is able to do so. But the next 4 hours, we are going to be doing the 3 main documentaries: Casualties of War, Warriors Against the Regime, the Erasing Families, as well as We the Parents. And I if it wasn't for these 3 documentaries, I don't know what information we'd be putting out there that's going to be able to give us a break. But any last honorary words for everybody out there before we kick this off for the next 4 hours?
Yeah, just keep your spirits up. There is light at the end of the tunnel. I didn't see the light at the end of the tunnel while I was going through it, but like I just told Brian, I did finally achieve 50-50 of both my kids. One of them I didn't have to fight for. The other one, took me 7 years of, following the information that Brian Lee's putting out, that Mark Ludwig's putting out. All the information is valuable. It's almost as valuable as hiring an attorney, to be honest, because I actually did it pro se. And I just used the knowledge that I gathered from my fellow members in the community. So, don't be too depressed out there. It will turn for you, I promise. And, I'm here to help as well. Look me up, Anthony Perez, as well. If you need help with anything, I want to see more parents get 50-50 of their children. And that's our mission here. Thank you so much, Brian, for putting this together. Appreciate all your, work that you do with Mark as well. And we'll see you soon.
Absolutely. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Next one. Thank you. Yep. Bye-bye.
Merry Christmas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, we are going to be doing the next 4 hours. So from 12:30 until 4:30, it's going to be all pre-recordings. It's going to be the documentaries with some commercials, some songs. It's going to give me a chance to be able to, 1, get some dinner in me as well, and 2, so I'm not eating on camera. I'll munch on camera, but I'm not going to eat a full plate of dinner on camera. These could be the documentaries, like I said: Casualties of War, Warriors Against the Regime by Yahya McClain. And then we got The Erasing Families by Ginger Gentile, and We the Parents by Elizabeth and Mike McNeese. So until 4:30, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back.